Hello, everybody, and welcome to the deepest dive on God of War Ragnarok from MinnMax. MinnMax is a place about games, friends, getting better. My name is Ben Hanson, and I want to thank you for being here. I'm very sorry that I'm sick, so I don't sound great for this archive that'll forever be on the internet, so please forgive me. But thankfully, we have other people to talk, like the great Kyle Bosman.
Hi there.
Hello from Delayed Input. How's it going, man?
Oh, it's going great.
Were you scrambling to get to through this section of God of War?
I was scrambling, and then I got to where I needed to really quick, and then I got to do some side quests.
Oh boy, so many of those. We're going to unpack it all. We're also joined by the indie informer, Jill Grodt.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How's your site going?
It's going very well, considering I'm on vacation this week.
Oh,
so
nice.
I just put up a little post. It's like, hey, everyone, check out all the stuff I've posted before. I'll see you next week.
Why did you go with the indie informer instead of just indie informer?
It has a lot to do with the nickname aspect of it. So the name of my site is the nickname that was given to me.
Right.
So, and plus, I think there were other things that were sort of like indie informer.
Oh, okay.
So it was sort of like I wanted a little bit of brand differentiation.
Smart.
So it's you. You are the indie informer.
I am the indie informer. I embody that.
Cool.
Add a the.
Nice.
It's cleaner. We got Suriel Vazquez here.
Hello.
Welcome, Suriel. How's it going, dude?
Good. Managed to do a couple side quests as well, so.
Hey, not too shabby. If you're just clicking on this video and you're saying, I wonder what these folks are going to be talking about, the answer is God of War Ragnarok. And not just that, we're going to be having the best, most thorough discussion about God of War Ragnarok on the internet. And not just that, this is part of a 3-episode game club series where we're breaking the game up into exquisite detail and talking about everything great about it, everything that we can question about it. We are giving God of War Ragnarok the discussion it deserves. So if you, for some reason you haven't seen the first part of this, go find it on MinnMax's YouTube channel. And if at any point, you need to make this promise to me, if at any point during this discussion you say, hey, I'm glad these weirdos are talking about this game for so long. No one else is doing that. You can thank us directly by going to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. You can jump in even at that $2 tier, and then you can submit a comment for us to read in the third and final grand finale of the deepest dive on God of War Ragnarok. And you can also compete in Trivia Tower, which is coming up Monday, November 28th. If you jump in at that $2 tier, you can compete in Trivia Tower. We're going up against easy allies, so we need all the help we can get to take down that very, very smart community. So please jump in there and compete in game trivia, and then you can win a game code for stuff like God of War Ragnarok, for Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hope, for Neon White, for Stray, a ton of stuff, and the #1 winner wins an Astro A40 headset as well. So look up Trivia Tower if you're not familiar with it, and jump in at that $2 tier if you want to compete and help support the game club format in general. Kyle, was that it for the plugs?
Wonderful plugs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's always clumsy. But
that was not that was smooth.
Really? Thank you. Thank you so much. Like Greg Miller smooth or... Okay, that's fine.
I did not count an
Okay. All right. That's fine. But hey, last thing we should note is that you can also unlock over on Patreon the podcast version of this discussion and all of our other deepest dives and early access to the MinnMax Show podcast, ad-free version of it, our bonus podcast. There's a ton of stuff in there. So if you're looking at this YouTube video and you say that's too long for an immortal person, you can jump over to Patreon to unlock this right in your favorite podcast app. We promise.
There's the
Damn it, I blew it. All right, everybody. This is it, the deepest dive on God of War Ragnarok. This discussion, we are covering everything in the game from the end of the last quest, which we covered, which was called Old Friends, which was roughly 7 hours into the game. We picked it up there, then we're covering everything. And I'm using my hands, but also it's getting wider as well. We're covering everything in the game up through the end of the quest called Forging Destinies. So we're going to spoil everything in that chunk. And then obviously next week we'll be spoiling everything about the final third of God of War Ragnarok. But this was a beast, everybody. There was a lot to get through. A lot of people were unfortunately struggling to keep up, but I appreciate everybody for submitting comments for the stuff that they did get through. And the nice thing is this will live on forever. How'd everybody do? You got time for side quests? Jill, were you scrambling?
I did everything in the sort of giant realm. And I was like, oh, I'm feeling pretty good about this. And then like the next day I started playing and I was like, I'll probably bang through the whole thing today. And I realized like I wasn't even halfway through. I'm like, oh, okay, I better skedaddle through the rest of this. So yeah, but I had a lot of fun. I think that some of the side quests are, as side quests tend to be, not particularly profound.
Right.
A couple of them are like, oh no, my garden won't grow again. Please blow things up until they grow. I'm like, I don't know what this does to help you, Ghost, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, and but as far narratively, I'm really enjoying where the game is right now and where it's been going. I think that with the first section, a lot of the themes surrounded like the consequences of your actions. And this one had a really interesting, like, the consequences of inaction. So I really enjoyed sort of back to back that mirroring. Very cool.
There's lots to unpack here. Yeah, I think absolutely loving it. Still on that level of just, I am so glad that this level of production exists in the game industry. You can just play it and just say, Jesus Christ, this is a lot of money on the screen. My God, they're really doing it. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think it has been a while since a game has turned me into this much of like a pee holder. You know, where it'll be like really late at night and I'll still be playing this. And it's like, well, I have to go to the bathroom, but I just want to get to the end of this section. Okay, now I just want to go a little bit further. And then, you know, urine all over the couch after that. It's brutal out there. Suriel, how you doing in this section, man?
Yeah, I'm definitely liking the game a lot more. I'm getting more used to the combat, and also the combat is rounding out a lot more. Specifically, I feel like I'm leaning into more of the feats to kind of like, okay, here's what I'm going to like. Here's what I'm gonna go into like in terms of goals of like I'm gonna try to do X number of axe throws or like try to do the charge up axe swing, and also you're unlocking more of those skills, so combat feels a little bit more robust, and then also you get a new weapon at the end, so you have like all these options that make the combat a lot more interesting. So that I mentioned before that it was kind of like the thing I was least interested in, and so now since then it's climbed a few notches. Right?
Okay.
And I'm also liking where the story is going. There are definitely multiple moments where I was like really super excited about where the story was going, and like in ways that were pretty surprising. And I think a lot of like in the side quests, I think I maybe that part of it be like, oh, you can solve like a very light puzzle here and then move on. Like there's like, here's the story route, and then here's like the like kind of puzzle detour. I think that stuff I'm cooling on a little bit more, just because I feel like I've seen like, okay, this is one of those puzzles, and then I do this, and so those are getting a little bit less interesting. But overall, I'm enjoying it more than I was in the first section. Yeah,
I wish it's too chunky and ugly to put in there in some way on the screen. But it's like with all of these side quests, I find myself wondering like, is this going to be a story focused one or kind of a loot one? Like a good example is when you're in Vanaheim and it's like, hey, find my mysterious orb and then I'll craft you new armor. It's like, I don't really care about that armor, if I'm being honest. But it is a mysterious orb, and that's a tough thing to ignore because nothing's better than a good mysterious orb. And then doing it, then you realize like, okay, that seems to just be trying to get you in the area, and then it kind of leads you into Freya's side quest about the wedding and stuff like that. So it feels like the mysterious orb was the ultimate, little lure just to get you exploring a little bit more. And it wasn't so much like you need this armor really badly or anything like that, you know.
It was just a really good payoff, too.
Yeah, it turns out it was a dog's toy. We told you there's no spoilers for this
cute.
chunk.
Is it a dog or a pig? Because I think there are two different ones of these in Vanaheim, and I'm staring at it for like 5 minutes straight trying to figure it out. I'm like, I don't know what you are.
Yeah, it's somewhere between a bulldog and a
very big pig.
So,
it's a blue dress
kind
situation.
Of wrinkly.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle Bosman, do you know how we like to start the deepest dive? I realize I'm quoting you as I do that, but you know how we always like to start a podcast, man?
Oh, corrections, really?
No. Well, actually, that accidentally, yes. A lot of people pointed out that when we're all really high and mighty last week, remember when somebody wrote in about like turning off the hints for the puzzles? And we're all like, you can do that. Stop being so stupid, Patreon supporter.
Yeah, that's worth acknowledging.
Yeah, we were absolutely wrong. There is a toggle, but it just makes the puzzles longer. Like the timer on the puzzles is longer, I think is what that toggle actually is.
Like when you're striking bells, for example, like those will ring for longer to give you more time to do them. But yeah, like what you were saying, the hints you can't turn off.
Right, and that was...
Like the side effect of doing that is they stop telling you immediately what the answer to the thing is. So it is effectively the answer to what you want, but it's not like a obvious thing.
Well, I still think they'll be telling you stuff before you even have a chance to look at it.
I had it turned off this whole section and they didn't do it. So
Wait, really?
yeah.
I heard so much. Look to your right. I found something over here.
It was nothing.
I heard that a
but
lot.
I think I want to say it depends on whether or not the puzzle is like. I think they have priorities for certain puzzles of like, this is a story puzzle, get them through it as quick as possible, and Fran will tell you like, yeah, we need to move these weights around or whatever. But I think if it's like a more optional puzzle, like an off the beaten path, this is just gets your treasure.
Yeah.
I don't think I usually got the solution for those of like, oh, we need to line up these arrows. You need to throw these arrows out or whatever.
Right.
Because I actually never reduced it. So it's Jill. It sounds like you did turn it on to like.
Yeah, I turned it on to like extended plus. Don't talk to me ever again.
Cool. Weird. I think it's just okay. Yeah, there's a lot of details in this game. Anyways, Kyle, we always like to kick things off with most common comment. The comment that was submitted over on Patreon more than any other. I will say, I was shocked. Just gobsmacked. Godsmacked or gobsmacked?
Gob.
Gob. What does that mean?
Godsmack is a band.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. And that's a pun off of gobsmack.
I don't think it's meant to be a pun, but now that you say it,
could be.
Sure.
Anyways, most common comment. What's your guess, Kyle? What do you think people were commenting about more than anything else?
I think they're commenting about Asgard.
Okay, solid. Just takes on Asgard. People had opinions on Asgard. Jill, what do you think?
I'm going with kind of the same thing I did last time. I think it surrounds boy.
Just the boy moment?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we had 3 comments about that, but it was not number 1. Suriel, what do you think?
Palling around with Thor?
Interesting. We had 0 comments about that.
Really?
But I love that you love it, man. It started out where I wrote down the most common comment, like a placeholder, like, okay, it seems like people just have a lot of opinions about this, pros and cons. And then as more comments kept coming in on Patreon, it's like con. Turns out most common comment was people not liking the Ironwood section, which blew my damn mind. Everybody's saying like, it's fine, we like Angrboda as a character, but it went on for way too long, and it was my least favorite part of the game. Which blew my mind because it was my favorite part of the game so far. But look, we'll get to that. We're going to try and work chronologically in some way through all this fun stuff. Should we just jump right in? Has everybody got a good way to kick this sucker off? Should we jump into a comment? How are you feeling?
Generally, I just like my like big picture thought on coming into this week is like, I can't believe how different this game is from the one we were talking about last week.
Oh, interesting. How so?
Like the stakes, everything has changed. When you buy this game, you see Kratos and Atreus standing together in the snow. Yep. And you're like, okay, I know exactly what to expect from this game that I'm buying. And I really respect their restraint in promoting the game in that and keeping what it balloons into all a secret.
Yeah, I give them complete credit. Like there's a couple shots from the trailers that are still lingering, but it's pretty small. It is unbelievable how restrained they were overall. I mean, yeah, the fact that they wouldn't even show Odin's face, which any other marketing team in the world would be like, well, that's a layup. It's no big deal. We got this big actor. Yeah. Of course we need to show him in some way, but they're just so confident that like, they're not going to move, 1 million more units by showing anybody's face or revealing new companion characters or anything like that. Like people that are in are already in.
Mm-hmm. I did like, however, that we got the line from one of the trailers from Angrboda that's like, you'll get some of your you'll get your answers, at least some of them. And that was such a cheeky thing for the trailer because it was basically telling the audience like, hold your horses, you'll get them. Right. I love that. So when I saw that again in the game, I had this weird meta remembrance of the time when I first heard that line. And it's like a weird thing that in video games, the trailer and the build up to these things is such a big part of actually being in the community and the culture and playing. That it's weird because it's like very few other things kind of do this. It's not really something that I pay attention to doing like movies or TV shows or whatever. So like, I think it's something really unique to video game culture.
Maybe I wonder if we just pay attention to the trailers more. I mean, definitely there's like in the Marvel movies or something, like, okay, there's that line or something. But like, in this game, when I think you're just riding around on the old dog sled or something, and then it's when Kratos has that line where he's like, death can have me when it earns me. It's like, oh, wow, that wasn't even from like a cutscene. That's just like him roaming around in the world. And it's that badass trailer line that everybody was leveled by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or when like Odin has a speech later on about like, what do you know of being a god, which is basically at the very end of this section. It was like, oh my god.
Did anyone ever pray to you?
Oh,
that one.
It's so good. Oh,
Yeah,
like out of all the lines in the game, this script is freaking massive. The fact that they correctly chose those lines for that story trailer. Whoever edited that story trailer, hats off to them. It's unbelievable.
I'm only more impressed now. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's an amazing sign. Let's see. We have Charlie Hunter who says, this section of Ragnarok kept reminding me of Uncharted 2. The secret sauce to that game is the perfect pace it rotates Drake's companions from chapter to chapter, keeping interactions between characters fresh and interesting. I think that's about right. It is interesting just seeing the kind of the handoff between characters and companion characters in this game so far. And it's like, I'm not proud of it, but you can kind of see behind the scenes at some point where it's like, oh, okay, we have Freya as a companion. That's awesome. Now she's getting the sonic arrow. Okay, now I know that Atreus is going. Okay, like it seems like the pretty clear handoff of like, okay, and now I'm going to turn into the bird. So now Brock can run with you on the side and be your companion for a little bit. It's like there's a very cheeky, theatrical kind of, now I'm swapping in, now I'm swapping out moment to it, but it's worth it. It's fun to keep it this dynamic.
Honestly, I was filled with dread.
Yeah?
I was like, we're never seeing Atreus again.
Yeah.
He's been so sufficiently supplanted that like functionally gameplay wise, you're not going to need him to uncover any more secrets. It's like, we're never seeing this boy again.
Gameplay wise?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you'll have his sections, but I mean, come on, he's going to team up with Atreus by the end, or sorry, with Kratos by the end again, right? They got to have the grand finale together.
We'll talk about that stuff. I'm not,
okay.
It's not to me. I have no hope.
Interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
We'll get into predictions for sure. The Uncharted 2 comparison is interesting. And it's weird thinking about if you want to trace this back through kind of Sony in particular, their design strategy. I know it's a big place with a lot of different opinions and stuff. But thinking about that Uncharted 2-ness of this game and the fact that like, talking to Neil and Bruce over there at Naughty Dog and how influential Eco was to their sense of design and the companion character, and that's why they're emphasizing it more and more in Uncharted 2 in particular, right? Like I remember they brought up a lot of the I forget his name, in kind of the snowy area, the kind of quiet guy, Tenzin, is that his name? How that was very directly inspired by Eco. And so it's just fun to see like just the great video game tree of design history, like so many things, even from this game, you can trace back to freaking Eco. It's incredible. I mean, surely some other studios would have picked up on, hey, companion characters? It's kind of a good way to have a game. But I liked, there's some line from Amir in this section too. Where, hang on. He said a funny thing. Oh yeah, he says, breaking tension with humor is the sacred duty of a traveling companion. Yes. I really liked at some point from Amir. Suriel, what do you want to talk about? Should we just start working through chronologically?
Yeah, I think it starts at a pretty strong place with you basically fight and then recruit Freya.
Well, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot we should get to. I mean, starting with like right where we leave off, Dennis M picks it up here where he asks, hey, did anyone else annoy the squirrel, Redatosker, by throwing the axe at the chime about a dozen times? There's a lot of optional dialogue there. At the end, he snaps and yells, stop with the stupid chime! The whole game has pretty funny dialogue that is easily missable. Like when you throw your axe at the light in Elfheim, Tyr asks Kratos in the most therapeutic voice imaginable, are you angry at the light? I missed that one completely. I didn't do the chime thing.
That stuff's impossible to write, man. Mm-hmm. That's so good. There's so much great contextual dialogue in this game.
Yeah.
And it's all of like the same quality. It doesn't seem like it's the B team just writing some fluff to entertain you from point A to point B. It's sometimes essential stuff. It's wild.
Yeah.
There's definitely a like Hades light reactive stuff of like, oh, do this, or like the there's a lot of like that in the Thor section, and then in the fight with Heimdall where they both kind of have a lot of very specific lines, and it feels like they definitely looked at Hades and said we could probably use some of that. And that stuff is always fun to see. Yeah.
The only time that this game has disappointed me in a real big way was when you go back to Atreus' house, which we could talk about all that stuff, but he wishes to go home or whatever. And it's like, okay, we can run around this house a little bit. They want you to go into the portal, obviously. But you can run down, obviously, to the wolves and like curve around there by the cave. No dialogue. I was like, of all the things,
That's funny. I'm glad you tried. I'm glad you tried it.
It seems impossible. Like, they have 5,000 lines for every puzzle solution. You couldn't have given just one, like, hey, good to see you, boys and girls, like with some line to the wolves. It was just shocking.
Sounded like Atreus was going to start doing stand-up comedy to the wolves.
Hey, I got some things to say about these elves. Where are you from, Wolf? So the Ratatoskr thing, I did not see coming. Because immediately I was like, wait. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Jen.
it was one of those things where I was like, this game does something really fun when they haven't quite introduced a character. It just says like kind of the title or what this character looks like. So the first time that I just saw Squirrel says, and then, you know, I'm like, what the hell? Squirrel?
Yeah. But then it's because they're like, wait, but yeah, that was like a summon in the last game. And so then he immediately addresses it. Like, yes, I know that was just a fragment of my personality, which I was a little bit confused by, but it's like, okay, sure. I haven't done
it's like, oh yeah, we didn't mean to maybe insert this character at the like to this degree into this world. So now we kind of have to retroactively make up a reason for why he's also now a character along with being a summon, right?
Right. Jill, the eye patch on Ratatoskr on a different side from Odin. Is that just a cheeky, weird little thing, or do you think there's some reason that they're connecting the eye patch of Odin?
No, I thought that was such a strange decision. That it sort of seems like it must be connected, because like, why you got all these people running around with eye patches?
It's a dangerous world, I guess.
Yeah.
I like. It seems like an odd character when he's like climbing all over everybody, but I guess I got no problem with it. Just a cute furry thing in the game. I did like that moment where he's talking about Yggdrasil, and he's like, well, you know, with my tree. And then Atreus is like, your tree? He's like, yes, my tree. Like, there's no question about it. I'm actually the one keeping this up with Nidhogg and all the little fellas down there.
I think Brock called him the landlord.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you all...
I think that's maybe why they had to bring him up in this capacity, is because like they needed a Yggdrasil person, right? Someone to represent like this is the treason. You know, obviously there's the thing with where you're taking on the worm, and so like, well, we need this character that we had not thought to configure into this world before. We need to bring him back in a much larger way, and so like he's like the guy you're doing all the Yggdrasil related, you know, side questing for. But I wasn't sure like what his larger purpose was, besides like, okay, I'm here, I'm the person who gives you a couple side quests that are related to this tree, but it feels like he was going to have a more prominent role than he has at this point, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where they go with him. My name is Dan writes in over on Patreon. They say, okay, by the way, in case we didn't make it clear, all these comments are coming from people over on Patreon. We have a post up there, and this is where you can leave your comment for the third section if you're interested. My name is Dan says, okay, you want to hear about Tyr more, Ben? Here it goes. He needs to shut up and mind his own business. Okay, Dan, this is too much. All throughout your time in the elf world, he questions why you go running off exploring alternate paths. This is clearly on purpose, as it seems to be a gag the writers are trying to pull off, but it does not work for me. It wasn't funny, and it's been done before. It's not that clever. I was annoyed. So just the idea of somebody questioning where you're going at all times. And
there is a little bit of it, like where they lean a little bit too hard on it, maybe, where there's I got the like, he does that sometimes, like Kratos was a child, and it's like, okay, so it almost feels like making you feel bad for being violent, right? Because it's like, oh, we've put all these quests for you to diverge, but then we're gonna make it seem weird that you're doing the thing that the game is telling you to do, right? Like they say, hey, go get this chest because it's like a glowing thing in the side, and then everyone's like, it's a little weird that you're doing this. But like, so it feels like on a smaller scale, like a comedic version of the like, oh, shouldn't you feel bad for killing, right? It feels in that same vein of like, we're going to have this thing set up and then we're going to kind of poke fun at you for it.
Right. The ludonarrative dissonance situation, but then like making fun of you for the thing you're supposed to do. It's such a strange concept. And I know that they were playing around with a lot of this like, semi breaking the fourth wall sort of thing, and questioning you as a player and like how games work in general. Is like, oh, that's convenient that just happens, like that kind of humor.
Right.
But like this does step a little strangely into like, why are you being a player in this game? Why aren't you just going to the end and like dealing with Ragnarok. Why are you going off to the side and like getting treasure and loot? It's
Yeah.
like, because I like loot.
Right.
I think you're all taking Tyr way too personally.
He's
meant to clash, right? He's meant to be not what you expected, and he's meant to like not initially have the same vibes with everybody else.
Yeah, I think it's to me it's the degree to which they do it, because it feels like like you've done the joke where you acknowledge that it's weird that he walks around with chests, but then they do it a couple of times, like where it's like you've covered this beat before, right? And then like because they cover that kind of thing like in multiple ways, you know, like early on there's like, oh yeah, we can either head over this way or we can tackle the specific quest, which they do a couple times in this section where they're like, hey, we can either keep proceeding, you know, towards like, you know, taking care of the whole main quest, or you can go help Freya with that thing she talked about earlier. Right. And those feel like, okay, they're trying to contextualize like, you know, here's a good time to go do side quests in a way that doesn't feel like it's impinging on the urgency of the main quest. So I feel like they are able to address that kind of, you know, dissonance well. It's just like in this case they chose to do it comedically, and then they maybe lean on it a little bit too hard. So I don't have any I don't necessarily have a problem with like Tyr kind of not necessarily fitting in with like the style of how Atreus and Kratos explore, but there is a little bit like it's maybe tone it down a little bit, not get rid of it completely.
Yeah, I feel like there's a big gap between them talking about violence in Elfheim, which I think is really fascinating, them trying to unpack it and the split between Atreus and Kratos and Tyr and all that stuff. That feels different than just, you know, the designers like, hey, it's people like being acknowledged for how they're playing the game. And, you know, I think Guardians of the Galaxy did a great job of this too. And so maybe it's just, I didn't mind it, but apparently some people thought it was a little bit too much of like, don't acknowledge every time I'm going to get the loot. Like Jeffem's backlog. Go ahead.
There's a difference between acknowledging something and like I feel like a lot of the like, oh, he just does that sometimes, or like, oh, like that was weird that you did that. I feel that feels like a normal person would just be barreling through this. Why aren't you doing that? Like it feels like it is poking fun at them versus acknowledging that you did that. Like the Heimdall fight I think has a lot of good reactions of like there's a specific thing where he's like, oh yeah, like it didn't work the first time, so keep doing it. Like that is a thing that that to me felt like the best moment of them calling me out for doing something that is very video gamey, but in a way that felt clever, and they were poking fun at me, but it didn't feel like, well, yeah, you were setting me up to do it. Like, what else did you want me to do? Is my response to them poking at me versus the like, yeah, there's a thing about Kratos being a god of violence and wanting to, like, the larger theme stuff. I think is more appropriate than like the like, isn't it weird that you're doing this?
Kyle's point is really interesting. I didn't even think about that as like being a characterization of Tyr and like kind of trying to make us feel that way towards him. In some sort of way? Is that sort of what you were going for there?
Yeah. I don't think it's the developer saying you're being weird. It's Tyr saying you're being weird. Right.
Yeah. Jeff's backlog has a comment related to this. They say there are multiple times in this section where characters call you out for going off the beaten path to grab items or find chests. In Asgard, Heimdall threateningly condemns you for picking up, quote, anything that isn't nailed down. And then in Alfheim, Tyr naively wonders what Kratos keeps doing when he wanders off, to which Atreus replies, my dad likes loot. And he says, sometimes these moments are used for levity and sometimes they're used to amplify tension between characters. It really reminds me of the show Mad Men in that way. It's kind of like Mad Men.
I loved that moment. That was great. That was a fantastic moment where you just, like, you can't help picking it up because it's shiny and it's there. And it's like, yeah, that would be 100% inappropriate if you're just showing up at someone's house and like, oh, shiny, pick that up and take that with me.
Let me ask you something, actually.
Yeah.
So there's another opportunity that mirrors that one later when you're in the heights of the dwarf village, and Brock says like, "Don't do anything weird," you know, and you're like, okay, so there are little things I could pick up right now. He says, "Be normal." I didn't smash those or pick them up because I was afraid of alerting those dwarves. Does anything happen if you pick up that hack silver?
God, I mean, I'm sure I did. I'm sure he yelled something like, you big weirdo, but I did not even register. It was just so normal. Yeah.
Did anyone not pick up the gold at Asgard? Do we know if he said something like, oh, I expected you to steal that or whatever?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah. I actually think there's an interesting version of this specific kind of thing, like a lot of the reactive dialogue. And I don't even know if it's reactive, but when you're with Thor, it feels like they're trying to get across like he's a very different kind of stern with his kids in the way that Kratos is with Atreus, where he's constantly saying you should be doing this, like why aren't you doing this faster, or like oh yeah, you like he's giving you gameplay instructions, and then they're turning that into a characterization of like he is the stern like helicopter parent of like, why aren't you just doing these combat encounters more efficiently? Is kind of like a lot of his feedback towards you. And then he's like, why weren't you helping? He's like, I figured you'd be able to do it, right? Like they turn his kind of like overzealous parenting into like a gameplay thing almost, which is kind of interesting to see, of like him treating him as a parallel to Kratos' parenting style.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but that is a good point for sure, and how it mirrors in there. And like so much of this section of the game is just unraveling. I mean, this is what I loved about this chunk in particular. It's like, all right, and Tyr even told us about this in the first section. Or no, it was actually early on in this section where he's like, your idea of Odin as the bad guy and me as the good guy, Atreus, he's like, it's nonsense. Like the sooner you get rid of that mindset, the better. And if like that summarizes this entire chunk of the game where it's like, all right, you have your friends and foes in the menu separated like Kratos, like we talked about in the first episode. And now it's just this swirling mass of like everybody's swapping in to help each other out. And what really is good, who can say the most evil guy is the nicest guy in this section with Odin. I mean, everything is just chaos.
But the thing about Odin is he is so immediately, my alarm bells went off meeting this human being, because like he is the most textbook abuser, emotional abuse that exists in any of these characters. All of these characters can be like mean or hurtful or whatever, but like for your dad to look at you and be like, what do you think you can teach him?
Right.
Like that's a harsh thing to say to your kid. Like, I don't care if you are an adult in the God of Thunder. Like if your dad looks at you and you're like, you literally have no value here. Like that's a screwed up thing to say. And so like, that's all of his character. Like he is obviously trying to win over Atreus. Right. So he's putting the honey on and saying the nice things, but he can't stop himself when he's talking to other people. And like the way he's so casually is just like, I'll kill you if you don't do what I want. Like, why is this like, go. It's like so classic narcissist, so classic abusive behavior. He is obviously trying to, not love bomb, because he's not being too loving, but like he's trying to get Atreus on his side, and he will eventually treat Atreus like he treats everybody else. So it's like he's the one person in this entire game that I see no redemption for.
Yeah, I like when he goes and he visits Durlin and he goes, listen up, it's me, your entire economy speaking. He's got so many good lines in this chunk here.
In that line specifically, like I think one of the best kind of like testaments to this game's writing style is that I think Odin to me is still like the big villain of this game unequivocally, but they do such a good job of like making you understand why people wouldn't think that.
Yes.
Because he is such a masterful manipulator in that like he talks Turlin up and then at one point he like criticizes them. Like, so it's like he does a good job of like kind of leading you along with like, you know, if like conversations are like sword fighting, right? He does a really good job of leading you along with the sword and then he chooses when to get his strikes in so thoroughly that you don't even notice when like that he's piercing the armor, right? Like where he feels like he's talking up this person, then he'll like casually like sneak in and like, yeah, Kratos isn't gonna like what did you expect out of Kratos? And so like a lot of it is just like he's leading Atreus along, and then but constantly every once in a while he'll poke at something to get him on his side a little bit further, like because he understands their situation so well. And then you realize that as you spend more time with him and follow him around, he's really chummy with everyone, but every once in a while he'll sneak in like a very passive aggressive like I don't know about this, and then like you kind of see like he's basically negging people like to get them on his side, and he's slowly doing that with Atreus. And that I think is a really good characterization of Odin as someone who's like, I'm just gonna get other people to do my dirty work in all these various ways, but never doubt that I am like that I'm pretty much an a-hole in this entire series.
And you can hear him be fed up with people, even like I think it's when you first enter his little cave area and he's like talking to the Raven, but it makes it seem like he's talking on the phone. He's like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I heard you. I heard, just like that type of tone. But you see, you're all much smarter than I am and better at recognizing what a piece of crap he is. Because I'm still in the camp of like, I just love how over the top nice he is to Atreus. Like, hey, you like that sword? Take the sword. And they think I'm the bad guy? Come on. To the point, like, even like those lines just killed me, where I love when he's just like checking all the boxes that he needs to of like, hey, look, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to kill your dad. I'm never going to tell you to kill anybody. You can just fulfill this prophecy for me, or like, you know, find the secrets of the mask. That's all I'm looking for here. It's a win-win. I feel like he is so good at just rounding off all those edges where it might be a little bit of a sticking point of like making this such a good deal for Atreus that in my own mind, I constantly had to remind myself like, yeah, but you know, they even say it in that scene around the table of like, yeah, you want to know why Odin's a bad guy? Look at Tyr, look at Freya, look at Mimir. Like there's real evidence here. And specifically it's the Freya stuff where it's like, I just need to keep having to remember, not that I'm being sucked in by Odin's allure, I swear, but just remembering like Freya was married to this guy and she more than anybody else is like, he is the biggest piece of work I've ever met in my life. And diving into those details about like how during their marriage, he wanted her to like grant him the invulnerability that she granted to Baldur and stuff, and then like lost his freaking mind when she wouldn't, and like threw stuff around the house and upended the table and all this nonsense. It's like, okay, as like we have that insight into his personality.
In that thread, there's also like in that quest that they tell like that he was basically using the kind of rift that was opening up between Freya and Freyr to his advantage, to the point where he was like, yeah, if you don't like him, you don't need him. We can just completely ignore him. Like, I'm the only family you'll need.
Right. That was,
and that is a classic like abuser thing of isolating people from their like support units at like crucial times. And even like when you mentioned that the sword that he gives them, like I saw that as him immediately like, oh, this is the easiest layup for me in terms of getting him on my side of like, oh, you like the sword? Take it. Yeah. This is a free gift that you are giving me because that puts you closer on my side, because at some point you can be like, well, he can't be that bad. He gave me the magic sword. And then you get into gameplay and it's like very like, I wouldn't say it's like overpowered or anything, but it's like very visually impressive. And you're like, oh man, this sword is really cool. Right. And so like it almost works on you, the player, of like, I'm palling around with Thor. I'm using this awesome sword. Like this is awesome. And then like that is like a buy-in that, you know, affects both Atreus and you, because it's like, okay, well, this seems pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what's scary about him. The scenes with Odin in him are the most exciting scenes. You are excited to see more Odin, and that's what's scary. I love that. Yep.
And I love like they're trying to cushion you every time you're skeptical about it. Like even, you know, when you're approaching the wall and you find, you know, Atreus is still like, okay, I'm going in, I have my mission, I'm going to keep my eyes on the prize. And you can feel his guard kind of slipping away as that little dweeb kid runs out of the village and he's like, oh man, you know, Odin, that's the coolest. And then Atreus is like, oh, okay, I can be cool if I get closer to Odin and this random guy would worship me. All right, yeah, sure. I totally know Odin. I'm his apprentice and all this stuff. It's like just all those guards are slipping away.
Yeah, you can even, I almost thought about like during the entire Heimdall exchange, which we can get into later, but like speaking on Odin, it feels like, I thought like, wouldn't Odin know to like intercede here and immediately get him basically intercede and get Atreus on his side? But like he's almost setting it up as like a bad cop good cop thing of like, I'm gonna introduce you to like my most zealous supporter and have him almost basically kick you out. But then I'm going to basically swoop in and save you. I'm going to create an opportunity for you to like say like, oh, thank God for Odin, right? Like and like basically immediately get you on my side. Like everything here could very easily be seen as a ploy, which is an interesting thing for like to face Loki with, right? Because you would think that he would be the god of mischief and like would be kind of privy to all his tricks, but he's still young. He's Atreus. He doesn't even know that he's really Loki. So it's like they almost get to have Loki be the bad guy. And also have Loki be the good guy in terms of like, oh, you're up against this trickster, and so you can't trust anything he says, but he's pulling all of these interesting tactics on you and trying to like deceive you and like get you on his side.
I do love that moment too with Heimdall where Odin tells Loki, he's like, is this true? Heimdall tells me you're going to betray me? Are you a little trickster? And he's like, of course he means to betray me, Heimdall. Like, don't be an idiot. Like that little 180 is very fun. So yeah, Loki's going to learn to be a trickster from Odin, the ultimate trickster. That's the idea, sir.
Like, is it that he's going to be like a trickster? Is he going to be labeled as a trickster?
Right. By Odin?
Because like I still really love all this back and forth of like the things that we know about Loki are written by like the people who are pro-god, all the gods. Right. So it's like, of course Loki's the bad guy because he's antagonist to the gods. But like this is writing the mythology from the other side. And the fact that like we already think like Odin is not trustworthy. Odin is not the person you want to listen to, but Odin's the one writing Mythology saying that Loki's the trickster.
Right.
So like, is he a trickster? But he kind of is, because he is coming in with these plans of being duplicitous and like, I'm just going to go and betray him and find out whatever I need. But like, you want him to do that. You don't want him to come under the sway of Odin. But it seems like along the way he kind of is, even though he's tricking himself into believing that he's still not. It's a really fun dynamic.
Yeah. Kyle, your mouth is moving. I saw it. You can't lie.
I think that I think Loki is lost. And that's the feeling I got after playing through that sequence. I think Loki's lost. I got to apologize to that person who is like, "Hey man, those deer antlers at the beginning." I feel like that's foreshadowing Loki's horns. And then you see a statue that has the deer antlers when he's doing that sequence. First he's like, "Hey, a mask." And then you see this cool statue that's got like a nasty like deer antlers. This is on his first way to Ironwood.
Okay.
On the way to Ironwood, you see like a lot of hallucinations and things.
This is the one.
Multiple little boy versions of himself.
Yeah.
And then he sees the mask complete, right?
Right.
And then this imposing deer statue, like it's got like a deer face and the antlers and all that. Like I think I'm really nervous about him. I really think he's lost. I think he's just on this path.
But you don't think?
I don't think we're getting him back.
We're absolutely getting him back. You're saying by the end of this game, it's going to be. Well, I know you don't think Kratos is dying. I definitely think Kratos is dying at this point. Well, I'm 80% sure Kratos is dying at this point. And you don't
That's what's funny. That's what this whole section's about. They're like, hey, listen, Kratos is dying. That's his fate. It's his fate. We're trying to tell you, we're trying to warn you, Kyle, as many times as we can. Kratos is going to die. And I'm still like, no.
Yeah, no.
Because the interesting thing is like, that's what this whole game hinges on, right? Is it, can you avoid fate? And which I think they're kind of using as a larger metaphor for can you rise above your worst impulses and say like, this is my nature. I can't there's a thing about like form versus nature, right? And how those two things are distinct, but there's like this feeling of, can you rise above like what everyone expects from you and like what the kind of person that you are? Can you actively make a change? Or are you kind of, resigned to your fate in that way?
I think it's one of the most impressive things about this game is every goal that we have for like a main mission, it is the most enticing carrot I could imagine. You know what I mean? Like the carrot at the end of the stick where it's like early on, it's like, hey, rescue Tyr. It's like, yeah, I want to rescue Tyr. I want to see what they're all about. All right. Next little goal, find another shrine of the giants and uncover the secret. It's like, yeah, I want to learn what's going on with those giants things. All right, now find the Norns. It's like, yes, I'm desperate to find the Norns. And then like the ultimate, to zoom out a little bit, is it's such an amazing move. Just have this entire game now be like, yeah, we told you the ending. Kratos dies. Are we lying? Play the game, find out, man. It's like, God damn it, that's the most compelling motivator for a game. It's diabolical.
You gotta complete a mask that can look into this green tear that can see like other universes or something. That's what a cool little mystery.
Right. Yep.
There's a language they don't know on this mask. That's so exciting.
What? Okay, I was confused about that. I understand chronologically we're all over the place, but you know what, man? Whatever. We'll get to these comments.
Sure.
But I was confused about Atreus reading the mask so quickly. It was like, oh, this is from Beyond the Nine Realms, and here's what it says. Like my first impulse was like, wait, was it Greek then? Or
I don't think so. I think we're supposed to understand that one of Loki's powers is language.
Oh, because of the animals.
He can turn into an animal. Like he can just understand these sorts of things. Okay,
interesting. Yeah, White Mex submitted a comment on Patreon and says, "Oh my goodness, it's the mask from the mask." And then
no, different mask.
And then the White Mex then says, "Smokin'." That's right.
Because it is green. The power is green. I mean, if that's what the twist is. If Odin puts it on and says "smoking," if he says "somebody stop me," I'll delete it.
Then he turns into Jamie Kennedy. I mean, if you remember, it is Loki's mask in Jim Carrey's The Mask. Like it is actually the same mask.
Huh.
No,
it actually is. Yeah, and I went back because I watched Son of the Mask with Jamie Kennedy within the last year, and Odin is in that movie, and it's who's Bob Hoskins is Odin in that movie.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah. Does he have an eye patch or that they?
I'm sure he has an eye patch. I'm sure he does, and he's more intimidating than Richard Schiff, whatever this actor's name is. Should we talk about Odin a little bit more? Tanner Hoisington writes in and says, I thought I'd drop a few tidbits from this lip-smacking IndieWire article on Richard Schiff and how he played Odin. Here's a couple tidbits from this article. If he feels out of place in the cast, it was intentional. The role was created specifically for him, and Santa Monica approached him. When they did via his agent, it was his mid-20s son overhearing the call that begged Schiff to do it. Schiff has virtually no knowledge of gaming. Judge, who's Kratos, and the rest of the cast, Judge and the rest act with one eye on a monitor showing how the characters will be depicted, but Schiff would demand all eyes on him. I'd find a way to get their attention and be like, look at me, MFers! Which is a very easy thing for Odin to do, apparently. And then he says he credits both the role and the passion of the developers and actors for challenging and reviving his love of acting in a way he hasn't felt for years. That's nice. It's nice when old Hollywood people find like, oh, these video games can be this cool. Plus, I can get a role like that. It's like, oh, I can really chew some scenery here.
I actually did make a note of like how different some of his dialogue sounds. So I wonder if there wasn't some like, because it sounds so much more natural and like more like kind of fitting with his character. Like a lot of the lines feel like they're built around his cadence of speech in a way that I wouldn't be surprised if he just had a ton of like suggestions for like, well, I wouldn't say it this way. So let's try to make it sound like the most like me. Right. And that basically turns him into the character. And so like he does definitely stand out amongst the cast, which isn't to say the rest of the cast is bad or anything. It's just, It feels like this role specifically was created for this actor. I think is like not super surprising. Like, it feels like things fit into place when you hear that.
Yeah. Tell me if I'm too up in my own head, please. But it really clicked in with me during the Freyr. Is that how you pronounce his name? Is that what it was? Yeah. Freyr's brother. His big introduction scene, like in the jungles there, he kept doing one of these where he'd like put his hands out, be like, oh, do you think it's this, Kratos? Oh, what are we gonna do with this? And I feel like that's mocap 101. Like if you got that suit on, I feel like a lot of video game actors will like throw their hands up and do like that hands out to the side thing. And now I can't unsee it. And it's mainly just Freyr. Like several times in this chunk, whenever he's got a big set piece moment, it's like, well, gotta throw the hands out. It's my one move. And I'm wondering, like, 30 years from now, do you think we'll look back at this era of like video game acting and it's just going to be embarrassing? It's going to be like the overacting of like a film from the 20s or something where it's like, what are you doing, man? Cool it. Please.
I think Odin's performance is incredible. It's a standout to me.
Yep.
100%.
Yep. I completely agree. We have more. Tim Matonin writes in and says, it might just be me, but Tyr really gives me the hippie teacher from Beavis and Butthead energy. Yeah, I can see that, I guess. See, people are loving Tyr. Yarrow says, the Alfheim Temple of Light was such an incredible experience for me for a unique reason. Playing this section with an HDR TV and seeing the heavy contrast between light and dark was mind-blowing. It's probably the best examples of HDR gameplay I've seen yet. This section truly felt like Santa Monica was built the section with this tech in mind. The way the temple starts more dark and begins to shift towards a light focus as you go is great symbolism for the war between the light and dark elves as well. Yeah, so back in Alfheim for this whole chunk, running around with Tyr and all this stuff. I mean, Suriel, I feel like you're starting to unearth this thing, but the big discussion during this is, hey, should we be fighting? It's still the lesson of like, last time we were here, we kind of made a mess of the entire situation. Were we in the right? Should we even be fighting now? Yeah, did you have more to unpack on that note?
Yeah, I think the most kind of interesting conversation happens like towards the end where they're like, you know, which side should we choose?
Right.
And Tyr tells him like, well, like, should you even choose a side? Which is I feel like I'm still kind of trying to figure out where I land on that, because I think that speaks to Tyr's kind of whole inaction thing of like, well, we shouldn't intercede in any way and be neutral. But then later on, they definitely push back against that idea by saying like, this is the ramifications of, you know, of inaction and how like being passive isn't necessarily, you know, neutral in a lot of cases. So like you learn that a lot of, you know, the basic kind of structure of the elf war is that the light is basically like this power that half the elves are drawn to, and then there's basically like the elves who use the light to their advantage, and then all like it's a combination of like the dark elves choose not to be involved in the light, and the light elves are kind of keeping them out. So it's kind of like the politics behind that are kind of fairly simple, or as long as I don't think there's like too many complicating factors. I'm sure there are, but like it definitely feels like okay, we've created a reason for these two sides to be at war, but like the point being that Atreus does not know the specifics there, so like he doesn't know enough to get involved, which I think it speaks to, you know, Kratos in a lot of cases in the old world, like basically went into areas, had no idea what like sub areas of like the original God of War games were like, I need you to help me so I can deal with this guy. And Kratos' basically thing was like, I don't care. I'm going to kill both of you, but I'm going to use you as far as I can. Right. And so he did that basically all the time. So this felt like a little bit of a throwback of like putting Kratos in a situation that he's familiar with in terms of like, in my old days, I would have just killed everybody. Right. But now it's like he has to kind of, because he is teaching someone, he has to be a little bit more careful. And Kratos is like, yeah, I totally agree with Tyr in that we shouldn't get involved unless we know the specifics, which is a weird thing to throw into this game.
I think too, a lot of the theme of the consequences of inaction actually come in at this point when you're saving the jellyfish, the Huffaluffa, the Hagaluffa, whatever.
Huffaluffa, yeah.
Huffaluffa. Because, you know, Kratos is trying to spend this time the Hafgaffa.
You got it.
Kratos is trying to just like, first of all, very sweet that Kratos is trying to like, you know, this is something you're interested in, and so I'm going to be here with you, even though I'm not particularly interested in saving this jellyfish or whatever. But also, several times while trying to save this creature, Atreus asks his dad, like, we're trying to save this thing, but I'm killing a lot of like elves to get to it. Is this correct? Is like, I'm having like the lesson from the first chunk that we played of like the consequences of my actions and trying to think about that. And then Kratos is the one that constantly reminds him like, sir, you're just going to let this thing suffer. You know, like that's the consequence of your inaction, is that this innocent creature is now trapped forever in this horrible situation, and you're not going to save him. Like, what is the consequences of you not doing anything? So I think that thread sort of picks up here and goes through a lot of this part of the game.
But then I think
that's that's one of my favorite side quest payoffs.
Yeah.
Is do you ever think he just wants to spend more time with you?
Yep.
Hits me like a brick. And then I wonder if what happens if you like do that side quest later?
Is a great question. Yeah, people are trying to wrap their minds around that about going back. And I think the idea is that they just have custom dialogue for like, all right, if it's just like Freya and you doing that side quest, I guess that's just entirely dependent on their relationship at the time, which is a mind-boggling puzzle that I can't wrap my mind around. I feel sorry for the team for trying to thread those needles.
Another cool thing that happens at an end of a side quest in Alfheim, tying into what we're just talking about.
Yeah.
You fight this super hard boss in a library.
Yes.
Light elf is protecting this book, and you defeat her. Kratos is holding that sword the way you've seen in God of War 3, where it's like, okay, and now mash until her face is pink. You know what I mean? And he does not kill her. And they distinctly say out loud, just like, hey, man, I don't need to do that every time. Yeah. That was pretty cool. Yeah. That was a distinct difference.
Yeah. It was just like very clear, like, hey, we want this book. Our friends can read this journal. We're going to check this book out of the library. And I love just having a boss that was surprisingly hard for that point in the game when I played it. I was like, okay, I love that a librarian is one of the toughest bosses in the game so far. And then at the end, it's like, all right.
You're not supposed to check books out. It's in that note. You're not supposed to check books out of it. You're supposed to keep it in the library at all times.
She made it very clear. Yeah, I think, Joe, like the whole thing about, we're just going to let that animal suffer, which, by the way, another perfect carrot at the end of the stick for like, all right, you want to do this side quest? There's a big creature out there that's suffering. You can alleviate its pain. It's like, oh, who's not going to do that? Of course, especially after you've seen the whale, everybody except for Suriel, and you're like, God, I know how cool this big creature can be. And then I was up in my head again thinking like, oh, is every realm just going to have a giant suffering creature? That's also a pretty compelling hook. Turns out not so much, just the first two.
And I think with that question, and then also the Light Elves question, it's like Atreus is constantly in that kind of mindset of like, what is the perfect solution to this problem, right? What is the like video gamey, like I appease both sides, got both of them to work together instead of having to choose side. And I think Tyr is like both kind of saying like, yeah, there is no good side, like so don't choose. But I think the game is kind of pushing you towards like there's only the best you can do, not necessarily like perfect. I think is kind of like the kind of counterpoint that quest presents of like, yeah, at some point, look, there's no you like maybe there is a way to like thread that needle, but in life it's just we just take the best course that we can, and like consequences are going to be consequences, and it's like up to us to figure out like how we feel about what happens, right? So it's always about
a question for the room,
weighing like the bet the two of worst devils or whatever.
Yeah.
So in reference to this, my question is, do you think Tyr is going to cave? Do you think Tyr is who he is going to be for the whole game, or do you expect Tyr to rage out and join the war in the end?
I mean, they're already kind of hinting at it a little bit, where one of those dark elves like went on him and he's like, ah! And he like kind of threw it down and then was just broken as you're doing that boss fight, which is such a cool idea. Like you're doing this boss fight and then just looking over at Tyr every once in a while. He's just like trying to help out this elf in the corner. So I think they're already hinting, especially with him saying, don't expect him to be all good. I think he's going to be fighting by the end.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like, for sure he's providing a perspective, but I also feel like it's a setup for a flip. And like we're going to be scared when Tyr just flips and becomes somebody else entirely. I almost feel like it's that more than like him really like giving us a good perspective, on the other side of a spectrum or something. It's weird. I mean, hard to gauge at this point.
Yeah.
I also think that it could be that they were setting Tyr up to be this big thing because we saw a God of War with a spear, and that is obviously Tyr in this pantheon. But considering where we ended at the end of this, like, is he just there to be the thing that is like the bait and switch?
Right.
That's my question.
That's interesting. I mean, I was even going so far as to being like, okay, trying to decipher these murals. Is this going to be a situation where we temporarily have to ally with Odin to take down Tyr because Tyr is going to want to take down Asgard or something? But that seems like a stretch. And I don't know how much time you really have left in the game, but like, I don't think Tyr can make that big of a pivot. I don't know what the context will be. Although, based on other sections of this game, I feel like people make a pretty big pivot spur of the moment. So who knows?
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, I could even take an even larger leap in that for his own reasons, he's going to fight you in defense of Asgard. Because right now the plan is that Ragnarok just gets rid of Asgard, but all the other realms could we could potentially find a way to screw over Asgard, but all the 9 realms are saved. So we can kind of sacrifice one realm to save the rest. So it almost feels like, well, Tyr is an Asgard, he's an Aesir. So it stands to reason that even though he hates Odin, he would want to defend his homeland. So you could even see Tyr, when he finally you basically teach him to rage out against you is kind of the arc that I could see for Tyr of fine, you want me to take some action, I'm going to defend my people, right?
Especially because they're already, seeding all those other people that are in Asgard, and Heimdall even has that line where he's like, what, do you think all the Aesir are gods? There's a lot of innocent people sitting in Asgard, so it feels like they're kind of adding some fuel preemptively to that fire of a lot of innocent people here. Let's see what you choose. But before we get too far away from it, Crab Palace wrote in about that jellyfish side quest, saying, I really like the moment in the jellyfish quest where it turns out that Kratos just wanted to spend some more time with his boy. It reminded me of my dad in a way I'm not ready to unpack. Hey, that's fine, Crab Palace. We don't need you to unpack that here now. But
even for part 3.
That's right. That's right.
It's also funny because I did that quest with Atreus, thankfully, and then I did the other half of the quest, which is there's a second one that you can do. I did that with Freya.
Yeah, same here.
Which is, I'm very interested in seeing what the possible permutations of that quest, because I don't know that you can do it, because I think there's a gate that only she can. It's one of the gates. Yeah. So you can only really do it with her.
And then also thematically ties in a little bit more where it's all right, now you get the 2 jellyfish and then they mate and die. Where it's okay, I think with Freya and Kratos, that's the appropriate thing metaphorically for them to see,
Yeah.
Passing it on to the next generation.
Again, I felt so sure. It's Atreus is never going to be able to bop around these realms with us ever again. I'm stuck with Freya now. It was so clear, when doing those little side quests and exploring the map, it's oh yeah, he's going to be there for the rest of this game.
We don't know what you got till it's gone.
Also to that, okay, mechanically, if we're basing all of our decisions about who's going to live or die based on the gameplay systems, wouldn't it make sense at the last act, I guess, in like, let's say Kratos dies like 2/3 of the way through or something, wouldn't the last act be Freya and Atreus then? Because that's like here's the playable character and he's the last most versatile partner that you have, even though it would be a little bit redundant. And then somehow Atreus gets the ability to like clear out like the Kratos things, like the
He's gonna have to learn how to lift. I don't know.
he passes on the blades of chaos to Atreus at some point.
Put these on, you'll like it. I mean,
maybe it's Angrboda. That'd be fun.
Yeah, she
her powers were so cool. We're not there yet, but I love her like little chalk powers.
Genuinely,
the puff of color.
First time it popped up on the screen, I audibly said "what" out loud. Like I was straight up godsmacked. Real quick for the Elfheim thing, I know we've talked about it a lot, but I'm still interested in it. That idea of, I feel like it's a lot of Atreus and Kratos running around with Tyr and just saying like, hey, it's self-defense, baby. Like we're going in these realms and fighting, but clearly it's self-defense. Like they've spent a lot of time justifying it. A lot of it's Kratos trying to teach Atreus and everything there. But I do think it's this interesting push and pull as Atreus feels more and more guilty about hacking up the elves. We really need to be doing this and all this. And I feel like it is a little bit of kind of symbolizing just where we're at with the video game design in general, of Kratos kind of representing the realm from 2005, whereas Atreus is the more modern sensibility of like just running into the room and killing everything in sight. How long can we keep doing this in games before, if we want to take it seriously on a storytelling level, you have to question, why are we doing this? What's happening here? And so that push and pull between those two, kind of representing the two different eras of God of War, if Atreus is going to be the hero moving forward, was just a really interesting focus for that discussion. And everyone's nodding approvingly. This feels great. This feels great.
There's a conversation that you get later on where Mimir asks Kratos, like, I heard about your encounter with your land's fates, and that it said, I guess apparently you traveled back in time to prevent your own death, and then kill the fates in order to get at Zeus. And obviously that's a little far-fetched. And then he's like, no, that's what happened. That was very much a like video games in 2007, everybody.
And then Freya says, that's the most dangerous and irresponsible story I have ever heard. It's like,
which is funny because that's the God of War that Cory Barlog directed.
Oh, sure.
So he's kind of poking at himself a little bit there.
An aside that I love to death is when Mimir is criticizing Greek plays and he's like, hey man, there's a lot of times when it's just people talking. I would really prefer to see the action. And then Kratos defends Greek theater and he's like, no, it all has to take place in sequence in real time.
Yes.
And I'm like, that's the best little wink I've ever seen.
100%.
Yeah, that's amazing to have a explanation for the no-cut camera. I like that moment too where you're collecting poetry, just like one of those collectibles. And then Mimir says, you're building quite a collection of poetry, brother. And then Kratos is like, why so surprised? My people are known for their culture. It's like, oh, that's right. Mm-hmm. He's Greek. He's an educated man. Let's see. What
was Kratos' favorite? Pop quiz. What was Kratos' favorite poem? He said it out loud, and I forgot which one it was. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you know what? They don't say. He's like, hey, there was a giant horse in it? He's like, yeah. It's like women. So there was like a war over a woman and a giant horse. It was Troy.
Oh, it's the Trojan War. That's hilarious.
Yeah. And he's like, it's not as cool as it was in the poem. So it implies that Kratos was there to see that in real life.
Oh, fun.
That's the time difference there is weird, but okay.
Boo.
What's the time difference?
It's the Trojan War would have been ancient to him.
Oh, okay.
There would have had to have been some very strange things going on.
Was he lying just to seem cool then? Is that the idea? He's a little bit of an Atreus himself?
Like the idea of like Greece as a kind of place didn't really exist during the Trojan War. So like the idea that Spartan as a city-state is like, I guess I don't know exactly when all of this is taking place, but don't we have? I'll look.
There's probably some.
Well, a lot of it was like the Trojan War is kind of like the end of the like origin myths of like Greek history of like this ends like, and this a lot of it feels like it is contextualizing the Trojan War for a lot of people. Like these are all the events. Here's how mankind was created. Here's all the gods, and here's like a lot of the heroes, and all of it led up to the Trojan War, and then now and like that's kind of the end of like the first section of history class in Greece, basically. So it's so it feels like like if Kratos was in any way like around in Greece as a country, he probably would have been it wouldn't have aligned with the Trojan War, but like whatever, like they're making it up as they go along. Who knows?
Just like they did back then. We haven't talked about the Twilight Stone in this section. That whole idea of the kind of the bouncy thing. I feel like we always get so bogged down in story stuff, we kind of forget about the basic gameplay stuff that we're doing again and again. What did y'all think about just powering up your axe by making it bounce off this thing?
It's a very portal-y mechanic.
Yeah.
And I have to think about it. Apparently, so I saw that you can turn off the trajectory line that like you can see whenever you angle your axe. And I don't know how you do well, I'm sure you could, but I feel like that would make the puzzles infinitely more frustrating if you couldn't see like the angle, because it feels like it's totally arbitrary what angle you're actually going to throw them off. But then you're seeing that puzzle like mechanic everywhere, because it's like, I guess it is also like an in-world thing, but I found that to be like kind of frustrating in a lot of ways, where there's just a lot of places where it's like, oh, they've taught me this thing is puzzle mechanic. It's like you see things, solve puzzle, but there are multiple rooms where it's just kind of there for decoration, or the puzzles are so difficult that I couldn't figure them out.
I think there's a lot of that. Like there's a lot of things where I thought it was just decoration. It's like, oh wait, no, maybe actually there is some use for this. For something that I can't quite see.
There's like the one room where you fight, because I know that sometimes they're for combat, because they teach you like, if you bounce an axe off the wall and hit somebody, it'll like do a huge amount of stun, which is true. Like I only did it like once or twice, but it's like it's pretty cool to pull off. But there was that one room where there's like 6 mirrors or whatever, and like my goal, like I spent like way too long trying to like do the thing that you would do if there's 6 mirrors, is to try to get the axe to hit all of them, and you don't get anything for doing that. And it feels like, I feel like I should get something. There's no line, there's no hack silver that comes out of it. It just feels like, am I missing a component of this puzzle? Is there like a larger thing that I should have done to get a reward here? Or was it merely decorative? And if it's just decorative, that's like pretty disappointing.
Right, that's the one where it's like on the outside of kind of the cylinders type of thing.
It's like right before you get to the Pillar of Light, because there's also a version of that in that upper room, but it's like in the lower part of that room, there's like where you can bounce the axe off of.
I think on the way out, you are fighting in that same room though. So I think it's for the fights. I think it's there.
They're just trying to teach you to get closer to that.
If you see that space is that conspicuous of form
on the way in, you're like,
you're like, this has to be something. But like, to speak to how I felt about them, I noticed there were some, and I bounced it off a couple, and then I was like, no, this isn't worth it, and it just went on. Even if I don't care what the reward would be, there's no point in figuring all this out. So like, it's one of those things that's just so video gamey. Yeah. And it's just like, oh yeah, we just happen to have a mechanic here that you didn't learn during the first game and didn't exist while you were going through this
Twilight Stone is very rare. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also like it's like the only time where I feel like my kind of the settings that I put to combat felt like, I'm like, there's a version of this game maybe that I even play with like mouse and keyboard where I'm just like, I turn auto aim off, because a lot of like the stuff, especially once you get in with Freya and had kind of her purple arrows, where it's like, you can basically mark enemies, and then if you do an elemental attack or like hit, there's a lot of like environmental objects that you could like basically trigger to like deal damage and stuff. Yeah. But you have to specifically aim those things. But because I hadn't thought about aiming things that often, because the axe, so like when you're aiming with the axe, it basically auto aims like towards an enemy, and you just kind of have to like kind of fine tune it. So like that mechanic, like having to specifically aim at a wall or like having to aim for his arrows, feels like it's a little more finesse than like maybe the default settings for combat can kind of handle. So maybe like if the game ever like comes to PC, like you just see a bunch of like trick shots or whatever and like some really cool setups. And I'm sure you can do that now, but it definitely feels like it's a little bit out of the scope of where I'm most comfortable with combat, and it doesn't feel like it's worthwhile to kind of move out of my comfort zone. Yeah, and I think even I didn't hate it, but it is like, just for the puzzle solving aspect of Twilight Stone 2, it's like the angles is a little bit screwy. It's not just like a clear flat wall or something. It doesn't feel intuitive, where it's like, you think like if it were like a common mirror thing that it would bounce this way, but it's like the line is not blue, right? So I have to like figure out exactly where it wants me to be, and all those solutions feel very specific of like, if you allowed you to do it from this angle, it would break the puzzle, even though that's maybe where you want to throw it. So a lot of that stuff feels arbitrary more than like, Portal-esque level of like, you can come up with solutions that the developers didn't even think of. Whereas this is, we want you to solve this in a very specific way.
Yeah, yeah. So 4 thumbs up for Twilight Stone. We want more of it, I think. That whole section where you see the light, I'm really fascinated by this beat where Kratos, like they play a song, and Kratos, it seems like, is being attracted to the light, like he's hearing his wife in the light, but you don't hear what Kratos is hearing, which is weird to, like, for a character we've always been pretty one-to-one with in these games, now to disconnect the player from Kratos, where he's hearing something in the light that they don't really explain.
I think the music is your indicator there. I don't think he's hearing dialogue.
Oh, you think he's just hearing the music?
But I think he's vibing.
Vibing and remembering.
And I think the music communicates the vibe. Okay,
and then Atreus is like, Father, she's gone. But then they also said something about like, Faye's presence isn't in the light anymore.
Which was wild.
So could it be possible that it's like his old family or somebody else? Or was it just still he was attracted to something in this light, even if Faye wasn't in there necessarily?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of read that as just remembering last adventure, like the time that he got to spend with her, and that he still misses her so dearly that the chance that perhaps going into the flight would give him a few more minutes with her or whatever is sort of worth, even though we know what happened the last time that he did this.
Right.
That it was still drawing him.
And I mean, like, that's what messed up the light elves in the first place, right? That light is powerful.
Right. And Tyr was like horrified that he went in.
They almost used it as a way to like both say like, let's not do that again, and B, you kind of get a taste for like what that encounter was like from the other side of like, oh, Kratos just kind of saw this thing and then he was just gone, and like they almost kind of get into like, you're kind of a step removed from Kratos in that encounter, which you mentioned, but like there's also the idea that this is not a game necessarily from Kratos' perspective anymore.
Right.
So they do, because they've gotten you to play as another character. There's a couple of other sections where they focus the camera on other characters. So like they are expanding the scope and saying like, you are now at a remove where it's like, this is about this group, and Kratos is just another character in that group, and they're able to kind of get that across in this moment.
Yeah, Kenny Estes wrote about that, saying, I'm really noticing that this is just Atreus' story. While the previous game is about Kratos trying to be a good father, this one is about Atreus trying to figure out what kind of person or half god, half giant he really is. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's a bridge game. This is still all in on Kratos, Kyle?
Yeah, I disagree.
Yeah.
I totally disagree, especially because the emphasis went so hard back to Kratos. He's the one we're leveling our gear up to level 10 with, like he's the one who's like going to take up the mass of this game. I'd really disagree that this is Atreus' game. If anything, it's split a little bit, but if you're asking me who the protagonist is, it's Kratos. Easiest answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just so much of the drama is coming from the relationship with Atreus, so they need to lean into that and build it up as much as possible. And I mean, throughout this section, it's not like there's a lot of games in this arena, but it's like, I don't think any game has ever explored the push and pull of parents and children and kind of the love-hate relationship as effectively as this game. Like, the stuff that kills me is just seeing how much Atreus loves his dad, but he only talks about that when he's not with his dad. It's like, oh, that is such an interesting dynamic that I've never seen in a game before, but it's beautiful and feels true. Let's see, other stuff. Oh, this is in Elfheim. This is where they see Groa's the big prophecy, and the fact that it turns out that she lied. The idea that Odin had of what Ragnarok was going to be is not true, because we found out that Groa and the giants, they had their secret prophecy buried within. It turns out that only Asgard will fall. Everything else will be fine. Was that what the gist of it was, Jill?
So, yeah.
Okay.
It looked like the only real issue there was going to be Asgard. And then, do we have a couple of people that show up? Or is the giants champion also like, who is Tyr versus the champion? Are there two figures here?
It seems
prophecy,
like
you mean?
I need to go back and look at that again. It's gonna be fun once we finish the game to go back and look at all these. I'm sure it's gonna be obvious in some ways now, but like when the champion first shows up, Atreus has some line where he's like, oh, that's obviously me, and everyone's like, well, don't assume that, buddy. And so trying to figure out, so that mysterious person from the first prophecy, where it's like, I don't know who that is, then this is that person. But then I think at some point in that first prophecy, didn't they say that that mysterious figure is the one that stole the moon? And so it's like, well, wait, is Atreus stealing the moon and then also saving it later? Or how exactly is this going to tie in? It seems confusing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too, I sort of gave too much credence to them being like, oh, that's this person, and not really thinking about how they were probably wrong or like attributing things incorrectly.
Yes.
So yeah, I really need to go back and check, because they're making some pretty strong hints that Kratos is actually this champion that is talked about in here. So what exactly is Loki? Is he the tier person? But then Kratos has the spear. So who's really who here?
Yeah.
Which is exciting. That's exactly where they want us.
Yeah.
I'm so glad they explicitly have this character saying, hey, Kratos, you're the champion. You don't see that?
Right. With Freya.
Love that.
Yeah.
Because you don't expect any question that like a character in-game answers to be the right answer. You expect that, if everyone is saying Kratos is the champion, then it's a red herring, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But it's split. It's exciting. None of us know the answer right now. That's truly exciting.
Yeah, and I do love, Atreus is obviously so obsessed with the prophecies and trying to untangle them, all that stuff. And then Kratos just has that line where he's like, we are not present in any of this, which is a great thing to remind yourself of. Like, hey, looking at these prophecies, you're so ingrained in this. And there's clearly characters that we recognize, but we aren't in there, man. Like, it is not our story to tell. Maybe we should just sit this one out and let the Norse gods hammer it out. I love too when they're debating the prophecy. It's like, oh, it's probably not true. Kratos isn't going to die, all this stuff. And then Atreus just has that line where he says, am I the only one who remembers that they predicted our entire journey to Jotunheim? It's like, it is very clear that there's something to these prophecies, everybody. We can't just write it off as a big fat nothing.
My mom called every state in the last election. How can she be wrong now?
Exactly. Let's see. Is that it for Elfheim? I guess there's some other stuff. Nathan Freeman writes in and says, numerous times while boating / sledding near a dock, my character would ask the partner a question, and as the answer starts, Kratos barks, not now, only seconds later, sounding like a real jerk. Yeah, that is the tough
I've heard
thing.
the beginning of some conversations like 5 times.
Yeah. I feel like,
so what did he whisper to you? Let me tell you. And then Kratos is like, no. It's like, oh, come on, Kratos. Let me finish.
See, my experience has been like sitting on beaches for like a significant amount of time. Just like, I'm going to go up to the beach and just listen to the rest of this story. All right, you're done. Now we get out of the boat.
Because it's unclear. It's like, okay, it always gets interrupted if you leave the mode of transportation. The story will always stop. It's like, it feels like it could keep going on for some of these sections here.
Yeah. I mean, I never wanted to find out. So like I always was, if someone was talking and I was about to get to a point where I was at the shore, I would just stop.
It kills me though. There's so many good moments. Like one of them that is like, we're riding around and then Kratos is like, Mimir, have you ever visited the Norns before? And there's like, not now. And then it got off. It's like, oh, damn it. Like, I want to know the answer to this so bad. So
you'll never get the rest of that.
Yeah, and I'll drive around in circles just to try and like, all right, pick it back up. Please, here we go.
Right. And it seems sort of important too, because the one that we were talking about, like, what did he whisper in your ear, was essentially like, there's a way into Asgard.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of important to know.
Right.
But they brush it off quick. They're like, the only person who knows is Solter, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And if he's on his way, it's already effed.
Yep, exactly. Because he is the ultimate big bad in Ragnarok. He's the one that's left.
He kicks it all off, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty high level persona in Persona games. So
is that
pretty
what it
important.
is? Okay, I see. Ian T. Clark submits a comment over on Patreon and says, in one of the conversations while dog sledding across the sand in Elfheim, by the way, that was funny.
The sound of the dog sled, he love.
It is good. Nice. But I love that idea of like, hey, there's a couple of just animals that have a sled, and it's going to look a lot like our dog sledding back home, but now it's on sand. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah, absolutely, sure. It also reminds me a little bit of Breath of the Wild and stuff. It's like, okay, this is good. But anyways, Ian T. Clark says, Atreus tells Kratos he needs new socks because his are wet. Kratos tells him they will dry. To which Atreus smartly says, I knew you would say that. Annoyed, Kratos sharply replies, Then why did you ask? Atreus honestly confesses he really doesn't know. After a brief pause, Kratos repeats his first response that the socks will dry. Having to have the last word, Atreus concludes his conversation by quietly saying under his breath, I'm sure they will. And then Ian T. Clark says, I 100% had the same conversation with my kids when they were at this age. Oh, good. I'm glad debating whether or not socks will dry is a universal thing. Ethan Williams writes in and says, returning to Elfheim's Forbidden Sands with Freya had some of my favorite sections so far. I went back to the Temple of Light for a missed chest, and I was surprised that Freya had a few lines reacting to the light, and even why there were no enemies around with Kratos. She said, she apparently said, quote, after a time of great violence, a truce is often called. So I love that they thought of, like, what if you go back with Freya? And it's weird that there's nobody else in there. Gotta have a reason for it.
That's too slick. That's simply too slick.
Very slick. And yet, no comment for the wolves.
No conversation for the wolves.
Unfair. Villas says, I just did a puzzle in the Elfheim Desert where the solution was to line up the shot on the last red sticky thing and immediately recall the axe so it would cut through the other two on the return trajectory. Is that insane or genius level puzzle design?
I'm pretty sure we did that once in the last one. Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, there is a puzzle in the first one where you do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
not genius.
Not genius. Okay, but not insane
but it's
either.
You hadn't done it in this game, so it's kind of hard for them to sometimes introduce the, like, you have to recall this thing, and then, I want to say there was even a puzzle in the first section where you had to do that, but I don't remember for sure. But
I think by the time we'd done that puzzle, I'd already been like, oh, I need to broaden my horizons. I've been stupid, because the solution to the puzzle was something like just hit through this one first and then bounce it off. And I'm like, of course, like my entire thing was like, I have to hit the shiny elf metal thing first and get all three at once.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, now I need to be thinking broader. So when I got to that, I'm like, I already know what the solution's going to be. But yeah, I kind of like that, because I was getting kind of irritated with doing the same, like, okay, what angle do I have to hit this thing at? And that's the whole puzzle.
Yeah, I think I got the most stuck on just a stupid little moment. I think it was in this section where there's like an angel statue with the wings, and you have to kind of yank it on over. And it was sitting there, and it's like, well, okay, I need to get the angle just right, but it's not quite there. And Atreus just kept saying, like, up there, father, up there. I was like, I'm looking at this angel.
Full hand. Yeah, I definitely was looking at the roof and not like, oh, it's by up you mean the upper portion of that puzzle was definitely like maybe the most frustrating puzzle. Like they
the first wing comes off organically, like you're very clearly telegraphed, and then the next one is just kind of like you have to just like hit it off from a different angle.
You have to bounce an axe off of the wall to hit the axe backwards, basically.
Right.
Which is like, again, like the most video gamey thing, because why couldn't Kratos just like reach further in and just kind of whack it? But like the fact that they kept saying up there was like was actively misleading me, because I was in that upper section. Why would you say up there?
Yeah. But I do love now, if you want to take that as your canonical God of War experience, that like Atreus just thinks his dad is just dumber by the second, because he just sees Kratos like looking at the ceiling. He's just like, up there, the puzzle, up there. And Kratos is like, oh, just staring at the chapel.
At some point, there should just be like in the easiest like puzzle mode. It should just be like, here, let me get like Atreus takes the axe and does it for you, basically.
Oh, if they added that, oh my god, I love that so much. I forgot there's that moment too where you go back to Sindri and Brock's house, and then Tyr is like making dinner for everybody, and then he gives Atreus his meal, and he goes, a meal fit for a champion, and Kratos just like shoots that down. He's like, enough of that. His name is Atreus, and I love again, I just freaking love Tyr and what a softie is, but like he knows exactly what he did and he feels terrible about it. Like immediately he's like, hey, I used the wrong words, man. I'm so sorry. Yep. No, absolutely. Yeah. I was just trying to have a little bit of fun in this tree house, but I realized that I cannot do that right now. Rich McLaughlin wrote in and just said the word whatever. Which I realized was the reference to then the dream sequence.
The baby voice.
Yeah. Having Atreus talk to a younger version of himself with just like clips from that first game, that entire sequence was so cool. It felt like something from like Arkham Knight or something, with like all the Jokers running around and stuff. But just having the bunch of, did that work, Kyle? Did it feel?
Kinda.
Okay. Do you remember the end of Arkham Knight? It was freaking cool. Anyways, but just having all the little Atreus coming, just whatever. It's like, that is a good parent nightmare, I would imagine, is just the frustration of just a kid saying whatever and making Atreus experience that from himself, but then also just experiencing the worst of himself, because all of those bits of dialogue that we're hearing were him when he was at his pissiest from the last game. He's like, oh my God, I can do whatever I want. And then having our Atreus then like begging for mercy as the other Atreus is like knifing him. Like, that was incredible.
I had that same thought of like, this is a thing that kind of hits close as like, you know, being around two kids while they were teenagers, of just like, this person is the biggest a-hole, but they will have that moment where they realize how big of an a-hole they were being.
Right.
And that is like, it's the thing. It's like, you'll understand where you're older kind of thing that, you know, we all used to roll our eyes at, but it's like, now we're at the age where it's like, yeah, we totally did figure out, we find out when we were older, how dumb we were.
What did you make of that?
Oh, I thought it was really good too for the player too, just to see the difference, because like you are seeing a lot of Kratos and Atreus butting heads, and I think this episode does a really good job of differentiating how they were butting heads before and how they are now, and how Kratos is kind of wrong here versus like Atreus was really being wrong in the first game. So just being able to see like how far Atreus' behavior has come from this terrible behavior when he was a kid was really good for me to be like, okay, yeah, he does deserve some respect, and he's not getting it from his father, who's still treating him like the boy that is in this section versus the growing teenager that he is now.
Did you take that as Atreus' mind just torturing itself, or did you read it as maybe a message from Faye? Is that going too far, you think?
I thought it was a him thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think it was fake. But yeah, it is interesting how, like, you know, even from the beginning of the game where you're like, oh man, Atreus really sounds different, especially like having played the 2018 game earlier this year, like playing that and then like being like, his voice sounds a little bit, he sounds like a teenager. And then by the end of the section, like hearing all the Atreus voice lines, it's like, he didn't sound like that, did he? Like that's totally different. Yeah. I was like, is that this? Did they get the same actor to do that voice again? It's like, I think it is the same actor in every case. Like, I think those are the voice lines from the original game.
Yeah.
This is the same part with where he picked up the mask, though, right? That's the same part where you see the nasty.
Is that? Yeah, I guess that is. I think that might be. Yeah.
Is that at the end of the Angrboda sequence?
No, because I think that's leading into it.
Yeah, just the weird. Yeah, I gotta watch that part again for sure.
There was a weird pass. So he grabs a marble, falls asleep,
right,
and then does this whole thing, and then at the end of that sequence drops into the ironwood.
Yeah.
Right. Which another one of those moments of like, oh, the dream sequence. Of course, this is how they get around the no-cut camera, and then to get back out of this section. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but. In the no-cut camera, when he's in Asgard to get back, and they just do the transition based on the knife, where it's like, okay, something so simple I wouldn't have thought of, but yep, it's nice to be able to jump around while still adhering to their rules. Philip Hubert writes in and says, I loved the Ironwood section. Angrboda was so mysterious, and I really loved your chemistry with Atreus. My favorite section of the game so far, even though you, quote, just do farming game stuff, which is fitting for the year of the farming game. That's right. Congratulations, Philip.
You know what's something I appreciate a little bit about this section?
Yeah.
Is they would hide pots all around just for you to hit with your arrows in the meantime.
Yes.
Yeah. If you are totally bored, just hit some pots.
Yep. I don't know what you can possibly complain about.
There is combat. So it's not like you're doing farming game stuff in that it is like one long section that it's just like a walking sim, right? They have sailing, they have most of the core tenets of the base game in this section, and they're just contextualized very differently.
Right. And in a game full of very good like pet creatures, Yala being the most adorable little yak thing ever.
That's right.
You know what's funny about Yala is it's like the call, right? The that whole thing. It's like you could just say, "Come on here, come on."
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But she has to sing this whole song just for it to come over. I thought it's like, oh, this thing's gonna transform after she says "ya," but like no, it just like comes over. Like okay,
that's the only other thing she could possibly call. But I guess she's just so bored in this realm by herself. She has to make it as elaborate as possible. They make it fun. Yeah, Jethrin,
I like that justification.
Jethrin writes in and says, "I would die for Jala the yak." Hey, most of us would. Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. Gavin C. says, the section with Angrboda in Jotunheim was awesome. Playing as Atreus and having a companion his own age was a great change of pace. It almost felt like playing a different game, especially since the realm is seemingly untouched by Fimbulwinter. Let me just blast through these. Then Joe Halaska says, this probably isn't a popular take. I mean, it is based on the number of people that wrote in about it.
Most popular comment.
Yeah, but I felt like the Ironwood section was interminable. It was painful. Angrboda is a good character, but that section just didn't want to end. I get the change of pace by going to Atreus, but halfway through that section, I was ready to go back to Kratos. And then Red Beast replied to that comment and said, I felt a little like this was an attempt to create their own dinosaur museum section from The Last of Us Part 2.
Oh, no.
I think that's interesting.
There's no grandma fight in Last of Us Part 2.
There's definitely a lot more gameplay in this chunk for sure. I wonder if it's just that I absolutely loved it, but I wonder if it is kind of like, it feels like it goes into that second phase of like, and now we're going to ride around on the yak's back for a bit and collect these parts, where it feels like that could have been trimmed down, but I was too busy having exactly the same emotions as Atreus was of just, why would I ever leave this place? This is all I've ever wanted. Just hanging out with my little crush away from the world where I get to feel powerful. Like, I don't want to go back home. He calls me champ. Exactly.
Yeah. It is such a novelty for this. Like, I mean, it almost felt like it felt less like the museum sequence and more like them just trying to do Left Behind from Last of Us, where it's just like, oh yeah, like maybe Atreus has maybe not met another person his age. Like it's all been like under the guise of like powerful gods or like, you know, just older people who have told him what to do or he is looked up to. Here is someone his age. And like the world, like the Ironwood section I thought was like gorgeous. It felt like, you know, we were in Horizon Zero Dawn. And like I really appreciated the storyline of her and her, like Angrboda and her grandma being like, well, like basically taking different tacks to, we are assigned characters in this narrative that do not have much agency, which is an interesting thing to compare how like both of these characters are black. So like there is some kind of undercurrent of like, I am just someone here who I'm here to facilitate someone else's story. And her frustrations being that like, well, I want to get out, but I also feel resigned to it because I've been taught to do that. And then her grandma, like basically having the thing where it's like, she is so kind of into forced helplessness where she's just like, well, I'm going to take other people's souls while I figure out, like, basically, like, I'm going to develop a vice based on the fact that I have no agency here otherwise.
Right.
And so, like, and their conflict between, like, she became abusive to her, like, and like, you see the kind of the reasons of, like, why she needs to split from her grandma, and, like, which is totally fine. And then also, like, I think that boss fight was, like, really nice in scale, like, the idea of being, you know, Jeff Cork's favorite thing of, like, little guy in big world.
Love it.
Or, yeah.
I love that too. Hell yeah.
That section I thought, like, as a whole, I feel like was very self-contained, and that you could show this to somebody and say, like, yeah, this is what video games are like now, like, and kind of show them, like, here's a self-contained, like, 2-hour thing of how good graphics are in video games. But it also ties into a lot of, like, Atreus is trying to get out from under the thumb of Destiny. Here are two characters that kind of reinforce that notion of, like, here's Angrboda, who's frustrated by that, and here's Groth, who's totally consigned and basically destroyed by it.
And then, like, having the first time he goes into the Spartan Rage wolf mode, and then he's talking about, he's like, it feels weird when I changed. Like, I'm not in control. And then Angrboda says, do you need to be? It's like, okay, that is exactly what he wants to hear. It's the complete opposite of everything his dad has been telling him about this entire game. It's like, no, you need to be in control. Go for it, man.
The race on the way back is really cool. What a cute little moment.
Tears in my eyes. Tears
I don't think
in
you
my
can
eyes.
win, right?
Ugh.
No way.
Did anyone win?
I'd be surprised.
Because there's definitely the thing where I thought it was like, they're messing with me. I really wanted to win that race. I reloaded that section at least once trying to win it.
Yeah.
Right. And I think
thanks for trying.
Some of not minding how long this section went to was like, it was very clearly communicated to me via Angrboda that, like, at the end of this section, her life is, like, done. She's got nothing to live for anymore, essentially. Like, she doesn't really think of it as, like, I can live my life however I want. It really means to her, like, I'm just the side character, and I guess you get to go off and be the hero. It's like a very Eowyn type. Like, I hate living in this cage. I want to be the person with the great fate myself and not stand off on the side. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want you to not have any part in this story too. So I was really happy with being able to spend as much time with her as possible.
I also get some of the, like, frustration there of it being super tangential. Like, I think there's a kind of a basic sense of, like, how is this relevant, right? Like Atreus wants to, like, at the end you get the stinger of like he sees him die and he kind of is not in, like he rejects that.
He's kind of not into it, if I had to sum up his feeling towards that.
But then you, like, it feels like this is the place where they add like a few too many threads, and you're like, how are they going to pay this off? Like, there's the whole thing where it's like, oh, she's taking all these people's souls, and then, oh, I found the marbles that are like the giant souls, which feels like a little bit of a retcon. And then you're like, okay, well, how are the marbles going to be relevant at the end of the game? And then you combine the snake and the soul, and so like, and even then you're like, is that the whole thing? Obviously, they're going to be like, they're probably going to be 10 creatures that are like have the souls of giants in them in the final battle or whatever. But it's like, how it feels like it's juggling a lot of balls, and I'm not sure how any of these particular points are relevant to the overall plot. So I can see why this section might have dragged on, because it feels like they're introducing a lot of ideas here, and how are they relevant? And I am not seeing Kratos on the screen, and I want to see Kratos on the screen.
I mean, I think
that's where I agree with that comment, is that like by the time it is back to Kratos, it's like the chorus coming back in a song. I was so ready.
Yep.
I was 100% ready to be back.
I was, and that, I mean, that going from the grandma fight to the wolf chase to being Kratos again with Freya in that boss fight, that chunk there, genuinely, I think one of my favorite sections of any video game ever. Like, I was
oh my God, I forgot that. He sees the sword. He's like, Freya. And then like that fight just skips the brakes.
Yes. So it's just this amazing transition of like, okay, now you're back to Kratos, and now you're just guns blazing, but it's coming after this very emotional transition, and just seeing it from multiple perspectives. It just slayed me. Oh, goddamn.
Yeah. This whole section, I think I did the entire Angrboda sequence and then like the Freya boss fight basically in one session. And that was definitely the like, women are back section of just like they have taken the complaints that people had about the first God of War and just saying like you're like, here are two major characters that we're gonna give a ton of agency to, and then like from there Freya just is like that whole section, I think, where she like is stepping on you like and just trying to like beat the crap out of you, and you're fighting the Valkyrie. And I want to say it's kind of a little bit of a mystery of like, oh, I'm being attacked by a Valkyrie. Yes. Who is this? And I thought it was Sigrun, of like, oh yeah, I guess she is kind of out there, right? Of the Valkyrie, she's the most powerful, so I guess it makes sense. And then you're like, it's not Sigrun, it's Freya, who's the queen of the Valkyries. And then like, oh, this is the thing where you're finally gonna start doing the thing that gets her on your side. Yeah.
The Andy Wera writes in and saying, with Atreus moving souls around, I think we just saw how Loki birthed Jormungandr when he put the soul in the snake.
And it's growing.
It's growing.
They mentioned that it's growing.
Like, yeah, there's no way I heard that. I'm like, that's a cool way to bring that around, because why would you suddenly be like, oh yeah, that snake's just growing really fast?
Right. It's an odd thing to note. Yeah, but I'm so stupid. And this is what I was kind of dancing around, I feel like, in the last episode with you, Jill, but I've been in the camp ever since 2018's game of like a lot of fan theories of like, oh, Kratos is Jormungandr. Like, Kratos is going to die and his soul is going to be flung back in time. Because the whole idea is Loki gives birth to Jormungandr in the ancient myths, and then Angrboda is the mom? Is that right, Jill?
I think so.
She's referenced somewhere, but that's why I like this section too. And the grandma's like, "You'll be a footnote. They'll never know you." And it's like, it is just Angrboda's like, the name is mentioned once in like the Eddas, and it's like, okay, that's all we really know about her. So rings true. But I love now having this flip of like, okay, so that's where the snake is being birthed.
The birth.
Yes, and so it's not going to be Kratos. What a silly fan theory that was, Jill. I can't believe we thought that was real. Did you think that was going to be the case too, or was I out on a limb?
That was 100% you.
That's what I thought. Sam Danby writes in and asks, did you notice the Draugr that Atreus throws the rock at when trying to skip it over the river loses a tiny piece of health when it strikes him?
That's hilarious.
That's very good gaming.
Excellent. Danny Cherry says, Angrboda out here like the power of paint compels you. Yeah, that was truly stunning. Just having her abilities be just throwing color all around in a big way. But God, that looks so cool in those fights. Mm-hmm. And I liked it. And it's one of those situations where I'm sure realities of production are working in the game's favor, because throughout much of the section where it's just Atreus being like, why are there nightmares here? And like, oh, I fought this enemy before. And so they're just kind of reusing these enemies from earlier in the game. But the fact that he got to this place by dreaming, I feel like it kind of fueled that idea of like, is this real or is this all in his head? And I'm curious to know at what level of production they realize that, oh, it's a happy coincidence that we can recycle enemies and maybe it might fuel that ambiguity. But then when he wakes up from the dream and he has the marble and stuff again, it's like, okay, well, clearly that wasn't in his head at all. It's quite real what happened to him.
Or maybe dreams are magic. Like the dreams work differently, you know?
That's right. That could be.
I have to apologize.
Yes, sir.
I'm in need of a pee break.
Right now?
Yeah.
All right. You know the rules, man. You got to sound the alarm. You got to say the magic phrase.
I thought that was the phrase.
You have to scream it to the heavens.
Poo.
You have to summon Jormungandr and have him bring it to the bathroom. Okay, pee poo break. Here we go. Louis K writes in and they say, coolest thing I noticed was Angrboda's paint covering Wolf Atreus' fur when in his rage mode. It's great touch, and
cool. Even
on a base PS4, it showed up well. That is ridiculous. We had somebody write in real quick, Rory Sublet. They say, I've been playing on a PS4 Slim, and while it's nowhere near unplayable, it's certainly not perfect either. Pop-in is the most common problem. Sometimes I'm fighting floating Draugrs with no legs. When Atreus changed back from the wolf in Jotunheim, his torso loaded last, and those giant mushrooms popped in quite a bit. Still the best game I've played this year, though. So, all right, PS4 people seem happy enough, which is nice to hear. Hunter Sachs, Angrboda might be my favorite character in a video game. Kind, charming, and wants to know her purpose. The animation and performances captures her uneasiness and fear so well, and I find her incredibly endearing. Right before Atreus leaves, he says, your part is as big as you want it to be, and it left me teary-eyed, and I felt bittersweet about leaving.
What about Yoshi?
Have you thought about Yoshi, Hunter? It is they nail her intro, I feel like, to such a great degree of just, she's weird, but charming, and also a little bit self-deprecating, but just subtle enough and cool. And also it's another of the great carrots in this game, you know, of her just being like, oh, I know things that I can't possibly explain. Here, I'll show you, just follow me. You know, it's like, that is such it works so damn well. And turns out it is kind of complicated to explain. Yeah, the souls are in marbles and you have to pull them on this little string to come out of there and all that funky stuff. But it works so well for making her immediately appealing as like, hey, you want answers? I have all those answers. And it is my sole duty to inform you more. It's like, oh, thank God. It's exactly what I was hoping for in this point in the game.
And then just occasionally insulting you and not realizing that it's insulting because she just hasn't talked to another person in forever.
Right.
She calls him weird. She says, you look weirder than I thought.
Right. Yes, exactly. Ryan H. This is interesting. He says, I noticed that when Atreus turns into the wolf, he scratches off the bit on the mural that we're missing at the end of the first game. I think it's possible there might be some time-related stuff going on. I went back and watched that, Ryan. Unless that's a different part from the one I'm thinking of. I don't think he scratches it off to mirror exactly what's in the first game's mural at the end. But
right, because you can still see what's under it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But is time travel possible? Hell yeah. Like, what were those doing there anyway, you know? So, for sure.
Right. Fred DeNovo says, in Jotunheim, how long did it take y'all to realize you can just shoot an arrow at the giant clams to have them open up and spit out the resource item that they're holding?
I did it instinctually.
Yeah. I don't know if I realized that.
Instinctually.
Yeah, I was like,
they're glowing.
They're glowing, so I'll shoot them. And then they had resources. I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah, that works. Her revelation of saying that the dead giants in Jotunheim were a decoy to confuse Odin was one of the most confusing little bits in that section.
That's a retcon.
It feels
that's
like
a we have bigger plans, so let's come up with an excuse kind of thing.
Okay, I'm glad you said it. I didn't want to go out on a limb, but
it feels like a retcon.
It does.
Where are
feel
those
like
dead
that.
bodies from? Well, I mean, I guess they had their souls removed.
So
right?
their bodies have to be somewhere.
Yeah.
Right, you got to do it. I mean, Kyle, do you really think with this much setup of souls can go in orbs, you don't think Kratos' soul is going in an orb?
Ew, this ends with the credits end and there's just a little Kratos orb?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, it could.
And it's gonna be like the Pokeball, like wiggling, like is it gonna bust back out at the end? Credits.
Atreus kills Odin using the Blades of Chaos that have a little ball of his mom and dad in each of the swords.
That's right.
How he kills Odin.
That's it.
Yeah.
And it's
is she in the dagger, by the way?
What's that, Kyle?
Is she in the dagger? They said the dagger has a soul.
No, it's the wolf. It's Fenrir.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Apparently, one of the little pieces flew off into the dagger. So
nice.
That's the idea. Yeah, I love that. Like, you didn't know that you had a soul in your knife? He's like, what are you talking about?
And every time he uses that knife, I'm like, okay, this is going to be the part where Fenrir pops out.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Charles Davis says, I absolutely love the fight with giant grandmother Gryla. By the way, when you first see her and she like is grabbing the wolf and like pulling him down, was I alone for being confused to be like, oh, it seems like they'd set this character up. I don't know who this is. I thought it was Odin. Was anybody else with me? Like the voice was like just high pitched enough where it sounded like I have terrible hearing, I should note. Anyways, Charles Davis says, I absolutely love the fight with giant grandmother Gryla. The premise of the conflict matched perfectly with the mechanics of the fight. The weak spot to destroy being the very thing that she was so precious over felt very satisfying on a dynamic level. And then Yadarista writes in and says, Atreus just wanted to go to bed. Was he technically abducted via dream? Yes, he was. Also, Deborah Wilson delivers another stellar performance as the witch. I didn't realize that was Deborah Wilson.
Did not realize that was Deborah Wilson.
Yep. As a big Mad TV fan, I really should have figured that out. But yeah, she nailed it.
Didn't she do another one recently that people were really into?
Well, she's in the Jedi.
That's right. Yeah, Fallen Order.
Fallen Order, thank you. Adam Moran says, she's not a monster, you know. She's just lost. Which is a quote from the game. The whole Gryla scene leading up to this line actually made me cry. First time ever from a game, I think. It felt like an allegory for alcohol or substance abuse and what it can do to families. Yeah, Adam, absolutely is what they're playing with.
Also, notable that the health bar is for the jug and not her, which I think is kind of pushing Atreus more towards the, like, I want to solve this problem, not kill this person. Right. Which I think they're very slowly starting to lean into.
Yeah. Victor Pham says, is there a reason why there's such variation between the size of the Jotun? Why was Angrboda's grandma so much larger compared to her granddaughter?
I don't think they've explained it other than like, not all giants are giant, but that definitely is starting to feel a little bit more like the giants are big when we want them to be.
When it's cooler for them to be. But how sweet would it be if like you were that giant grandma and then it's like, all right, we did a little ultrasound. Your baby's a normal sized human one. It's like, yes. And then it just kind of like falls out of you.
And then the opposite is terrible. I wonder if it's just a recessive gene.
You can't gloss past that, Suriel.
Not a conversation I want to think about.
I'm sorry, Jill. We need to dive into what happens when a mom gives birth to a giant baby. It needs to be explained in God of War.
I'm sure it's a growth thing. I'm sure all giants start off normal size and then just grow faster.
I think that's probably right.
That's Snake. Yeah.
Some giants are bigger than other giants' mothers. It's that classic song. But it does feel like it feels like a plot convenience, and I don't think they've explained in game how that works.
Yeah.
I feel like it's sort of like that in the mythology too. Yeah. I feel like definitely there are giants that are just normal people size, but then you have like giants that are like frozen mountains or something that like people in the real world, people will point to a mountain and be like, that's the giant that fell asleep from blah, blah, blah. Like,
oh, right. When it makes a good story and myth and stuff. Yeah. I do like there's that line later on where I think it's when Atreus is talking to Odin, there's some line about like, why me? Is it because I'm half giant? Is that why you're so interested in me? No one's like, oh, please, Thor's half giant. Like everyone's half giant. You're not that special, kid. Mark Sharon says, nothing follows up a 6-hour warm up like a 30-hour marathon. If you don't like that, you don't like deepest diving, baby. Hell yeah, Mark, thank you. As to my actual comment, when Atreus was getting back from Ironwood and Kratos walked through that portal, I straightened up in my seat like I was the one about to be yelled at. It was truly a terrifying experience.
Before we jump totally away from Ironwood and go to the next section, like Sindri knew what was going to happen, right? Sindri was the one who was like, just go to sleep. It'll solve all your problems. Like,
I'm going to give you the best advice of your life, he said.
Yeah. Go to sleep. So,
I don't think he knew.
Okay.
That'd be a weird
That's a good question. It could be interpreted either way. I feel like he genuinely thinks rest is the best possible thing for anybody who's troubled with something.
Yeah, that is interesting. I think I'd be in that camp too. But yeah, if he secretly also knows about Ironwood and whatnot, that would be an interesting wrinkle. Yeah, at the end of this section where Atreus, he tells Angrboda, like, I'll come back here after Ragnarok. Like, I will come back. It makes me think that will be the post-credit scene, is like him arriving here. And also there's, Kyle, don't poo-poo everything. Unless you need a break. Then you can let us know if you need to poo-poo everything. But
he's back to burn it to the ground.
Yeah.
No, but there's also
evil Loki with his antlers is going to come and just destroy the
go
place.
after Angrboda. Yeah. But I feel like there's also a lot of references throughout this chunk of like going overseas. Like, oh, where do the giants go? They went over the seas. Oh, I might want to find them someday. And then I think Atreus is even talking to Mimir earlier at some point. He talks about like how he wants to travel the world. So I feel like going back, getting Angrboda, and then going out on the journey to the next pantheon is going to be the teaser for this ending.
Which is how the last trilogy ended, with the Trail of Blood leading off the cliff into the water. So water's a big transitional motif here.
That could be. That could be. So I was struck by the little pivot that happens in this section where Atreus is like, yeah, I'm Loki. Call me Loki. Aren't I a cool guy? It's a good name, Loki, right? We all like Loki. And then he flips and has that moment where he's like, oh, no, call me Atreus.
After he feeds the snake.
Yeah, and he's like disappointed that the snake just kind of runs off and it's not like a big moment or anything. That's what dejects him?
Yeah. Like, Loki seems to be, in his mind, this mythical figure. And if he's Loki, then nothing bad can happen. And he's all powerful. He will feel different. He is not this doubtful, dumb kid who doesn't know anything about the world. Then he's Loki. Like, but when he's like, oh, I thought I would be different, and I'm not. Just me. Then he's Atreus.
Yeah, that's interesting, because it's not that much later on that he kind of embraces the Loki name again. And so it's just riding that emotional wave of what he wants to feel at that time. And in this moment when he's feeling down and he's even like, hey, take the souls. I'm going to give you the souls back. I know it's supposedly my destiny that I control these souls, but I can't do it. I thought for her entire life to be adhering to the destiny and to relay the destiny to him, she seemed a little okay with that. Like, yeah, sure, I'll hang on to these. What are you going to do? See ya. That seems like a bold move. But who am I to judge?
If you are a true believer in destiny and 100% this is as written, like whatever the champion of your story does must be right.
Right. I did like that line though when they're in the grandma's house. And he's like, well, we know our fate and we know that we're not going to get killed by your grandma, so we're fine. And she's like, that's not the way it works. It's like, wait, it isn't? Like, I don't really understand how it
does
works.
It work if not that exact way?
Right. I guess that's kind of the point of the game is how does fate work? What is happening here? Yeah, let's see. Jesse Spencer says, one of the coolest moments is when Freya ambushes Kratos and Atreus shortly after Atreus returns from Jotunheim. The reveal of Freya and the overall design is incredibly cool. Her helmet, badass. The wings, badass. Yeah, this entire section, like that moment of where she's like, oh, just say home and you'll go to home. Just, tap your toes together 3 times and say there's no place like home. And it's like, of course he would do that. And of course he shows up at the cabin. That was one of those moments of like, oh, that's so genius. It seems so obvious, but it's like, yes, of course that would happen. He would just say home and not think about what that meant exactly. And then that can have very serious repercussions. And then Kratos walks through the portal. It's a good shock, good little surprise moment to have him ready to go. And he's like, it's been 2 days. It's kind of the flip of, is it a flip? Yeah, of like in the first game when he goes into the light and then Atreus is like, do you know how long you've been gone? I've been having to kill these guys for so long and my brain is tortured because of it. And he even makes some reference to that, like talks about how much he hates Alfheim in this game as a result of that. So like the flip now of Kratos being like, do you have any idea how long you were gone and how terrifying it is?
Which is interesting that in both those instances, it is tied to personal wish fulfillment, where like Kratos goes back and sees sees Faye for the first time, and it's like a very like self-indulgent thing of like, oh good, I get to be with my wife, and then Atreus is like, I get to be away from my dad, I get to have agency, I get to be the hero for once, and then you come back and it's like by like having that self-indulgence, you've basically been worrying people and it's been to the detriment of your relationships with other people. But I'm not necessarily like sure about like what that means, like what they're trying to pull at there thematically.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Bo's kind of jumping ahead a little bit, but I love the boss fights, and maybe people that are hardcore into the combat in this game feel differently, but I love it when you don't finish off a boss's health. Like in this Freya fight where there's like a 10th left on her health bar, and then it just kind of goes into this cinematic and then transitions out of the fight. I think that's such a cool, unique thing. Like, oh, there's not really a clear line. And maybe the lore is like, well, if you got it down to 0, then Freya would have died. So this means that this is why she's still living.
That's why I like those fights, is because if that person does not die, then that's fine. Like to have like the cinematic finisher, because it happens it'll occasionally happen in other action games where it's just like, okay, this is like your first encounter with this person, and so it's like they're the big bad, and then you fight them for a while, you take off 2 of their 3 health bars, and then like at that point, that's when they're like, okay, like the cutscene, you get to move on. But yeah, I definitely do like that stuff when it thematically fits. Of like, yeah, make sure that that if you had taken her health bar away, she would have died or something.
Right. And there's the moment where then Atreus turns into the bear and is trying to then kill Freya because Freya's trying to kill Kratos. And then that is ultimately what flips more or less Freya, is seeing Kratos like tackle Atreus in that really sad scene and trying to calm him down. And then Freya just can't handle seeing that, the whole son dynamic. And then that's what ultimately makes her be like, maybe I don't want to kill you just yet. Maybe we are on the same side a little bit.
I feel like she had made that choice then, but it's kind of like when you don't want to send her, like when you kind of already know what your answer to a question is of like, oh, do you want to do this or not? And you're kind of just like, I'm going to hold off on making that decision, like to make that decision. But I kind of know where I am. I'm just trying to feel like I want to be convinced otherwise, but otherwise this is my answer. So I feel like that was her, like, I want the agency to say no later, but I've basically decided not to kill you now.
Right. Yeah, there's a big debate with Atreus and Kratos. And I love that moment of just Atreus emphasizing, like, what, I'm not allowed to have secrets? Because Kratos just immediately like, where were you? Tell me where you were. I knew you were with Odin. I knew you were seeing that boy, that type of tone. And he's like, what, you have secrets? Mom had secrets. Like, why am I not allowed to have secrets in this family? Do you all, I don't know, what do you think about that idea of Kratos kind of creating the self-fulfilling prophecy of screaming at Atreus by being like, I know you're in Asgard, and that ultimately might be what fuels him to then go to Asgard?
I got a weird lore question, actually, about Kratos' secrets. Does Atreus know about his old family?
I don't think so.
He knows about Zeus, and that Kratos killed him, and that Zeus was Kratos' father. But I don't know if he knows exactly the extent. It has to have come up. It's like, Dad, why is your skin so pale?
I don't think it has. I don't think it has. Remember at the
it's when he's having his fate sequence. And like that's like one of the things that like Atreus says. He's like, he had a whole family and he killed them all. So like to me that's like ringing in Kratos' head. He's like scared of Atreus learning that.
Interesting. God, I didn't notice that. But I remember, at the end of the last game thinking like, oh, that's going to be the big turning point, is when Atreus learns that. And I'm pretty sure by the end of the game he still didn't know.
Freya doesn't know because he tells her that during gameplay.
Which is one of my favorite ambient conversations that they've had of like, you wouldn't know what it's like to lose a child. And he's like, I 100% do. There's a whole series you can follow about that. But it like they turned that into like a good bonding moment for them of like Kratos knowing what he's talking about and not just like the reason I killed Baldur was not frivolous. I thought like I have been thinking about that basically for years. The idea of like how, family relationships can affect us and like what it means to lose a child. And like when I killed him, I thought about how it would affect you 100%. But I felt like I think there's a line where he's like, I do not regret what I did, but I should not have denied you the choice.
Yes.
Right? Which is a really, really good line.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It is that weird moment of, it's a video game. So in this section where he's talking about Calliope and his daughter and the past family to Freya, it's like, oh, I can't believe he's telling her all this stuff. Meanwhile, I'm just like O.J. Simpson and Naked Gun, like popping the poison pods left and right as the dialogue's going on. But I just look like a fool clowning around out there with poison popping everywhere.
O.J. like O.J. Simpson in Naked Gun.
Yeah. Does that hold up? Have you seen Naked Gun?
No.
What? Well, no wonder Suriel, have you seen Naked Gun?
I think I saw it a long time ago. I wouldn't remember. I don't remember what reference you're making.
Jill?
No, absolutely not.
It's his most famous thing.
Yeah, he's not known for
That's the
anything
thing
else.
that O.J. Simpson is known for.
That's right. He's like the modern day Kratos. Yeah, so the idea is Naked Gun. Kyle, I don't really know. I only like internet know you.
I thought you would make it go back to, okay, let's get off this tangent and go back to God of War. No, you're going to explain Naked Gun now. Okay.
I said I only like internet know you, but I can't imagine if you just sat down and watched Naked Gun, you'd have a bad time. It is just peak silly. And it seems...
Here's what I remember from Naked Gun.
Yeah.
And I was a child. It might be one of the sequels. Okay. It's the guy, Leslie?
Yep, Leslie Nielsen. Don't play dumb.
Leslie Nielsen. He says, do you want to practice safe sex to a woman?
Yes.
And she says, yes, let's practice safe sex. And then they put on full body rubber condoms.
Yes.
And as a child, I'm like, is this sex?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what the line of like joke versus like this is reality.
Yep.
And so that's been my lifelong perception of what Naked Gun is.
It's naked is the key word.
You were going to say sex.
No, Kyle, I kid you not. I watched the movie so young also. It was like, this is sex. I don't know what this is. I don't even it's not registering as a joke. It's just, this is the thing that they do. And the other part is like, there's a bit too, where they're eating, I think like nuts, and they're like throwing the shells of the nuts outside the car as they're talking. And then just a stupid gag is they get out of the car and they have to like push the car door because there's like a huge pile of nuts. And I remember being so young also, I didn't understand like, so if you just eat that, you can't get out of your car. Just taking everything so literally, that's how you know you're too young for a comedy. It should not have worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, but O.J. Simpson is his partner, and he keeps just like falling on rakes and just like whoa, falling into a bear trap over. It's very silly, funny stuff. Kyle, do you think you'll ever watch Naked Gun?
No, I don't want to watch O.J. Simpson be silly.
Don't you kinda though?
I really don't.
Really? It's kind of charming in its own way. Like just to take this murderer and like look at a murderer trying to make you laugh. How often do you get that in life? Outside of the Joker, which I know you never stop talking about. Anyways, Bo writes in and says, hey, please don't Spartan rage on me. I'm finding myself bored during this section. Squeezing through arena, then the fight, then squeeze through, then arena fight, repeat. It feels like reading pages in a book and not remembering what you just read. The environments
Which part are we talking about?
Well, we're getting to it. The environments are bland, the level design feels like a PS3 game at times, and the slow pacing with poison plants, it all feels very antiquated. So Vanaheim, I guess, is where we can focus their emphasis. Does anybody feel that way? Of just, you feel like you're going through the motions?
It's interesting. Definitely picked up on it a little bit because I think about it a lot. I think, you know, like you think of like Doom or you know, like Devil May Cry, like a little red door appears. You can't progress through this red door until you've cleared out all the enemies.
Yep.
And that's what we're talking about in this case too. I think a good thing that God of War does is a lot of these arenas are also the level. They also, you know, are interesting to explore afterward and then also contextually make sense in this world in itself too. But no, it's a bit of clear out the room, get a new thing. I mean, you can tear it apart easily for sure, but I don't know if it was particularly stood out in Vanaheim.
Yeah, I feel
it
like...
stood out more when I was side questing, but in that first run through Vanaheim, it definitely, like, I didn't, like, you're bound to go through the motions of a game when it's like 40, 50 hours long. So it's like, it's just going to happen. But like, I think them reintroducing, like, here's this thing from the last game that you're like, here's this puzzle mechanic from the last game that we're going to show you again. Especially after something like the Alfheim section where it felt like, oh, here's a new mechanic, right? Like you would think they would have introduced a new mechanic instead, but they do introduce a new layer of like, oh, now you can use Freya's arrows to kind of freeze multiple plants at once. But there is a lot of like, this is just the game. Like this is the game for a little bit, right? Especially because it feels like it's maybe the longest point between two major plot points that we get.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that entire...
A lot of sections felt like that, though. Like, I couldn't pick this particular realm out of other things. And I'm like, I think that goes back to... I'm very interested in if Atreus Loki is our protagonist in a new series. Because it goes back to, like, the dynamics between new sensibilities and old gaming sensibilities and mechanics. And this game is very much tied into the legacy of the God of War series. And that's just what this gameplay looks like. I was kind of thinking about this a lot, and I might have like a take here that people might not love, but I was thinking the whole time that sort of Horizon and that series is sort of the modern evolution of what this gameplay was. And I'm like, I would be so interested to play God of War Horizon, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you've got this whole like big open world, but it's still very much the sensibilities of God of War and this kind of action game.
What does that mean? Just moving things along, or? Just
like when you're fighting things, you have different arrows with different elements that you can tackle, and you've got different weapons. It's like if you took the original God of War series and just let it, like, the mechanics and the ideas and the sensibilities from that grow and evolve through time, you get Horizon.
Would you not? I don't get why you just wouldn't get God of War Ragnarok.
I mean, God of War Ragnarok and this seems to me a lot like, mechanically speaking, just the game, like the original series.
Just an
obviously
improved
there are things that are improved a little bit, but there is a big section here where modern sensibilities are not really considered. So that, like, the water wheels and the, like, throwing of the axe at the big gemstones and the crawling through crevices, like, we don't have to crawl through crevices. They are not using that as loading screen time because the PS5 doesn't need that. So they're putting that in specifically because they like crevices? I don't know.
Well, yeah, we talked about it a little bit last episode. Yeah, just like changing up the pacing in theory, right?
Right. So, I mean, a lot of what is this game is really old school, like, couple of generations removed gameplay built into this game versus what I hope happens in the future if we get Atreus, Loki as the protagonist, being a real modern game. I
mean, I think a lot. I wonder how much of that just comes down to open world versus not. And like, I could see them making the next game Atreus open world, Egypt, and also he's like an animal tamer, and that's like the big interaction instead of killing. You know?
Yeah, that I feel like this maybe speaks to a little bit more of like, I don't necessarily disagree with you, Jill, but I would maybe more cast that as like, if you took like the original God of War games and kind of mixed it with Horizon, you would get this game, because it feels like a half step between the where they have RPG elements of like, oh, you can't go into this area. Why? Because the enemies are level 5 and you're level 4, right? Or like you need, and in order to get stronger, you need to go grind resources, get armors, you know, like that kind of. And there's side quests which there weren't really in the original games. So this feels like a half step towards that. But to your point about, you know, what does the next game look like? It does feel like, and this is maybe like a wider take of like, everyone kind of maligns Ubisoft for like, oh, they have like this modern open world template where like all their games are kind of the same. And I don't think Sony is there yet, but I feel like a lot of their franchises are kind of heading in the direction of like making them these big, like very lush spaces where you see a lot of that in Horizon, and you can see kind of bits of that in The Last of Us Part 2, where like, oh, let's make these areas more open. There's also
the wide linear, as Naughty Dog would put it. Yeah.
So, and this feels like very much like a wide linear game of like, okay, it's not necessarily open world, but you can go into various spaces, and it feels like, yeah, if they were to go further in that direction, then it would be pushing more towards that kind of template, and maybe that's why they decided like, okay, if we're gonna do that, then maybe we don't even call it God of War, we just call it like, you know, whatever, Atreus, a God of War story or something, or like Legend of Atreus or whatever, like you call it a different series.
Legend of Loki.
But
Atreus
like
Revelations,
say, like,
all the
God of War means a very specific thing, which is maybe limiting to us now at this point. So maybe we say like, okay, we're going to say goodbye to, you know, Kratos, we're going to say goodbye to X number of characters, and then we are moving on. Yeah. And this feels like we are saying goodbye, because this feels like a very like wish fulfillment game of like, we don't necessarily have a huge vision about like what we can say with like what major new direction can we take the God of War series, outside of like, we just want to address all of the specific feedback that people had about the original game and kind of take all of the concepts that we had in the original game and kind of just expand them, versus like trying to revolutionize the genre again or whatever. Right. So it is feel like they are pushing more towards like moving in a different direction after this game for sure.
Yeah, Taylor C says, hot take on the narrative. This game has so much dialogue and expression packed into it that sometimes what is said on a side quest doesn't reflect what happens in the main story. Example, Kratos and Atreus having a touching father-son moment, and then on the main path, and Kratos is yelling at Atreus. I feel that the open world aspects of a linear game like this don't work perfectly from a story perspective. I don't think there's any point, we talked a little bit before, but I don't think at any point it can break, but it feels a little bit silly. Like I did a lot of the side quests after wrapping up the main story missions, and it is a little bit of like, why aren't we talking about some more relevant things? You kind of have to put yourself in the headspace of like, okay, we're going to do the Freya side quest, so it doesn't quite make sense why she's in this zone again, but I guess we're here. This is the time to talk about it, sure. So it feels like if you do things in a certain order, it can be more effective, but it's never going to be so ineffective that it shatters the narrative, is my experience at least. But I see what you're saying. It's an awkward fit at times, but is it worth it, Kyle, to have that level of freedom, you think?
That's the only thing that's keeping it modern, right? I was thinking about that conversation a lot. It's interesting that those takes. And to spin it back on this, reinforcing it with narrative, but like, yeah, it's I'm constantly impressed, basically, actually, like how much dialogue there is, and no, I don't think it's like weird to have Kratos be surly suddenly if they did just have this bonding moment, because like, I mean, that's humanity. That's the nature of discussions and relationships. Like I hadn't felt anything like run up against my expectations in that way.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I think my thing with the narrative is that it can almost feel overwhelming how like the story mixes like, oh, let's have this personal interaction with these two characters. And like here is Mimir kind of telling you about like some lore stuff. And it feels like because there is so much of it, it can like if you're playing for longer stretches, it can feel a little bit hard to retain everything of like so many of these conversations are starting to bleed into one another that I'm like, there are just conversations that are in one ear out the other because there are so many of them. So that is maybe like the kind of thing that I'm pushing up against, but I think that's also exacerbated by having to play it at like a faster pace for this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
It's wild. So like, you know, when you're learning to write, like you're learning to write like TV or movies, right? You're taught like all dialogue is essential. You know what I mean? Like, don't have the scene that doesn't lead to anything. Don't have this conversation that doesn't, like if you could cut it out, definitely cut it out, right? Yeah. And like the nature of like video game writing is like, this is entirely optional. Like you could absolutely never hear this, but like it's true to the characters. It does reveal more about them. So it just reinforces like a lot of things. And you're so right. And then some of it is absolute filler. It's like, let me tell you a story about something that totally doesn't matter. It's like, it is really interesting. That's kind of like what I'm into. I really love it, honestly. It feels more organic, I guess, as a way of delivering. It's just like, you're choosing what's important almost.
Yeah. It's like, I can't imagine walking away from the table, like later in this game where like Freya and Tyr are sitting at the table talking. It's like, pfft. That feels like as mainline as possible. And like the fact that that's optional, you can just meander out the door. Like what maniac is doing that? But there's probably a lot that I guess don't care about the gods.
Yeah, I feel like the only like egregious line that I thought was like when I was exploring Vanaheim with Freya, and there was just one random line after she was talking about her like her wedding and Odin and stuff, and then like there's just one of the ambient conversations is like, you know, I would have won if we'd fought, like
right.
And then Kratos is like, sure, whatever. And then she's like, you want to go? Like, do you want to fight? And then he's like, no, not really. But it's like, it feels weird for her to like just randomly start picking a fight with Kratos in the middle of this like kind of tense emotional arc about how, you know, Odin was a huge manipulator and like was having these passive aggressive fights with people.
But then again, it's kind of a fun exchange and you want to hear it, you know, at some point.
Like, and like to your point about dialogue having a purpose, it just feels like the purpose of all this dialogue is to fill the empty space, and so that these two people who are important characters that you want to see talk are just like not interacting, right? And so like they had a number of places to put that, and they have a bucket, and they are dispersing that along the water. And so like that's not going to be a perfect process because it is algorithmic.
I wonder too. We were talking about this earlier. I think Hanson brought it up. Like I wonder if that's going to be one of the trademarks of this era of video game playing, well, that we'll look back and be like, oh yeah, that's so weird that you could just get a random sprinkling of kind of offbeat dialogue after you've had like an emotional scene, and then suddenly you're joking about attacking each other.
Well, I mean, I think this game, maybe I just haven't been paying attention, but I think this game has really stood out to me I'm sure we learned this lesson 10 years ago, and I just don't pay attention because I don't care about trophies and stuff like that, because I'm a really cool, smart guy. But I've been impressed in this game so far how, like, if there's a big emotional scene, it'll wait until after the cutscene is basically over and then give you the trophy that corresponds to that. Has that been around for a long time?
I feel like I've encountered it before, but it's still pretty rare.
Okay.
Because it feels like with video games, progress can take longer than you think to set in terms of like, oh, this is the right way to do it. But then like games are kind of in production for so long that it takes, and some people just don't even take like some certain lessons. But
well, I remember Enslaved, Odyssey to the West. There's a big emotional moment where your buddy Piggy dies, and like as he's like, go on without me, monkey, blah. Then they have an achievement pop up and it's like, I smell bacon. It was like, what? Like, your friend is dying right now just because his name is Piggy? Come on, man.
Yeah. So 10 years ago, we're still making dumb puns for trophy names.
That is true. That is true. Yeah.
We are a ways away from like that one achievement in the original Red Dead that said like, oh, if you tie a woman up to the tracks and have a train run her over, it's like it's an homage to classic film, so you get a trophy, so you get an achievement for that. Like,
good job, film lover.
Yeah.
John Skovic says, I'm mostly loving the game so far, but I feel like the inclusion of characters like Freya and Thor as companions in the game really undermine the godly feel of the characters. Hearing Freya say mechanical things like, I don't think we have the right equipment, or seeing Thor lock into the default companion sprinting to stay ahead of you move feels weird. Maybe humanizing them is what they're going for, but definitely made me take the characters less seriously.
Freya does a lot of standing around during
which is
intense
weird.
Boss fights.
Yes.
That kills me.
Yeah, because like her whole thing is that she can summon like the earth and like a giant Gaia-sized thing, and she's like there's giant worms. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to fire my arrows.
Yeah, so she's like, I'm out of arrows. It's like, what do you mean? Use the earth. It's like, they're stuck.
Like literally, we were running in a sled from you, and you bent trees to attack us. Do that.
Right.
Yeah, that's always a problem in video games where you have to suddenly have this overpowered character be a threat and then be a friend to you, but not make the game so incredibly
you're
easy.
screwed. Yeah, you let people vote. People are going to vote for this. So what are you going to do? You know,
with Thor, they do a better job because it's like there is this again, like I was saying earlier, there's this degree of like he's testing you. He's not interceding because he doesn't want to, or like because he wants to see your medal. And they do a really nice God thing where it's like, I'm gonna go do a side thing real quick, and he's like, all right, fine, I'm gonna go do all the trials that your dad did in Muspelheim, and I'm gonna fly away, and you hear him beat the crap out of a bunch of Draugrs while you're trying to get this one chest, and he's like, okay, now I'm back, I killed a bunch of stuff. Okay, that was pretty fun. And I
love that because that's a challenge from the first game, right?
Yeah.
He did like one of the hardest things you could do in the first game. So like this guy's a gamer. We respect him like on a video game element of like, yeah, you did that tough challenge, man. Good job.
It struck me, and I don't want to jump too far ahead, but that whole section, it struck me as like, this feels so weird just to like have him fly off, do that video game challenge, and then Angrboda's back for like a minute and a half, and then she's gone again. It's like, I'm too focused on the behind the scenes stuff, but in my mind, I'm like, was this something where they're like, hey, we need more Angrboda, where can we squeeze her in? Let's have her here. Oh, but then Thor can't be there. What can he be doing? Okay, let's shoehorn this thing where he just flies off, and it felt a little sweaty, as they say. It struck me as a little bit odd. A
little like, we need to establish this node at this point.
Yeah.
And so consistency. I don't think they necessarily break their consistency, but it definitely feels very, like you said, sweaty. We need all these things to happen, and this is where we've chosen for them to happen.
Right, and there's a little bit too of like, I think she should be more interested in at least talking about him going to Asgard, but just kind of like, oh, you're working with Odin. Well, but I guess if she just fully believes in the prophecy, she wouldn't be arguing with him at that point. So,
or maybe she knows it happens, right? Like,
I guess so. Yeah.
So I think that so the whole pace of Ironwood, right? We talked about it a lot. You know, the good and bad about it. I think regardless how you feel about it, you can't have that pace again. Like the game is moving forward way too fast now. The story is in motion. It's just rolling and rolling and rolling. And so I think at that point, like, you have to be a little sweaty. If you're just pretty cool and that section lasted another 2 hours, like you and Thor hanging out, it would be too long.
Yep. I think you're totally right. Matt Lynch writes in and says, I was so frustrated with Freya, especially during the Nidhogg fight. Quote, try parrying, get closer. Your timing is off. Shut up. I'm doing my best. He says, this entire section, I felt bad on behalf of the character Freya for like, gosh, she's so cool, and now you're making me get annoyed with her, and I don't want these feelings, but a big part of this too, and it's what everyone's talking about, is like the puzzle hints. Like, I think it was at its absolute worst in this section, where it was literally like, I'm seeing this puzzle for the first time, and it's just Freya saying, hey, can you use that bucket of flame to burn the bramble and open the path? It's like, my eyes have not even digested what's on the screen yet, and you're already telling me what to do. Was it noticeable for other folks during this section? Did Freya stand out for being especially talky?
I mean, I mentioned earlier that it's like half the puzzles in the game. It just feels like, why don't you just jump over this? And like that feeling was definitely strongest here. Of like, you could just destroy this entire section. Like, this puzzle does not need to exist.
Fly, Freya, fly.
Yeah, or summon the earth and like overthrow this, like topple this entire mountain so we can get the thing. But you know, whatever. It's a video game. You have to do video game things. You have to find the cliff with the markings to climb it, not the other one, right?
Right. I did the thing where I did extended, and I don't remember this being particularly
all right. I still feel like I'm thinking about it.
After this, I'm turning it on.
Yeah, check it out, because maybe I'm crazy and I'm just ignoring them or something.
Maybe.
But I really don't remember this.
Or you just solving the puzzles so fast that they don't have time.
I'm such a good gamer this time around.
My own, I don't know, headcanon for what happened here is, I wonder if it's just like in focus testing, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, I understand. But in focus testing, this section came up, the Vanaheim section came up as like people's least favorite, or maybe it's like too many puzzles, or like that feedback came up. So they just gave it like one more pass late in development of like, people are frustrated by this part. What can we do to fix it? All right, let's give a bunch of lines to Freya and just err on the side of her being especially talky and telling you exactly what to do. That's the best I can figure for why this section feels so different, at least for me, from everything else.
Yeah, I think this is where I started kind of leaning more into the trying to experiment with combat a little bit more. So maybe I remember it as like, this is when combat got more interesting.
Okay.
But I do think there's one specific puzzle where like Freya gave me like 3 separate hints that did not really help me solve the actual puzzle. So I was like. So I do think that there are some frustrating sections in Vanaheim, but I guess I didn't see them as like this is a low for the game or anything.
Yeah. John Larson says, as soon as I started hearing the dwarf Lunda start talking in Vanaheim, all I could think about was that they sound extremely similar to Ellie, Scooter's sister from the Borderlands series. Yeah, it stood out. The southern accent in God of War definitely pops.
It was really funny when she hit on Freya.
She hit on Freya?
She hit on Freya.
Oh, I missed that.
Good.
What's the line? It's how do you feel? And she says, fine.
I don't know, like,
and she's like, that's
fine.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, damn, I missed that. Tony Park. This game is, it feels like a much more sex positive game than 2018's game, at least. Not that it was a sex shaming kind of game, but I noticed a couple times.
They quadrupled the cast. It's not just about a dad and a boy anymore.
I guess you're right.
2 dwarves.
How sex positive can a game be if it's just a dad and a boy running around in the woods? Yeah. Tony Parkash writes in and says, Kratos' journal entry after meeting Lunda the blacksmith gave me a chuckle. Quote, her comments are often puzzling and difficult to interpret, and I catch her staring. Often, however, I wonder if her armaments are strong. I will tolerate her. There it is. That's Lunda the dwarf, everybody. And then she has the big old orb thing. Terrence Lang says, tell me the group completed the side quest to visit Freya's wedding site. It feels very much like her loyalty mission, and how rad is the quiet cutscene between her and Kratos when she retrieves her sword. Did everybody do that missing pieces side quest with Freya?
I did it basically right before this started, and I'm glad I did, because it's like one of my favorite parts of the game. Yeah,
just getting those different pieces. Yeah, I also went back and did it afterwards to try and explore that area a little bit more, because I was really putting it off for a long time. I was like, you know what?
Same, and I think especially when Vanaheim's over, you're ready to go.
Yep.
Normally, sometimes I'm a little tempted, like, yeah, I can use some more loot. I can use some more armor. I gotta go. I'm out of Vanaheim right now. But yeah, that where she's pulling the stone out, right? And it's not until she acknowledges that, like, man, you know, I have to accept that, like, part of me is in Asgard. Then it's just like, God, the way that, like, it's maybe well animated, well captured from the performance. I don't know, but the difference in weight you can feel in the blade itself. So impressive.
Yeah. Matt Lowry says, so Persona 4 may be my favorite game of all time, and the scene where Freya has to accept that Asgard is a part of her before she could pull that sword out of the stone was 100% my jam. Is that some Persona 4 stuff? Is that?
It's like a lot about having, you delve into people's minds, and so like in order to basically get them on our team, you have to have the whole emotional, like let's solve your emotional problem here, and then we can go. So this definitely felt like, okay, coming to terms with yourself and being honest and like open about your flaws and stuff. I think it definitely resounds that way.
Yeah,
and also new sword.
Yeah.
Although it's like such a video gamey thing, right? You do this quest, you have this nice emotional moment, but also your character has a new sword, and that also, as a video game player, feels good on top of all those things.
I did find it extra funny though that I saw the sword in that menu. I was like, that's not as good as the one that I had.
Yep. Yeah, totally.
I prefer stun over status.
The thing that I didn't love was her new armor set. I'm like, first of all, I think this is implying that this is what she wore for her wedding. And come on, that could have been a lot fancier. Second of all, like, she just looks a lot cooler in the armor.
Yeah, I like the kind of ripped frock look for Freya overall. I just wish I could put shoes.
She goes like this in the menu.
Yeah, she's looking cool. It drives me nuts that she doesn't have shoes on. When you're running around Midgard and she's still just barefoot climbing those snowy cliffs and stuff, like maybe I need to try out the different outfits to see if one of them will put like some nice climbing shoes on her feet. It freaks me out.
Yeah, I've been rocking the Valkyrie outfit for most of it, but it definitely feels like maybe I should switch to her original costume, because it definitely felt out of place in that section of like, oh, okay, this is her coming to terms with her history and like I didn't realize that like Asgard was this part of my history, I say, in like my full regalia from that era.
Yeah. But again,
weird question, actually, a general one. What are people from Vanaheim? Are they just plant people? What's their deal?
Plant people?
Aren't they the other? It's
Vanir
gods and Aesir gods. And
So is Vanaheim the home?
Like, what are they, like nature gods?
I think so. They're more earthy. They're like the older gods, I think, is the idea.
Yeah.
So kind of, the more earthy based stuff is the basic concept, I believe. Because there's that cool line where like when you're in Ironwood, and I think Angrboda like moves a rock, and Atreus has that moment where he's like, oh, that's like some Vanir magic. And she's like, yeah, where do you think they learned it from? Like, they got it from the giants. It's all coming from us. So I think that's the idea. So yeah, they're the hippies, I guess, is the easy takeaway. Nick Olson says, oh, by the way, I was just gonna say, like, that's another example of like a great quest for like, yeah, do you want to learn more about Odin and Freya's wedding? Then go on this quest. It's like, yes, I am fascinated by that relationship. I am so eager to jump into this. Nick Olson says the biggest jump scare of the year goes to that Drekkie that attacked Kratos as he tries to re-enter the boat after Freya's missing piece side quest. The horror, says Nick Olson, the horror. That was perfect. I love that. And the fact that you have two of them now ready to go. But yeah, developers love doing this, and I don't got too many complaints about it, but it's like, even like Last of Us Part 2, like, okay, I think you're at a crafting station, you think you're safe, then nope, you're not safe after all. I think Dead Space had some moments like this. Every game from the deepest dive on, I feel like, has that moment of you're not as safe as you think you are right now.
Yeah, it's all like I like that moment, but I'm also the person who fought all the Valkyries, and like that is the thing that they get you with the last one, because like in the first game it's like, oh, you reach into the portal and you pull everything out, and then like okay, here comes the Valkyrie coming from somewhere, and then the last one when you fight Sigrun, you reach into the portal and she immediately like jumps out of it and like drags you along the ground. And that's like the big surprise. That's like the first time they do that. So these are less impactful, but I have not seen one coming so far. So
yeah, even just like a smaller version of it too, when you're with Angrboda in the caves and you break open a chest, and there's a bunch of those wretches that like jump out at you. And I guess kind of like Kratos coming through the portal is also another moment of like, you think you're safe, you think it's a normal moment, it is not a normal moment.
They do also turn it into a mechanic where like if you go find the Nidhogg things around the world, like literally all of them are that. It's just like surprise encounter with like some tough enemies.
Yeah.
But like it is cool when like, because usually it's like, the thing that did tip me off to this one though is that like the boat was overturned and you couldn't just leave. It was like, okay, you need to trigger this cutscene. So there's not like this is not going to be a normal getting the boat animation sequence.
Right. I
didn't think it was going to be a monster. I thought it was going to be like, no, Kratos, actually we need to talk about this, or like some other story thing was going to happen.
Yeah. Third time's a charm writes in on Patreon, and they say, the Nidhogg fight in Vanaheim was my favorite boss battle thus far. It managed to tick all the boxes. Intensity, scale, the sense of peril. The moment that Freya reassumes her corporeal form and joins the battle was absolutely epic. Yeah, I love the idea of like, I need these things to be freed, Kratos. And then the second it's just this amazing cutscene of her coming into battle. It's so good.
It also takes that echo of sort of the original Gods of War when you're like, I know I'm doing something very bad, but I can't. Like, this thing's gonna kill me if I don't.
And
so, like,
yeah.
Is Nidhogg a good guy?
Nidhogg is the creature that eats the roots and keeps the roots of Yggdrasil okay and not overgrowing.
So you know, Kyle, you know how good or bad that is.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the scroll mentions it early on when you like. It's like basically it's me and Nidhogg basically keeping the world from like falling apart completely by trimming like this tree, and so,
that's why it's so important to get those babies now.
You gotta help the babies. You gotta help the babies. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's the like I got the idea that the babies were kind of causing havoc, but are they going to take over the tree trimming, or have we just screwed over humanity?
No, the squirrel said, I'm going to be their daddy now.
Yeah, so he'll take care of them, no doubt about it. Levetain writes in and says, maybe I don't know enough about Norse mythology, but Nidhogg being dead, I believe, will have massive consequences for all the 9 realms, and I'm scared. Also, now her babies don't have a mom, and I felt so bad for killing her. She was just doing her job, but dang Odin abused her for that.
Also, I felt really bad kind of lying to our squirrel friend. Just like, yeah, that's weird that you haven't seen her. So I'm going to go somewhere else.
I do like that idea that like, okay, because it's Odin's strategy to wrap this stuff, this spell within Yggdrasil's roots so that if she ever tries to free him, then Nidhogg will attack her. That's a fun little detail. Christopher Reardon says
That's such a dick.
I appreciate that better now. Yeah.
Christopher Reardon says, the reconciliation scene between Kratos and Freya after fighting Nidhogg is my favorite in the game so far. It's the most vulnerable we've ever seen Kratos. When he asks her, have you decided whether she will forgive him or kill him, it's without a hint of challenge. He just seems sad and accepting of what's to come. James Nichols writes in and says, loving the game so far, and in particular, Freya being a companion in her character development. But does anyone else think their change of heart is very sudden? It kind of just does a quick 180 into pally comments you'd hear in the quips back and forth, sharing stories, etc. Yeah, too fast for folks? I mean, I think we already talked about it, that some of those quips and stuff come fast, but even her pivot, do you feel like this was earned?
You show a character glowing, you're good. You know what I mean? Her tattoos glowed, and I'm like cool with any 180 after glowing tattoos.
She's a changed woman.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought we talked about this a little bit too, that she had, we assumed she had kind of changed her mind earlier, and this was just sort of going through the motions. Like when you've had an argument with somebody but you don't want to you don't feel mad at them anymore, but you don't want to totally just drop the subject anymore. So you still sort of, anybody else see that? That's me.
Like anytime you have an argument with someone where it's like, okay, and then we didn't talk to each other for a while, it's like a race. Like, who is going to make the first kind of casual comment of like, hey, I'm going to go out, like, do you want any cheese or whatever, or like whatever, like random thing you're going to say to the person when like to tell you, it's like, yeah, I don't necessarily want to say, look, I'm sorry, but like, I'm like, let's move on from our last fight.
But he knows what the cheese is for, really.
That's right. That's right. There's that line where he says, perhaps you will kill me, Freya, but it will not bring you peace. And then she says, perhaps it is not peace that I seek. I think that's
there's a little bit of like you do kind of clash a little bit with like, okay, you're trying to tell me a story. Is this supposed to make me feel better? Like, I don't need you to help me feel better. Like, she does kind of push back a little bit, but I think that also depends on like what ambient conversation prompts are you getting and when. I think it does kind of speak to what one of the commenters were saying earlier of like, how you receive these lines in what order can kind of affect what arcs characters are having. Because there are those like ones where she's like, yeah, are you going to like condescend to me again and try to make me feel better about not killing you or whatever? Like, I don't need that right now. But there are, it's like, hey, I would have beat you if we had fought. Like the variety in tone there can kind of muddle things.
Yeah. Nick
section is about reconciliation. Like, we are all kind of glossing over the whole like Freya thing, but like that whole scene is just everyone telling her like, you should make up with people, you shouldn't like drink poison and expect other people to get hurt by it, like that sort of idea. So they're talking about Freya, but it's also sort of sinking in for her and Kratos as well.
Yeah, and I like that Freya really gets high and mighty about like, oh yeah, you're working for my sister Freya, like you don't know what she needs, and he seems like he's like playing up his relationship with Freya, and then it's like, oh, now she's the bird that flew in here and she's actually just here, and I feel like there's not that big a moment of like, hey, good to see you. It's like, kind of like, oh crap, you call me on it now. I actually have to have a relationship with my sister again in some form, even though it's complicated.
Well, because like, yeah, their relationship is somewhat contentious, so it's not going to be an immediate like, hey, how are you doing? It's like not until she comes back in her human form that they actually embrace, and there's like a whole moment at the end.
Yeah.
Whereas now
you can't
it's
hug
like,
a bird.
okay, look, I'm here. And like that's a big deal, but like we're kind of in the middle of something. Also, I haven't gotten over like our kind of rift.
Yeah.
Right. Also, you look like a bird.
It's very jarring.
It's hard to hug birds.
And if she stays in bird form for more than 2 hours, she's stuck like that forever. Justin Ray writes it. Did that work for you, Kyle?
No, is that a reference?
Yeah, it's not important. Justin Ray writes in it and says, Kratos and Freya finally have their moment to reconcile. They have an emotional exchange and, oh, hey, look, some nice loot. Let's jump to the menu and learn how to equip that. Yeah, that's how that felt. Just a whole bunch of like, oh, a new menu. Look at all these skills I get to unlock as Freya.
Oh, is that when you first get like your buffs, the accessory slots?
Ooh,
things?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's.
Well,
what
that's
it
when
is.
you can like, hey, you can switch arrows or after you get the sonic arrows back, and then there's also the like, hey, Freya has her own skill tree, and then. Yeah, that's the conversation that breaks the ice. Is like, okay, let's talk skills. Okay, what can you do? And
that's it. What can
be more
you
aggressive
do?
I have 1,200 experience. Can you be a little bit more aggressive with the enemies?
Yeah. Right. Could you learn a new move for me, please? Nick from Atlanta writes in and says, I'm still loving Freya's character the most out of anybody. We really get to see her anger at Kratos soften throughout this section, and I think it's so well done. Also, am I getting a hint of friends to enemies to lovers? Anyone?
There's a hint.
There's a hint.
But no.
I don't think that's where they end up.
God, I hope not. I hope not. I feel like after Rise of Skywalker, we saw Kylo and Rey kiss. Like, we don't need that. Just, we're happy. I think if it ended with like a handshake between those two, we'll let the fan fiction roar, but we don't need to have an awkward embrace, you know?
Why do you all think this has a good ending?
We don't. We're the one trying to convince you that Kratos dies.
Like nobody's getting out of Ragnarok. There's no way. There's more than like one person who lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think it is going to be this entire pantheon's going down.
Yeah, and I can't. Like, it's hard for me to imagine like a little smooch
at the end of this. Do you think Atreus dies?
Dies or becomes evil. Dies or like becomes a deer god.
What if he dies evilly?
Yeah, like I could see it happening.
I mean, I feel like. And by the way, hats off to YouTube for watching this. I assume you're the entity known as YouTube that's watching this. No, but I don't think I really saw any spoilers in the comments for the first episode of the Deepest Dive, which I was in love with. But don't you think if this game ended with every character dying, let's say except for Atreus, don't you think you'd see a lot more like comments or Resetera threads with the title like, we have to talk about the ending of God of War? And I haven't really seen it.
That's a good point. It's honestly like you're thinking double meta, but you're right. If it had an ending that shocking, people would waltz around it and be like, you have to see you would hear people kind of talk about it in that way. I can't wait till they talk about the ending or something like that. I get what you're saying.
Right.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, kind of like the Abby stuff in Last of Us Part 2. I feel like everyone was like, oh, you think you know Last of Us Part 2, you don't know anything, and kind of that feel.
And people have been much cooler about this one.
Thank God. Luca Fire writes in and says, was anyone else confused when there was no reaction from Atreus when Freya was at Sindri's house? I think he says a line afterwards, but why isn't he surprised or scared when she's there? I was expecting more dialogue regarding that. Additionally, so far Atreus going to see Freya in secret hasn't been brought up in the story, and Kratos still doesn't know? I guess it doesn't matter now? That's a good point. I guess, how would it come up?
The shock thing. I think he had his mind on other things. He saw it, but didn't register and was gone too quickly to sort of like comment on it.
And also he saw them by the old house. Like he saw Freya there kind of change her tone. So I don't think it'd be, that's why he wasn't scared, I guess.
He did see them together at the end.
Yeah, you can also kind of see it as him reading the room. It's like if Freya's here and Kratos is not like actively trying to kill her or like they're not fighting, they're not in like action mode, then something must have happened. And he also had the beat earlier where it's like, oh, well, I can kind of see how you might come around to it, and I tried, but yeah, I could see it. I could see people being like, he should be more shocked, but I guess it didn't really cross my mind as it being kind of egregious.
Yeah. Ray Loaza says, Atreus' decision to run to Asgard feels abrupt and completely out of character. How say you, group?
Oh no,
you gotta do it.
It's to me like telegraphed from the first minute. You know,
it's fated. Some would say.
Right. I mean, it's such a teenager thing of like, you don't want me to do this thing, I'm gonna go do it. Even though he was 10 seconds before upset that his father would even think about the fact that he'd go off to Asgard and not tell him.
Right. But he's just not connecting that. And in his mind, the logic is, he has that line, I think, where he says, if I don't do anything, my dad's fated to die. So I know I have to do something. So I might as well get as close to the power of where this death might come from so that I can keep an eye on it. I think is the logic, but still it is shocking.
There's a little bit of like, and Odin kind of alludes to it of like, yeah, you plan to betray me, obviously, but like him trying to find that optimal, like, well, maybe I can thread this needle and like use the prophecy to forward my agenda of like trying to save my father by going to Asgard as I was foretold.
Right.
But when I need to, I will break the prophecy here. And that's kind of like the overzealous thinking of like, I bet I can pull it off, even though like no one has done it before me, except for my dad.
Yeah. Right.
And it worked. He did it with, we saw him go to Freya, right? Like it's not that different from him going to Asgard. Like it's just one step past that. And so it's like it's the same thing as him like caressing his little marble at the beginning when his back turned to his dad. It's like step by step by step, this all leads to this to me. So like, yeah, I mean, where else was he going to go?
Yeah, and we already knew he was thinking about it because he never really talked about what him and Odin talked about. And the fact that we learned later that Odin promised him answers to questions that he had, and he didn't tell his father that, means that there was some part of him that was like, I'm really interested in this, and I feel guilty for being really interested in this, so I'm just not going to deal with what that means emotionally for me. So I think he really wanted to go to Asgard this whole time, and this was sort of a good reason to.
Yeah, it's interesting to compare like the last section where we're playing as Atreus, where I felt so aligned with him of like, yes, hang out with Angrboda, never leave. Sorry, my voice is going more and more, by the way. We're going to keep going until I don't have a voice.
Sounds good.
It sounds more and more like Kratos, so I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But
by the end, you're just going to have the painting.
It'll slowly appear, yeah. But anyways, but like last time we were with Atreus, it's like, yeah, I was completely aligned. I wanted to spend as much time as possible with Angrboda. I was completely with him. And then it's interesting now to give us control of Atreus when we disagree with him the most, right? It's like, this character just made the dumbest decision, and now you're him running through the woods, trying to survive, trying to get warm, because suddenly it's really cold in Midgard and you can really feel it. It's an interesting thing to put the player into. And then he finds Charlie the turtle, goes to Freya's old house, and wakes that sucker up.
With Charlie, I was so afraid.
You thought he was going to be dead?
I thought he was going to be dead. It'd be like the worst moment, and like they were just going to have this sad scene of Charlie never opening his eyes, and we're all going to like Loki Atreus is just going to fall to the ground and freeze to death, but the last minute the ravens save him or something, and so he's super vulnerable. I'm like, no, I hate this. Why are you doing this? And then he woke up.
He was just really slow. That's all that happens to turtles in the snow. Rory Cunningham writes in and says, Freya's concern for animal welfare during the Lake of Nine section rings a bit false, considering she basically abandoned old Charlie to, I assume, a cold and lonely death, and she dares to chide Kratos over his wolves' matted hair? She's a monster.
I yelled at him in this. I yelled at her in this scene. I'm like, what you just did to Charlie? You're gonna pretend like some matted hair is that bad? You could have killed him.
It was before her tattoos glowed, though.
Yeah.
This was an old Freya who made that decision.
It is true. I do want to compare the layout, like level design of 2018 in this game. I'm sure YouTubers have already done it, but I'm curious to be like, is it one for like approaching Charlie? Did they change the geography even around the house? How much did they change it? I feel like it's different, but Suriel, as somebody who just played that 2018 game recently, does it feel night and day different? Do you feel like they reworked things quite a bit?
There are parts of the house that feel familiar, but I don't think it's exactly the same like level geometry.
Yeah.
But with the Charlie house, it definitely felt like it was a surprise to me when I wandered into that. So I didn't see it as like, we're in this area. So like it definitely came to me as a surprise. Okay. And also it's like maybe the turtle moved. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus the first game, that whole area is like this beautiful, enchanted, colorful, lovely place that's so different from the rest of the game up until that point, and now that it's all dead and sad, and it is radically different just in design.
Yeah. Oh, in this section, yeah, this is where he flips back, where as he's in the cold, he's in Freya's house. Then Atreus is like, focus, Loki, focus. So this was that pivot that's interesting of like, oh, now he's into calling himself Loki again once he's committed to going to Asgard. But the detail that I forgot about that I really loved is when he turns into the bear in the house and he attacks Sindri, which is very sad. I feel like Sindri's always getting the bad end of the stick. But then in the background, you just hear Brock go, "What the f?" Just like really loud as the bear's going through. It's such a good little detail that's right there.
That really was great.
Yeah. Let's see. We have other people that want to write about this section. Brady Easter says, when Kratos calls Atreus boy, it absolutely broke me. This is when he's going into the portal and then he just gives one boy shout. And says, as a dad who has struggled at times with keeping my anger in check, I have been there when your son behaves in a way that makes you think you have to treat them in the angry way you used to. And the look on Atreus' face in that moment crushed me. To me, at least, they nailed this. Huge praise to the team for moving past the meme to create a very real moment. It's an incredible and a personal game. And then Dudley Kyle Lawhorn says, Kratos yelling boy when he's about to run through the Mystic Gateway at Sindri's house was the perfect moment to put what is hopefully the only boy in the game. Also, well, he says, also, I cannot wait to slap Heimdall between his shiny eyes with the Leviathan axe. We'll get to Heimdall. We haven't gotten to Heimdall yet.
We're not using an axe.
Yeah, the boy moment definitely has like the very serious version of, your parents using your full name when they're really mad at you.
Except the opposite for sure.
Because it's like Atreus had gained the respect of his father to use his given name in like some sort of form of adult peer-to-peer relationship, and the fact that it was all this whole time it was just a lie. He's always been boy to him.
Right.
Oh, that was such a mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even necessarily see it as this was the relationship all along, but more of like, this is the only thing that I know to resort to, of like this, like what you mentioned earlier, of like, this worked in the past. So like, and this is a very desperate situation. So I'm like reaching literally back as far back as I can to any solution that might get you to not do this.
But I mean, I think in Atreus's mind, it's like,
I'm still boy to you. Yeah.
That scene killed me where he's arguing and it's just Atreus versus the entire room of like gods and everyone's just looking at him like, you're blowing it, dude. Yep.
Form a semicircle.
Yep. And Mimir has that, or he yells at Mimir. He's like, since when are you on his side? And Mimir's like, since he started making sense, dude. Like, you are clearly out of line right now. And I think, deep down, Atreus knows it. And that's ultimately what makes him even more angry and then turn into the bear and all that stuff. But it is like Kratos, like I think he's like actually grabbing him in that moment where Kratos is like, I don't know what else to do. I just need to grab this boy and try and talk some sense into him. And then that's what kicks in the bear. Steve B says, when Atreus runs away and is making his way through the forest, Bear his home, at one point he starts talking aloud about trying to trick Odin and spy on him, immediately followed by a raven caw that I swear sounded more like laughter than the other caws. I'm not making this up, right? No, I think they're totally playing with the ravens, like talking to him. Although later on he says that, at least for the big bad ravens, he can't hear their thoughts. But I'm curious about just like the average raven. Or was
they're watching too, yeah.
They're watching too. Do you think that the ravens in that scene that were like talking to him as he was talking to himself, was that the...
They weren't laughing.
Okay, they weren't laughing.
They weren't. It was not more like a laugh, but those are super intentional raven drops.
Yeah, yeah. Great raven drops. Riley's, by the way, Kyle, I know you don't want to reveal the man behind the curtain and stuff. I was describing your channel, Delayed Input, to somebody and why I find it so funny. And then I was explaining the car horn bit and how excited I am every time you drop that car horn bit in one of your videos. And they're like, why? I was like, I don't remember where that came from. Where did that come from again? Why did you start doing the car horn thing?
It was, for some reason, it's like, here's Gran Turismo. It's Gran Turismo 7 week. And just to kick it off, we're going to be reviewing car horn noises. Honk. Okay. 6.5. And then it's just, that was it. And
then you realize you need to bring it back every video?
I don't know why we kept bringing it back. Yeah, I don't know why.
Does it still delight you? Are you sick of it yet?
Occasionally delightful.
Occasionally delightful.
It's like a crit chance. You know what I mean? It's like a 10% chance of delighting me.
How often does it change versus where it is in the script versus editing?
That's almost never in the script.
Oh, excellent. All right, that's perfect. Riley says, my most specific comment, and this is good. I think they captured just the right amount of wall climbing when scaling up Hrumthir's wall. It didn't feel like a cop-out short or exceedingly tedious section. I also really enjoyed looking down at Skulljar while climbing up, and his comments to you. Yeah, was that you know what, Riley? You put it well. It's like, yeah, that is the right level for like a big moment of climbing up that wall. It wasn't annoying, but it was still felt like a whole section, a dedicated challenge, you know?
It's a very video gamey version of climbing this wall where they knew they couldn't just have you like scale this, like, you know, God of War, climb this thing for 15 minutes, but they also wanted it to feel like you are climbing a giant wall. So they turn it into a whole level, which is really like one of the most clever ideas I've seen.
Yeah, I definitely felt it when he was making the comments of like, and your arms are burning and your fingers are falling off. And I'm like, yeah, man, get up that wall.
And then you have to throw some enemies up there. It's like, oh, really? Okay, sure. And I guess there's like a skeleton at a certain point where it's like, it's cool that other people have tried to make this wall and haven't quite succeeded.
He says, I like looking down to see where I came from. I love doing that in any video game. Yep. It's actually really nice. This is all one consistent. You know, you start off looking up at it and then you end it looking down. I love that stuff.
I would love to know if it is. Do you think it is legit video game geography?
Oh, I thought you were saying, is it 1-to-1 with the actual wall?
We do go in caves, so they might load out the little village of people once we go into a cave and then back out the other side of the wall, you know?
I do get the vibe every once in a while from this game, like with the dwarves where everybody abandoned the area and then this town here, and then also in Asgard, proper, seeing like the town. I feel like the towns, they kind of feel like in like a BioShock or a Dead Space where it's like somebody on the other side of the glass wall, like, hello, but like you can't really interact with them. I feel like it's kind of like,
to show you this, but if you move past this wall, everything will break.
Exactly. Like we cannot possibly actually have this whole city loaded in here.
It reminds me of, there's like that moment in Gears of War 2 that they showed off in the trailer where they're like, look at all these grunts running. And it's just like, those are like sprites running down there, like deep in the valley. There's like, those, I would love to see what the actual 3D model, because I think there's like a migration or something going on at some point in the section that we played where Freya's like, oh, look at them, they're moving, and it's like a bunch of horses or whatever.
Sure.
I would be very curious to see what the actual 3D models of those horses are at a distance, and what the human models in that village look like.
This is a dumb techie thing, but I do wonder as well with the camera, like how are they loading in higher fidelity versions of these characters between gameplay and cutscenes? Because I was just thinking about like Faye, with all due respect, how, you know, it's like she was not the most impressive looking character model compared to Angrboda, who's like visually one of the most stunning characters I've ever seen in a video game. And a part of that is design, of course, but also it's like we never saw Faye in a quote unquote cutscene. So it's not really fair to compare those two, but just that level of like they're shifting to a cutscene so they can start adding more polygons to faces. I don't know anything, but that basic level of the magic of this game is still mind blowing. Drake Heinhorst says, climbing the wall to reach Asgard, the whole time I was imagining what the city would look like. I pictured a grand city of gold with Odin's palace looming in the distance, but instead we got a simple village with very basic architecture and no palace to speak of. I wasn't disappointed though. I think this smartly separates them from what we're used to in the MCU. Also, it paints the Aesir gods in a different light than we had heard up to this point.
Yeah, and I mentioned before, like in the last section of like they want to go like aesthetically, they want to do the inverse of the old God of War games, where it's like everything in Greece is like really extravagant and gold plated and very marble focused and like very extravagant to like kind of like puff themselves up. Whereas like one of the things that is really cool about the Asgard section is that it almost feels otherworldly how normal it looks for the most part. Because like the lighting feels like, you know, this is maybe because I watched like the Banshees of Inisherin or like, but this felt like, oh, they're just like in like Ireland. This is just like some town.
Right.
This isn't like another ethereal, like this isn't like, you know, Ironwood or Vanaheim where it's like like lush, you know, locales and like if like otherworldly visuals and ethereal planes or whatever. This is just like a place, because for the mythology of it, this is just Earth. Like this is as normal, as close to normal as you're gonna get in terms of like what the legends were like. And you know, obviously it has
Midgard's Earth, but yeah,
but like it feeling like this is where the gods reside, this is where humans reside, and it, like to reside there, it just has to be a town, right? And like they take note of that, like, oh, when you approach Odin's palace, it's just like, it's not really a palace. He made this thing by himself, and it's just a house.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. It's not.
I got a weird question, actually.
Love it.
So when you're doing the wall climb, right? Yeah. You look behind you, and they have something that's like the Lake of the Nine, but like it's like a little beat up, but there's still like the same structures all around the lake.
Yep.
What's the deal with that? What was that?
Well, I think that's the same that's in all the realms, because in the 2018 game, that's how you would go between the realms. So I assume.
So basically, there's like a 1-to-1 copy of the Lake of the Nine in every one of the 9 realms.
Well, at least like that palace thing, right? Or am I misremembering how that works?
In the middle is
like Tyr's temple, the Temple of Tyr or whatever.
Yeah, is that in all the realms?
Isn't that? Well, I mean, that's how you have to travel.
That's how you travel, but I don't remember looking at it anywhere other than Midgard, I guess is what I'm saying. But
I think some version of that temple is in every realm, right? Because that's like the idea is that you have to build it in all around 9 realms to use the the gem to travel.
Right. Okay.
The
cool.
Bifrost.
Yeah. So Asgard, it's not this very fancy highfalutin place, but I feel like there's still moments of like seeing the bed that Atreus gets here. It's like we've spent so much time looking at his crappy bed in that cabin that when he lays down on this bed, it's like, oh, that's at least 3 times as comfortable. You can tell.
It's part of the larger arc of like Atreus does not sleep in this game because it's like the first night he has to go out and meet Freya, and by that point I was like, man, this boy needs to get some sleep. And then like he tries to go to sleep when Sindri tells him, and then he has that whole wild dream that leads to another pushed out. And so like Asgard is like the first time that he actually has the chance to rest. But then I want to say, is it interrupted again? Or
no, that's the transition then with the knife.
Yeah, that's when you do the knife transition, and that's when he finally gets to sleep.
Right,
so it feels like we're finally closing the loop on Atreus actually got to get some shut-eye.
Yeah. White Max writes in and says, Heimdall's kind of an asshole.
A
little bit.
Like, as soon as you see him and he's just like, I'm going to just dangle you over the edge here. I'm going to play with you.
While I eat an apple.
I do not care about you at all. But even when you like convinced him to bring you up and over the wall, it's just everything he says just makes you want to like I hate this man.
Yeah.
What I love about it though is it's just for what you're talking about at the beginning. Odin loves that. That's why he dropped you off outside the wall, right? Is that he could be like, yeah, look at this a-hole. This guy's totally crazy, isn't he? So come on, talk with me. Like Odin exists in comparison to Heimdall. Like that's why Heimdall exists for us as the audience is like, this is how bad, like Heimdall talks exactly how we expect people from Asgard to talk too. You know what I mean? And so like he's there to be create a juxtaposition for Odin to bounce off of.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's all a manipulation.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I think one of my favorite moments in this section was when he's dangling you over the wall, because I feel like the way the camera is shifting and like it's holding that and like this is a series that is kind of established of like very quiet, like tense moments leading into these bombastic confrontations. And so like I was expecting him to be like, okay, you want to go over the wall, and he like chucks you, and that's how the fight starts with Heimdall. I didn't know how, like I didn't have like a good awareness of what Heimdall's powers were. So it felt like, oh, this is like, you know, this is going to be Atreus's version of the Baldur fight of like the first Baldur fight.
Oh, sure.
Like, here's kind of his equal, and like the big surprise is that like you can't beat him, right? But like that entire moment, I was expecting him to kind of like, you know, break that tension by having a big bombastic moment, but he's kind of like, no, I'm gonna let you hang your own noose here by like walking you around and making fun of you and like doing it that way instead of having the big bombastic fight first.
Yeah, and Alan Dellinger submitted a comment about how brutal it was for Heimdall. You'd shoot the arrows at him and you go, wow, arrows. Like be all impressed. It's such a good dick
you like
move.
That when you like, even when you're like when you transform into a wolf, he's like, oh, that's cute.
Right. Oh, this is your big trick? Okay.
When I saw him watching me, like, I don't know if anybody else did this, but before he jumped into the fight, I didn't do anything special because I didn't want him to know what I could do.
Yeah.
So I was just like, yeah. So I was just like, oh, look, I'm just shooting arrows. That's all I've got. And then when he jumped into the ring, I immediately transformed into the wolf, and then he gave me that nonsense. I'm like, get out of here.
That's so good. Yeah, I love that. Like Heimdall, he knows that he's up to no good, but also he's just like, you are something else. He says something like, you are chaos incarnate in an archer's outfit or something. He just like can't get a read on just the force of power that Atreus is inside. It's fun.
You're like, you ever watch Dragon Ball, man? You're like Gohan.
You are like Gohan, but like maybe he'll turn evil.
No, because I mean, like talking about like Atreus's motivations, right? He explicitly says, like, when you walked in here, I knew what you were about to do.
Oh,
he says,
right.
right now, I can't get a read, man.
Yep.
I don't know if you know what you were about to do. And like, that's important. He's telling us, the audience, like Atreus is like wavering.
Yep. Joshua Duproy says, I've been really impressed with the ambient dialogue that characters have when you're just walking around the environment. For example, in Asgard, if you randomly approach Heimdall in the hall after helping Odin, he will comment on the air of treachery that he sensed in you earlier, and it's now gone way to something more complicated. A lot of the characters have extra dialogue that is insightful and seems easily missable. And like the side quests, I can't believe how much of the game's great content is optional. Thor's daughter, Thrud? The nice pivot of her being like, you know whose room this is? This was my brother's, and you killed him. It turns out it's okay. I feel like
that dude sucked.
I felt like I was missing something where she's like, I want to be a Valkyrie. And it's like, oh, cool. Which, again, ties into this game's writing level overall of like a huge cast of characters. We basically know what every character wants, which is a tough thing to do. I know that's like writing 101 is like, make sure you know and can convey what a character wants. But like for a group this complicated, I think they've done an amazing job so far. Anyway, so Thrud wants to be a Valkyrie. And then she's like, hey, walk with me. Let's do this Valkyrie stuff. And it felt like, oh, this is going to be a whole side quest. And then was I missing something? You just kind of like take a lap around the table and then go back? Was that it?
And don't even talk about the Valkyrie stuff too much.
I was so confused.
I think she kind of takes a rain check on there. Like we'll talk Valkyrie stuff later. I think it's like one of the lines.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
It looks like we could right now if you want to.
Right. It seems fun. I don't know. And then Odin brings you on that big tour through Asgard. I think it's in this section, right? In this moment. Before that, yeah. But he kind of walks through those areas. He shows like putting the souls into the Einhar jars, however you want to pronounce that one and stuff, giving them...
The J is a Y sound.
Einhar jar?
Einhar jar.
Einhar jar.
There's no J. There's no J sound. It's a Y.
See, I have to...
Yala. We've been biting our tongues this whole time.
Did I say Jala?
And you said Jotunheim.
Jotunheim. Yeah.
I said, to be fair, I said Jotunheim once, and then I corrected myself because I realized it sounded bad coming out of my mouth. So
every time, the three of us, we make eye contact every time. We're all like side-eyeing to like, do we say something?
Yeah, we were all in the chat sort of in our alts kind of making fun.
We're trying to win Patreon supporters. You need to correct me when I'm an asshole. That's rule number 1 of the deepest dive, everybody. Come on.
Get my message, Jill? About what he just said?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Jordan, wait, what is this?
I didn't say. I was alluding to the fact that we have a separate. We made a joke.
Yeah, we have
a separate channel.
Yeah.
I'm not paranoid. I'm fine. Jordan Rubo says, in Asgard, inside the Great Lodge, where all the common folk are sitting around the table drinking mead and having conversations, every single one of them holding a drink has an index finger that clips through the mug, and I could not unsee it once I noticed it. Anyone else have any super nitpicky immersion-breaking things? I love finding silly stuff like this. It's kind of tough with a game that's this polished. Everything that is a little bit jank, it stands out so much. But does anything stand out for anybody?
I think I found the one set of equipment that you can wear to have certain bits of it peek through other bits of the armor, because I'm not like what I'm wearing at this point is like not congruent at all visually.
Right. So,
and I did have like one cutscene where it's like, oh, okay, this one polygon is poking out. So I basically had a minor version of that most of the rest, because I've given up on like I want to use the base armor. I just went with like I need the armor that gives me witch time whenever I dodge stuff. So like this is what I'm just gonna wear the rest of the game.
You gotta live with it. By the way, on the armor front, once I saw it, I can't stop looking at it now. Just if you look at how close Mimir's head is to the Blades of Chaos, like it's like 4 inches away, and he's like sprinting, jumping on ledges and stuff. If I was Mimir, I'd be like, hey, move the blades, buddy. There's got to be one line about that somewhere. But let's see, weird clippy things. Chains, it's tough for, chains being such a big part of this game, but any sort of like physics like that, like in the first section where you're with Tyr and pulling a chain across the lake, it's like, oh, that's a little rough. Or even in this section where like Tyr has the chains at a certain point to like rescue Atreus when he falls in the water. Remember this whole thing? And like even that when he's pulling that up, it's a little bit of like, yeah, I get that that's tough. But yeah, any sort of physics like that for ropes are just a nightmare for any game, even one that cost way too much money. Clint Farley writes in, and they say, I would have loved the game to have been built strictly for the PS5, because the way Odin uses the Raven Tornado to teleport is so cool, and I'd love to see it just as a simple screen wipe like Ratchet and Clank could do. That's a good point. It is a lot of time in that Raven Tornado, but who's complaining? Because Raven Tornadoes to teleport is pretty sweet, but it is a good question. I wonder if it was just PS5, if it would just be like, whoop, birds up, birds down. We're moving on. Let's see. Michael Berube asks, what is going on with Ingrid the Sword? What is that? Do we think there's something devious other than just it's a present?
Ingrid thanked Loki.
Yeah.
Thanked?
That's when I came around on her. Because my first instincts, it's like, well, in D&D, like if you have a sentient creature, like a object, like a sword, it's not good. There's never anything good that comes of this. So my initial reaction is like, oh, he's going to start being taken over by this sword, and this is another ploy for Odin to get into his mind or something. And then when she like thanks him for like sparing her a life of being tied to a wall,
right?
I was like, oh, okay, this isn't that.
And so more, it's maybe just that story beat of it'd be nice to have Atreus have somebody in this realm that he can trust fully when it's just the world is against him and he's skeptical of everybody. But like this sword is kind of, it's your bike when you're a kid. Like you will just love it.
Right.
God of War Ragnarok's a really interesting game about, gameplay mechanics and narrative always just reinforcing each other so much.
Yeah.
But like one thing comes first, right? The sword was gameplay first, I think. And then it's like, okay, how do we make this work narratively?
Right.
But it was like, let's give the player a cool new thing for when they're playing as Atreus for this portion to have and feel more powerful, as we kind of talked about earlier. It's like you feel cooler when you're on Asgard's side with, this stuff going on. Yeah.
The sounds that Ingrid makes, it's definitely like, it feels like a Zelda companion, like the hat and Minish cap or something. Like it is like, it's a little rare-ish, maybe is a better analogy. Of
a little bit like Fine Skyward Sword.
Yeah, maybe, I guess that's a much better comparison. Yeah, it feels overly cute, I guess, when you first get it. It feels, I don't know, like the magic carpet in Aladdin. Are any of these analogies working for you, Kyle?
Out to say hello.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yep. It's very cute.
Speaking of gear in Asgard, did everybody change into the Asgardian armor and stuff?
I felt like that fit the theme for the absolutely. Yeah,
totally.
It's a bummer though. It's just a recolor of what Brock and Sindri made.
Yes, it is. That was very sad
right?
for me. But on top of that, I put it on. I really thought about my motivations as Atreus right here.
Which is important.
I put on the gear. I was like, because I want him to think that I am on his side. So but I kept the Jotunheim bow. So
you didn't want the gold bow.
Interesting.
I don't want whatever trap this golden bow is. I'm gonna keep the bow that I know is gonna work against him.
Right.
I like that.
Quick go-to plan B says, I meant to add this comment for the first section, but my favorite little detail in the game so far is the quick snap of his fingers that Thor does when he recalls the hammer. He loves it. It is very good. It's very fun. I don't think I really noticed it until this section. Ben Reeves, dear friend of the show, writes in and says, I'm surprised that people didn't mention on the first episode that Thor is giving off serious Thanos vibes from the MCU. It's lip-smackingly fun, is what he says.
I was gonna say that Thor actually does literally remind me of Josh Brolin, his voice actor. I'm sure. I don't know. I don't think they got an impersonator, but it definitely has his same Thanos tenor. But I didn't get enough of that. I didn't get a ton of that in the first section. But when you're walking around with him, I definitely got the impression. I was like, oh, this is basically just Josh Brolin doing it out.
I did not thought of that, but absolutely that is I'm sure a point of reference that they had of just if you're that powerful, you don't need to prove anything. How calm would you be as you talked,
Yeah, and they were referring to Josh Brolin, not Thanos.
That's right. Also, Ben Reeves is working on Marvel's Midnight Suns right now over at Firaxis, so he sees everything through a Marvel lens, so you can't take his word as much. I did like that moment, though, where Atreus drops the mask in the lava and then still goes for it, which I thought for sure, oh, that's the end of the mask. But then he goes for it, and then Thor just says, some advice, sticking your hand in lava is never going to feel good.
Yeah, he does use a magic portal to actually put his hand in it.
Yep, it's true. If you go frame by frame, you see that his hand is technically safe. That was a weird beat, though. I guess just to show how much he cares about it. That's the point, though.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that they go frame by frame in the game.
Scene breakdown.
Get off our cinema sins.
I wondered if that was another instance of us learning that he has a new power, and he hasn't
reaching
really
into the lava.
Yeah.
Oh,
because it's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing you do mid game. That's a good point.
That's interesting. Yeah. There's an interesting moment here too, walking around the halls where you meet Sif, Thor's wife. And there's just a prompt on a door where it's just a big ear. Where it's I don't think I've seen that prompt elsewhere in the game. I forget it was in 2018's game, but you just hit circle or whatever, and then you can just like listen to their conversation. And believe it or not, they're arguing about parenting, I believe, which comes up a couple times in these games.
Did you do the whole thing?
Yeah.
Steamy.
Oh, that's right. Then they smooch.
Because I got nervous. I'm like, they're gonna find me, so I like ran away.
Oh, really?
Oh no! It definitely ends with like, oh, all right, come here.
Also, funny
you hear the
thing.
mwah mwah mwah.
It's really cute.
The subtitles say mwah mwah mwah.
Yeah,
You snap his finger.
lovely. The thing about Sith that I really enjoy, and this pops up in Marvel as well. I think in the show Loki. One of the things that happens between Loki and Sif is that at some point Loki cuts her hair off. And like the fact that she's got all this lovely hair in the game, I'm like, oh, he's gonna do it.
That would be a
and
weird thing.
That's gonna get chopped.
Also, those are the two characters that care the most about him having killed their sons, right? Like Sif and Thor. And Thor, he's even like, I got my blood price. I haven't gotten yours, so I can cash it in whenever I want.
Right.
Everyone's like, my brother was a dick, or like Odin doesn't care about them. They were jerks. And then like, but Sif, obviously the mother would have like the most, the largest grudge against him. So I mean, just setting that just is like kismet of like, well, I'm gonna cut your hair off then. So.
And I love that moment too, where they're in Muspelheim, and he like throws Mjolnir and like pins Atreus against the wall. Just to like show like who's in charge here.
And it's mid crawl. It's one of those moments of like I know exactly how this moment's going to end.
Yeah,
it's mid wall crawl.
Mid wall crawl. It's exciting to talk about this game and just realize that there are so many characters in the mix, and we don't know what's going to happen to them. Like,
oh my god, yeah.
Odds are we will see a lot of these characters die.
Yeah.
It's exciting to see. Do you think? I mean, is Thor has to die, right? Everyone has to die. I know we've already gone over this a little bit, but Jill, do you think Thor will be dead by the end of this game?
Yes.
Okay. He'll fight Jormungandr and all that fun stuff.
He'll walk seven steps, 9 steps, 7 steps, and then fall to the ground. Very dramatically.
Interesting.
What Jill taught me is that 2 humans survive Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe Angrboda is humanoid.
Maybe it's that cute little kid that was cheering you on as your friend.
It's just you and that dweeb?
Bros. They're just total bros at the end. I knew you could do it.
Time to repopulate the Earth. Kevin Cooper writes in and says, I love how much more this game addresses the Greek trilogy. Specifically when Kratos is going to the Norns, he talks about how he did try to change his fate with the Sisters of Fates in God of War 2, and how instead of trying to change his fate, he accepts his fate that he will die if it means he can protect Atreus. It's truly perfection. Tim O'Keefe says, I really love how much they discuss things from Kratos' past this time around, especially Deimos, Kratos' brother. It's brought up, which is in one of the PSP games. Yeah, I love even that gets a big beat.
Apparently there's like some wolf connection that I was way over my head.
The wolf thing?
Yeah, so like at one point it's like why do you treat your wolves like that? Is it Deimos? He's like, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, was Deimos a wolf? Didn't play a single PSP God of War game.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, it is weird because he says it's a story I take with me wherever I go, which I thought was a weird reference to the PSP.
Oh, that might have been a wink.
Sorry, was that a joke?
Yes.
Okay, cool. My name is Dan writes in and says, I'm really glad the Sisters of Fate were finally brought up in the game. Even if it was ambient dialogue, discussions between Kratos, Mimir, and Freya, I don't think those that have only played God of War 2018 and Ragnarok know how many wild and epic things Kratos has done and had to do in the previous trilogy compared to the new games. Yeah, it is fun to hear him finally unpacking some of that stuff. Mimir, Andrew R. Paloma writes in and says, Mimir had a funny line when you're looking for the Norns. You have to track them down 3 times before you find them because, it's a video game. And Mimir says, it's always in the 3rd place you look. Yeah. That is cute. Yeah, I do love that little moment. I was so stoked because like they referenced the Norns a couple times. It's like, I just want to see them. Can we just go see them? And I love...
Excellent payoff.
Yes. Oh my God. But I love just that setup of like, you sure you want to do this, Kratos? Like, it is not going to be satisfying. It'll be something, but it's not going to be satisfying. And the fact is, like, yep, got to do it. I got no choice here. It's like, okay. And then after that encounter, it's like, yes, that's exactly how to describe it. It's like not satisfying, but kind of chilling and not really. You can't fault them for wanting to go see them, but at the same point, oh boy, was it really worth it?
I love their troll faces.
Yes. Oh my God.
leading up to them that really lightened my day too, is that they get there via a Kelpie.
The horse thing, yeah.
Wait, and it's sort of like, it's the funniest thing because Mimir has a Scottish accent.
Right.
And that's never really talked about as far as I can tell. Maybe they reference it in the first game. But the fact that, like, in Scottish Celtic mythology, the Kelpie is a very murderous creature that you don't want to go near is hilarious, because I mistrusted this thing until I was off of it.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, every single fiber of my being was like, don't touch that. Don't go near it. That's terrible.
Horses can't be evil.
And then, it drowns you. It's not a good creature. It's like a...
It did hint that they're nasty, though.
Yeah, they're not good. They they don't do nice things.
And so the idea is he knows that because he's Scottish. And so it's kind of tying into that.
Yeah, so him saying that, it's like, oh, that's strange. In these realms, they're like, they don't drown you or whatever.
Oh, right. Okay. That is the level of production that is still amazing about this game, is like, you know, I feel like once you finish it, you can be like, yeah, remember that part with the water horse where it's just like this amazing sequence of going under the water with this horse? It's just a quick one-off, whatever. Let's move on. It's just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I loved if we're still talking about them, I love their line of dialogue where they're like, the
Norns, yeah.
Hey, man, there's no fate. You're just basic. You're just predictable.
Yes.
Right. It's like they allude to it. Basically, it's like the ancient version of an algorithm of just like, you don't know for sure that this is going to happen, but based on all of your behaviors, we can more or less predict what you are going to do.
That's right. Your phone isn't listening to you. It's just, we have so much on you that we know exactly where you're going to be going on your next vacation.
Yeah, we don't even need to listen.
And it's like, it's so genius, because it's like almost the whole God of War series is about fate and defying it or falling under its spell or doing the thing that caused it to happen anyway. And to show up in the embodiment of fate and destiny, the Norns, to be like, yo, none of this is real. This doesn't exist. There's no strings we're pulling on you, even though like their whole house is made of strings.
Oh, that environment's so good.
They're like, you're just literally so you.
Right.
That you can't help but make this choice, even though you know that going to kill Heimdall is going to trigger Ragnarok. You're going to do it.
Right. And so the lesson he takes from it is, I need to go up and protect Atreus because Heimdall is going to kill him. But it's like, they didn't say that. They said that Heimdall will try to attack Atreus, or some like softening, but Kratos read that in completely the wrong way into the 10th degree. Like, now I need to kill him because he's going to kill Atreus. It's like, well, not quite.
Love that.
Yeah, and obviously the next layer of, well, let's see, I think somebody probably wrote it about, Jeremy L. said, did anyone else think the Norns were deliciously, or dare I say lip-smackingly creepy? Yeah, they were creepy. That's a great point, Spencer. Thank you.
I was smacking my lips.
Absolutely.
Right.
Denim Harry.
Relish in the youngest one, just like having so much fun, because you imagine they're sitting in this house with no one around forever, and all of a sudden it's like, I know what you're gonna say, and
jumping in. And I love that level of like, she's jumping in to interrupt Freya to finish the sentence, and then Freya will be like, will you knock it off, basically, and then she'll also repeat that just to like, you cannot get out of this. She will just repeat and be delighted by everything you're about to say. Denim Harry says, I'm absolutely over the moon about how the Norns' dialogue is just them reading the script for the game as it's happening. It's absolute perfection, and I hope they never show up again. That is that next level of just like, God, this is such an interesting sequence when they're talking about like, oh, Kratos focusing on the second act, not the final, a common mistake in storycraft. And it really does feel like over anything else, this is the writers of the game breaking the fourth wall to talk about like, oh, Kratos smirks menacingly or whatever the hell it is. It's just like, oh, this is such a fun layer to this. Kyle, did you pick up on that?
It's kind of wild because like it's movies that are 3-act structures. Like video games are almost never 3 acts, you know, like
right.
You know, epic tales are never so structured as to be like just 3 acts. So yeah, it was really strange to say the second act and not the third. Right.
But I do like that it works for the Deepest Dive structure, us doing 3 episodes. So thanks to the
insanely
Norns
well,
for making that happen.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I guess who knows if they know that movies exist. So maybe they're just like, this is more of like stage plays or like, you know, things with like 5 acts versus like, you know, so maybe they're taking their storytelling lessons from other mediums.
Do you, is it odd to have the fates in this realm be like, fate's not real, you idiot. What do you want? And, it's the classic Matrix question of like, is this just what they needed to hear? So they're telling them this, it's the whole Oracle nonsense. But is it weird for them to deliver that message when it's like, Kratos was just talking about fates in the other realm who were very real and it was dictated and then he killed them. And so is it undercutting their message when Kratos knows that fates are a very serious problem because he's encountered them in the other arena?
Well, we don't know how real I
guess
maybe they were pretty good, but it's like maybe they worked off the same algorithm and it's just a really good ass algorithm. So it's hard to know, but like, yeah, there's a lot of like, well, when Helios died in my world, did your guys' son go out too? Like, there's just a lot of inconsistencies across those mythologies.
Yeah,
sure.
That's true. It's a separate thing, I guess. But yeah, I love to just tying it into it being the message from the writers in a way of just talking about like, well, what could happen in this story? Well, Kratos kills gods, except now he's sad about it, but Kratos still kills gods. It is his nature.
Which is like a thing that felt like the most like, okay, yeah, we know we've read those articles about how like this is basically the same series, except we've made him sad about it. That was a particularly fun moment.
Yeah. But that whole sequence is incredible. And then just Kratos is just like, it's not that long. It's like a 2-minute sequence. Then Kratos is like, I need to get out of here. Like, this is a true nightmare to experience this.
Yeah.
And then I guess
you think you can go in the sensory deprivation room and survive there forever, but no one can make it that long.
Yep. And then even the build up to it where you get to see kind of everybody's nightmares as well. Yeah. It's kind of that swirling thing that's kind of cool. I think I was expecting more revelations during that part. I don't think anything really stood out to me in a big way. You get to see Mimir.
It's just reflecting your fears, It's not really like what's going to happen. It's to me, it's not at all like the one that Atreus had way earlier, where he saw the complete mask and all that.
Right. But I think when they were setting it up, like, oh, when we go in this place, like our minds are going to meld. I think I was expecting a little bit more based on that premise, but still, the
for sure.
Norns were incredible payoff. Joshua Duproy says the best line of the game so far is after completing the Coal Raiders side quest, and Kratos goes to comfort the scared wolves and says, "Good boys." To which Mimir promptly corrects him by saying, "Good girls." I just love how awkward Kratos can be sometimes.
Freya for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said girls. Same line, though.
Yeah, so weird. Maybe they made a mistake, but maybe it does flop around.
Well, I mean, I think there is a section where you maybe don't... Maybe you cannot have Mimir, right? Because there's a section where they're like, okay, leave Mimir here, and then go do your thing and then come back. So maybe they do have lines for Freya, because you would have to account for that.
Huh. Yeah, the Kratos stuff. There was that section where, or I guess it's this section right here, where he's like going on the next big quest, the Forging Destinies quest, right? And he's like, I want Brock to come with me. And Sindri's like, I really think I should go on this one. Winky, winky. Well, actually, we have a comment about this. I'm so sorry. Synth the Prophet says, during the Forging Destinies quest, when Sindri appeared to warn Kratos to not go forward with Brock to meet the lady, why was Kratos so sure of using Brock? How would you explain his motivation for that?
He kind of explains it. He sees Sindri as a schemer. He knows Sindri's been holding truths.
Yep.
And he says, Brock's, you're a straight shooter, bro. I need you.
Yeah, he's like, you talk simple. You talk plain.
And I think at some point, Mimir is like, you can't be mad at Sindri, like it's his fault that your son is off in Asgard right now.
Right. Do you think Atreus is kind of a dumb guy, and he likes people that talk simple?
Atreus?
I'm sorry, Kratos.
He definitely gets along better with Brock than he does Sindri.
Yeah.
I don't think he's dumb. I think he just trusts people who are not flowery, because I think in his mind, all the Greek gods are sort of this speak pleasantly and
just lie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easier to lie when you're not just, this is the truth.
Right.
He's provably not dumb. He solved all those puzzles.
That is a good point. But a lot of people are screaming hints. Yeah.
He plays the lute, I think. He plays an instrument. We learned about him too.
Can we talk about that? Because I thought about that. I can't remember who was in the first section or if it was in this section.
But at some
point, no, he didn't play. At some point, Atreus says, like, can we make a lyre together and like play and stuff? And like a lyre is a Greek instrument. So he was being really sweet in that moment and saying like, hey, let me learn about your home country and bond over that. And then his dad just not getting it.
And he says, no, never mind. Yeah.
Right.
And then later Kratos is like, yeah, I know how to play that. And they're like, would you play some for us now? No.
Yeah.
Let's see. Solar Lancer says, how great is the Draupnir ring scene? Sindri going down the well and seeing thousands of duplicate rings, then grabbing the original one from the rope. How cool is that?
To me, a clear advantage of never cutting.
Yep.
Just like coming into the elevator, feeling in that space, coming with the character the whole way down. Like, you know, obviously,
you hear the arguments
saying,
kind of like slowly fading away and whatnot in the top. Yeah.
Yeah. But in that case, just the perfect implementation of that.
Yep. It reminds me of that first game. I think it was one of the strengths too, is when you're going back to get the blades. And it's just like, it takes a long time to get back to that house, but you have that time to just kind of stew and kind of just that feeling like, oh, you need to get Atreus back and Athena's screaming at me. Just like those little moments where you soak in it. You're never that close to Sindri's face. There's like, here's a close-up of Sindri's face as he's about to do a major thing in his life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Find this ring.
I really love just because I'm a Tolkien fan and Tolkien's really fond of these Norse mythologies, or a lot of the inspiration for the One Ring comes from this ring.
From Draupnir?
So is Draupnir's power just duplication?
I think so, but you can also kind of see with like Sindri, trying to give it up. It was pulling on him to like, I don't want to give it up. So,
I was expecting we get the idea. I think this thing duplicates. It's not rocket science, but I was expecting like a codex entry or something to like explain the real Scandinavian myth of Draupnir. But I guess that would kind of break the illusion of the game if they're explaining what this is. But it is the biggest like, wait, what is happening? This ring is going to be turned into a spear because it duplicates forever, but forever means 6 spears for a short period of time. You know,
again, probably gameplay first.
Yeah,
probably
and
like we
really
need infinite
joke.
spears.
Maybe, yeah. I love that. We're so stupid. I love how dumb we are that we're all on this podcast being like, oh, well, Mjolnir is probably the new weapon. What else are they going to do? Hum-de-hum.
Who didn't say that? Me.
Check the tape. Let's go back and see.
Yeah, go back.
We only have room for one more
I did not say. I was like, no, you do not get Mjolnir. Check it out.
Yeah, we
talked about like the button on the D-pad even.
Yeah, Suriel was on it. Suriel was on it.
Oh my gosh.
It was right there.
What a swerve.
And I should have connected that idea too of just like, yeah, if there's only room for one button on the D-pad, then it has to be the thing that's going to deal with these wind holes, and that doesn't make sense that it would be Mjolnir. So
it made sense. It could have been like a cool lightning bolt you swing from.
Okay,
no, it never made sense.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, just too much good stuff.
Sorry, is Mjolnir part of Ragnarok?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Mjolnir part of Ragnarok?
Or I mean, there are parts concerning what happens to it later.
Interesting. Okay. Jalen Brooks says, so Brock's blue because his soul is missing, right? No. I thought that as well for a second, but are there any other blue dwarves?
No. Like, they always talk about it being some kind of, like, I think they made a joke about it in the first one of being like, oh, he mixed certain materials or something like that.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was because he came back from the dead. Because, like they mentioned, like, oh, everyone's surprised. Everyone's more surprised to see Brock than you when you're walking through the village to get the spear. Right.
And like the blue skin isn't an indicator of anybody else being brought back to life. You know what I mean? Like I do think it is an entirely like different factor.
Okay. Yeah, probably. Starkiller says, when you first arrive in Vanaheim and are traveling with Brock, I did one of the stun R3 executions on a Wolver, and Brock says, well, that'll haunt my dreams. Yeah, not sure if that's what you're thinking of, but there's that one, where he like rips off the lower jaw, like all the way down.
That was in the first. I think a version of that was in the first game, and I alluded to it as being one of the more gruesome ones, but they brought it back.
There we go.
It was unnecessary. Yeah.
Have you noticed, by the way, they're bringing back kind of like the some of the ogre creatures and stuff, where it's like later on in the game.
Welcome them in.
Yep. Alex says, don't you think the soul represents the nature and not the form of a thing? You know, I hadn't thought of that, Alex, but that could be. I like this scene overall. I know people also really like the scene. Like David Dubb says, y'all better be... I'm getting to this. David Dubb says, y'all be better submitting the blessing scene between Brock and Kratos to the greatest moments of 2022 for your Game Awards. Seeing two very traditionally quiet, masculine characters sharing such an intimate scene together was fantastic. The Brock and Kratos friendship has been one of the most enjoyable relationships of this game.
Was a great blacksmith. It needs a blessing of a great blacksmith.
Yep. And he's so hesitant to do it. It's so cute. It's so cute and sweet. Yeah, the whole mermaid thing. So Jill, is that tying into Scottish myth as well then? Because I remember in that IGN video where they broke down Scandinavian mythology, the expert was like, there's no mermaids around here. And I'm wondering if they're pulling the horse from that, if they're also pulling mermaids from that area?
I don't know. I've never really heard of mermaids in this context. So
yeah.
It just seems like maybe there was a lady in the lake kind of concept, and they just said, well, if she lives in a lake, it would make sense to make her look like a mermaid. Oh,
and that's kind of like, isn't that that's a King Arthur thing, right? The lady in the lake.
It's an Arthurian thing.
It's an Arthurian thing. You wouldn't understand.
Like you do.
And that idea that mermaids speak with souls. They don't communicate through words. It's like, I'm curious if that also came from anything, or is that just a nice way for them to have a revelation of Brock being like, damn it, I'm missing my soul.
Wasn't there something related to sirens and souls? I don't remember for sure.
I'm not sure.
I might be wrong.
Sirens, you said?
Sirens, yeah.
Like Greek sirens?
Yeah, no, they're just, I mean, first of all, sirens are birds, not mermaids. Oh. But
birds are just temporarily inconvenienced fish.
That's
right.
100%. Yeah.
The whole line about the nature versus form thing, did that hit anybody hard? I feel like they said it and then they repeated it about 2 more times after that, and I was like, it's a fine line, but they're acting like it's the theme of the game. I like that it
hit Kratos hard because he heard it from Brock and then said it later to Freya.
Right.
So I like that this was deep wisdom to that character. I kind of like him absorbing that and reflecting it, because it's like, oh, that he's really thinking about that.
Right.
I like it used that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. Tim O'Keefe says, I feel like this game has done an amazing job with fleshing out the side characters. The moments between Kratos and Brock are beautiful, and the blessing scene is just such a wonderful gesture. It is beautiful. I mean, that's what this game is great for, is just fleshing out all these characters in such a big way. When you think you had a pretty good handle on them, like, how many more stories could Mimir really tell? And then it's like, oh, it turns out there's still a lot to unpack here in every which way.
Yeah. I think maybe the form versus nature thing is maybe something that would hit a lot more if you're maybe like someone of a queer background, or someone in that kind of community, which says like, your nature is not necessarily, like your form does not determine your nature, and like your origins do not necessarily have to inform anything about you. But I thought it was one of those ones where like they definitely did justice to that line, but it wasn't like the most blow me away kind of line.
Right. Yeah. So this whole section with Freya was a little bit of talking about her saying like, hey, you are probably the champion here. Like, if there's going to be somebody who could take down a pantheon, and the giants were trying to bet on somebody, they should probably bet on somebody who took down an entire pantheon before. But I don't think it's here, but I think it was earlier in Vanaheim. There was a moment that I really loved where Kratos just like shut Freya down for like, you are not telling me who to kill. Like, that is absolutely my line in the sand. I've had such bad experience.
Shut up and kill, yeah.
Right. Yep. Oh, that's right. And it's kind of like a jokey moment. And then I love him just being like, hey, that's a sensitive topic for me.
Right.
Don't tell me
my number one no.
Yeah, he ties it back to what he says to Athena in the first game. It's like, I'm no longer your monster. And
right.
So that's a big moment for him to be like, yeah, I'm never going to be like the hero. I'm never going to be a great person or whatever, but I might always be a monster, but I'm my monster.
Right.
Or in this case, Atreus is.
Yeah.
I love a lot of what she was throwing out at Kratos in the mines. Or it's like a storage facility. I'm not sure exactly what it was, where you explode the barrels of alcohol.
Yep.
But it was like the idea that's like, hey, maybe your wife married you because she knew that you killed gods. I love what she's throwing out there.
Yep.
Because we've never seen their relationship, right? We don't know if she truly loved Kratos, or if it was like, hey, if I bring this guy in, this is going to lead to Odin dying. This is the only way to pull this off, is to get this guy. I love that idea. I love to think about it, and I love that Kratos is thinking about it now too.
Yep, just to get in his head and like that sensitive a topic. Like, yeah, actually, your entire life with your wife, who you thought was like the one pure thing, that might be complete BS, and you might be a scheme to the gods once again, or scheme to higher powers.
The fact that him trying to get away from fate and gods and stuff is that entire relationship is predicated on a bit of fate. I think, or someone following basically the tenets of fate of like, well, this has to happen, so I'm going to make it happen. I think is the kind of thing that would shatter his world. So I think it's very much like a no, she would never do that. Like, I know her well enough to say that like that is not at all her plan. But she's like, maybe it's like you can't rule it out of the question, because she knew that this whole thing was going to happen. So
right.
And
he is trying very hard to say like that is not the reason, but he cannot deny it fully.
Yeah.
I would like to point out though that I don't think it's a totally mercenary marriage, because she does call him Grumbles.
That is true.
Good point.
That is true.
Good point.
And then we get the big scene, which makes this such a great stopping point. So thanks to Jacob Geller and Janet Garcia and everybody who chose this for a stopping point. Because like right when this happened, I was like, yes, this is the perfect place to stop, which is get the new weapon. And then Odin comes in and you have the Odin conversation with Kratos. Just the quick little chat. What was your read? What did Odin hope to gain from that conversation, Kyle? What was his purpose?
I honestly had a hard time following that, because first they deal with their business. He brings in I don't remember the guy's name.
Oh, yeah. Durlin. Yeah,
Durlin.
thank you. Yeah.
He brings in Durlin. He comes in with Durlin.
Right.
And it's like, what is that play here? But it sounds like he's pushing him a little bit. It sounds like he's pushing his buttons. It's like, I got your son. I think he wants Kratos to come.
Come, but also we don't want war was kind of his message, unless that's just
That's his message,
nonsense.
but I think he wants Kratos to come.
But why?
I think I would say that he maybe has some awareness of the prophecies of the giants, and he's like, I need men with spear. You have spear. I need spear. Like, I think he basically said like, I need you to bring me the spear is what I'm guessing. But
that's interesting.
That's a bit of a leap, because I don't know that we know for sure that, does Odin know about the champion even?
Well,
what
I don't think so. That was the
about
secret
Odin
thing,
is his introductory monologue. Well, I guess he's got a lot, but when he says like, hey, you know how like we give purpose to mortals?
Yes.
Like, why the F are we here?
Yes.
I love that. I love hearing a god being uncertain about his own existence, right? And so he's found this weird thing he doesn't understand, the only weird thing in the world. And there's like hints about like him trying to like hang himself because he just doesn't understand mortality, right?
Yeah.
This man is curious about what lies beyond and what his actual purpose is. And so I love that this villain's motivation is not like, I need the power, I want to rule over all 9 realms.
Yep.
He's like, I want to see what's in this green crack, and I'll do whatever it takes to peek in this crack.
Yeah.
And I love that about him.
Yeah, he's so willing and so curious to try and settle his own conflicted emotions that he will burn the eye out of his frickin' skull just to try and peek in there. Oh, I love that detail. He's like, I don't recommend it, Atreus, and he just lifts up his gross eye. Oh. So I like that idea that, right when Draupnir was attained, then that was the cue for like, okay, now I know this. But I think what's wrong with that is, he doesn't know about the spear necessarily, because that was in the secret giant thing. And the big thing is like, oh, Odin doesn't know about the secret prophecy. He only knows about the exterior one.
I wonder if it was just because he was suddenly somewhere where he could track him. Because I get the feeling that like they're safe in the house, right?
Yeah, they can't find him there. Yeah.
And then like
house.
stepping foot into like a realm that he like owns, essentially, like he controls with an iron fist. He like immediately got word that like one of these dwarves ran off and was like, hey, this guy's here, and you like knowing about this guy, so that just triggered him to come and be a dick.
Yeah. Suriel, do you remember when we did the game club on God of War 2018 back at Game Informer?
Yeah.
And I went back and rewatched parts of it recently, so it's not like I remember this. But I remember at the end, I was like, I think where they're going with the next game is it's going to be Hook. It's going to be Atreus is like Robin Williams' kid, and then Captain Hook is Odin, and he adopts him as his own, and it's a big thing of like, who's the real father type of thing. And like, this was the biggest sequence so far, where it's like, this has some real Hook vibes. You're feeling it, right,
really
Kyle?
does, yeah.
All right, run home, Jack. It's all right there. So
you know what? Hook vibes also in Kratos' mind when he's like having those bad memories. Like, he's right there. Atreus is by Odin's side.
Right. Just hold on to that happy thought, Kratos. I think we were all on the same page there. Let's see. We have Interrata writing in. They say, I'm really glad they found a way in this game to make Draupnir just as fun to use as the axe and the blades.
I'm 100% there.
What's that, Jill?
I'm 100%
You're 100%?
there.
I'm
like,
just as
I got
fun?
the spear.
I'm not there.
I got the spear, and I'm like 100% never going to use these other weapons. The spear.
Wow.
I like the spear, but it's a far 3. It's a far 3 on the ranking, I gotta say.
No way. I started upgrading it immediately, and that thing that lets you like take someone else's elemental ability.
Yeah, it lets you sap elemental things. I
love it.
I love the stacking system with the spears, where like, okay, well, first it's like you can throw spears and then detonate them, which feels like a very like fighting game Mortal Kombat thing where it's like this character has a subsystem that relies on this specific tool. But I love that you can do that, and then you can augment it by saying like, oh, these finishers basically implant a spear automatically at the end of your attack,
right?
And then you can use that to detonate, and like that leads to all sorts of like, okay, I'm juggling them in the air, then I trigger the all 6 detonations, so he just keeps bouncing in the air, and I have him in the corner. I think that weapon is so much fun. I love it.
Really, if you had to rank them, Suriel, as a fighting game expert, where are you going?
I'd probably say Axe, Spear, Blades.
Axe, Spear, Blades. Wow, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, maybe I'm a simpleton. It was interesting. Like I was hearing during that moment of like, I have a lot of XP for my weapons, and just about everything is maxed out here. And it's like, okay, this is when we get the spear. This makes all total sense. Now I have this whole new tree to unlock and stuff. So it's fun to see the hints of where we're going with the gameplay here.
I was so sure we were done with weapons. I was actually surprised we got a third weapon.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You weren't thinking it was going to be Mjolnir?
No. So the second that up on the D-pad switched which arrow your partner uses,
right?
I'm like, oh, so okay, all new weapons are going to be like partner stuff, is what I had figured.
Right. Dylan Ward says, I enjoyed putting away my weapons after a fight, so getting the spear bothered me that I could no longer go back to fists with one button press since they share the D-pad, but after exploring the menu, I realized their toggle option for this, so the D-pad direction of the equipped weapon will put it away. I love the small options available that can fix small annoyances players might have. That's incredible that they thought of that.
That was specifically, I was like, that's a really weird thing to have. I guess I kind of prefer it because it lets me put away and, basically double tap to switch to shield no matter what I'm using. But then having Draupnir totally makes that option make sense, because then otherwise you'd have to switch to Leviathan, throw it, and in order to access the shield attacks. So it's a really smart option, and I encourage everyone to turn it on. But yeah, I really like what it adds to, because it's like it's the fastest weapon, right? And you kind of do need a fast weapon, and then like a weapon with further range. And yeah, I like a lot of what it brings to the table of having very like dedicated attack. So it feels like the extreme of like, okay, well, if Blaze of Chaos is the widest one and Leviathan is kind of in the middle, Spear is kind of like the most focused, fastest, so it does the most damage and kind of easily keep up with some of the faster enemies.
I do love that idea of once he gets a spear and he's like, oh, spear, this is the first weapon I ever trained with in Sparta. It's like, oh, of course. And the spear's never been a weapon in the God of War series before? Like he's never had a spear?
Oh, for sure. I think even in God of War 1 you got a spear.
Oh, is that right? Okay, so it wasn't completely new.
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you do get a spear though, do you?
Not a magic spear. You definitely don't get one in 2 or 3, which I remember, which I've played through. But like, it feels very different from the other weapons, and like just the fact, but it does make sense that he's experienced with it, right?
That's fun.
I was going to Google it, but then it's like you just don't even step into
never
any
Google
wiki.
anything. No,
Don't even do it. Yeah.
Right.
Don't tell Google.
One of the funnest parts is you get access to a bunch of new finishers, which is like there's the one where he like throws one, like impales him with one, brings out another one, and then like spins them both around and like basically severs someone's body, which is like that's gaming.
Yeah. It's like thinking of the potential of what makes this weapon special. How do I make my animation special? I love that one.
Yeah.
Right. It also, though, feeds into something that I had a problem with last time, and I still have a problem with, is like how many things you have to kind of juggle.
Yep.
So like with this, I wrote it down because I'm like, these are things that just require XP to upgrade. It's all of the relics, Spartan Rage, both kinds, the runic weapon, both runic weapons, and all of the like weapon skills. So like I'm constantly having a problem with like not having XP for something, or like forgetting that I was like hoarding XP to up my like Spartan heal ability. Yep. And then I'm like, oh, I made it so I could twirl the spear. And I totally forgot I was saving up to do this one thing. And that's not even counting the amounts of things that need like all these materials and other things. There's just so much now to like kind
of. It's funny. I thought Spartan heal was a scam.
Oh, really?
Because Spartan Rage already heals you. I'm like, this is a scam.
Yeah.
But the heal is more piecemeal, so it's like you get to kind of use it a little bit more often. But I think I did switch back to Spartan Rage because I think it's just for how long it lasts and how much stun it can build on bosses specifically.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of hard to ignore that option.
I stuck with the Valor. I stuck with the heal.
Jill, that's funny because like I think that I've just been hoarding my XP for basically the same reason. Is like there's too much to spend it on. So actually, when I did get the spear, I was like, I'm ready to spend. I had tens of thousands saved up.
Nice.
It's a lot. It's a lot to just juggle and keep track of and allocate, and it's all in like way different menus.
Yeah.
There's no like how do I? You think of like God of War 1 on PS2, right? It's just you get red orbs and you just throw them into things. It just like it's so fun, and like I wish it was all in one menu. Maybe what you do with your XP.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I can't tell if it's just the combat's the part that I'm the least interested in with this game, which I understand is controversial. Controversy noted. But I am so disinterested every time I go in that menu.
Yep.
And I don't know. Help me, Suriel, because you're a big combat guy. So is it me? Is it the menu? What's happening here? Are you engaged by your decisions about different builds and play styles and all this stuff?
It's overwhelming, I think, is that like I mentioned earlier, I invested pretty heavily early on in that default set. And I feel like that's really bit me in the ass because now I feel underleveled for a lot of the side content that I was doing because I'm still level 4 and a lot of the content I'm doing is level 5. And I think it is because of like I didn't invest my resources properly, which is like the worst kind of because basically at this point, if there's like level 9 content, I'm basically going to have to play the entire game to see it.
Right.
Or like do some grinding. And that feels like that doesn't feel great. Like I'm kind of dreading the idea of like ever falling behind the level curve on the main path, which I hope doesn't happen. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of like I basically have found like, I have the set that triggers a slowdown whenever you dodge something. And that feels like, OK, this is good enough to invest in for the rest of the game. I'm basically only paying attention to the resources that further those armors. So like everything else is just kind of started to blur for me. So yeah, but every time I go into those menus, I'm just like, am I going to continue screwing myself if I make the wrong decision by investing in these upgrades? Because they're starting to get really expensive to the point where it's like, okay, this thing costs 15,000 hack silver to upgrade. I better be sure that I want this. And like that feels so out of step with like what the God of War series has been traditionally, which is like you just get everything. You just feel ridiculously powered by the end of the game. Whereas this, it just feels like I feel like I'm gonna start my next section by doing more side content that I've missed so that I can keep up, which feels like, which is not a thing that you feel like it's not fun when you feel you have to do that.
Right. Let's see. Steve Bellegarde says, I feel like since we have the blades to start this time, Santa Monica waited too long to give the entire moveset back for returning weapons. Heavy runic attacks are not unlocked until after the main quest in Vanaheim. And it just seemed off to me.
Super late.
Yeah, the progression pacing was spread too thin. It is wild. Just saying, a certain point, I was like, I still don't have a heavy rune for my axe. It was like late in this session before I finally got one. And maybe I missed it earlier or something, but it's unbelievable.
Yeah. I think it's also because like once you had 4 runic powers, it was really easy to overpower stuff in the first game where it's just like runic power 1, runic power 2, switch weapons, runic power 1, runic power 2, encounters probably over. Yeah. So I think they definitely wanted to hold off on those heavy runic attacks. But now that I feel like they've introduced so many other I think the combat is more dynamic in this game. So I feel like they overcorrected by saying like, let's not give them anything. But I thought that I had missed something, right? I felt like there were multiple points where it's like I must have just missed the chest or not solved the puzzle, or maybe there's or maybe there's a side quest that opened those up as a system, and maybe I'm missing out on getting them. But yeah, I definitely felt like they're teasing. They need to tease stuff out because this is a bigger game. But I mean, like after getting the spear, it just feels like they probably have like one more weird thing that you can do. Not necessarily a weapon, but like they probably have one more thing that you unlock, but I don't know what it is.
It's gonna be probably something beyond the wolf form, right? It's just something for Atreus to turn into.
It does seem like environmentally though, we can do everything we need to now.
Yeah.
There's no like locked door anymore.
We've conquered the game's biggest villain, which is those air pipes. Those
stupid weird things everywhere. Yeah,
villain of the year.
Do you again, the production of this game is out of this world on all those levels. I was a little bit like, attacking as the wolf. I think it's tough to make a wolf attack look cool, but as Atreus, it's kind of like, all right. I wasn't.
One animation, yeah,
it's just kind of like that. Rawr, rawr. It's a tough thing to pull off, I think.
Yeah, I think Atreus also has like 2 universal finishers that he uses on basically every enemy. Which is like I'm going to do the kick and then the firing the bow, or I'm just going to do the kick depending on the enemy. That definitely feels like the one place where they kind of scaled back the production.
Yeah. Red Beast says, has anyone else given up on the armor crafting system? I spent the early part of the game trying to maximize the stats I wanted, but at this point it just feels like too much. Why are the names so long yet tell you nothing about the stats? Why is there so much stat overlap between sets? I like making my numbers go up, but I know now why they added the auto-equip option. Let me get back to actually playing the awesome game, please.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to make this as simple as possible because I don't necessarily want to invest too much because like the last game definitely had like post game armors that were like really cool and had some powers.
Right.
But this definitely feels like we're kind of already there. I don't know that I need something crazy good, and I'm still kind of unsure just because of time limitations how much I'm going to invest in like I'm going to do all the contents, like I want to do all the side quests, get all the collectibles and stuff like that. I'm still not sure if I'm pot committed on that. So it definitely feels like I'm like this close to just using auto equip, but I want to keep the armor that I have.
Yeah. Kyle, your thoughts on armor?
Yeah, it's funny because like even like upgrading it is so important on like where in the game you are about what materials you're gathering. So if you're getting like leather right now, it's not even useful to you. You pop open a red chest, it's like, leather. You're like, I can't even use that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About that though is that you can sell some of those lesser needed resources back.
I think as a player, I'm always scared to sell resources. Maybe I need to get over that.
What if I suddenly need to go back and invest in another armor set or something, right? And I need to invest a bunch of these resources.
And the person would say you could buy other resources back, but I would still say I wish I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm still using, for my chess piece, I'm still using the one that we got in Nevermere, the first Dwarven set that you get, because it lets me heal when I do a finishing attack. So I like that.
Based off luck or just always?
Always.
Nice.
Fair enough.
So I'm just sort of like, I would prefer that to kind of any, like I had Suriel's preferred set of like, when you dodge, it slows down time for a bit. And then I found, I think it was the ones that you get in Vanaheim, because they were just like a higher power. And I'm like, I don't really need a slowdown thing. I just want the power level to go up because I think that has some relation to how my stats are doing. So I'm like, all of it's kind of messy. And I would love for it to be streamlined. I love that it's there. Mm-hmm. I like this sort of gameplay. I like this sort of like, I feel rewarded for getting resources and for doing other things. And I get excited when I'm like, that's the thing that I need to upgrade my thing, but there could be some streamlining here.
Joe Dean says, I think there should be a better way to regain health outside of a fight. When you respawn after dying, your health is full. If I go into a fight without full health and die rather than use a resurrection stone because they cost $3,000, I'll just let the game respawn me with full health and usually win. This could be circumvented if Kratos regenerated health when not in combat or something similar. Yeah, there's some items and stuff that kind of get you nearer to that, but I know that feeling like, well, I died, but I'm going to be going in. I know I'm going to kick its ass this time around because I'll have full health.
Yeah, I always give it that college try of like, well, I'll gain some info about patterns and such, but like I always go into that. Like whenever I find one of the hateful or like some of the optional bosses, I always feel like, okay, this first one's like for fun. Like I'm not gonna take it too seriously because I know I'm gonna get my ass kicked because I have like no health.
Are you committed to doing all those the berserkers? Is that what the
berserkers are the one that I like? It feels like the most clear Valkyrie equivalent. I love the Valkyrie. Those are my favorite part of the 2018 game. So like I want to do those, but I already like it feels a little less like. It feels more arbitrary because it's like I found my first one. It's 3 of them, and they all have skull next to their names. I was like, okay, I'm just not doing this now. Yeah. I hit them it was like my first match against them lasted 2 minutes, and they hit me once, and I died. And so I felt like, okay, I actually put up a fight, but it's like I had taken like one segment of their health bar. So it's like, all right, this is very much giving me a like screw off until later vibe. So I guess I'll maybe try to do that post game.
Yeah. My dog is hip says, F the dark elf lords. Am I the only one struggling during every encounter with these guys? Those little energy bombs they leave behind every time they dash backwards make it such a pain to fight them. I got very strong Star Wars prequel Jedi vibes from all the light elves and the architecture and all that stuff.
Yeah, those are annoying.
Yeah. I feel like from the 2018 game, I learned to chase those guys down aggressively.
Yeah.
So like I'm not running away from them. I'm running towards them when they leave those bombs. So I'm always where they're about to land. But then like I think the biggest tip that I can give is like use Frost Awaken as much as possible on them, because like the amount of frost that you build up on them prevents them from flying. So like then it becomes a lot easier if they're grounded.
I'm more annoyed by the like those singing shield guys in Vanaheim. It's very Abe's Odyssey or something there. Chris says, I'm puzzled as... Did that work for you, Kyle?
Excellent reference, yeah.
Thank you. Chris says, really? So hang on. Is it only an excellent reference if you know it? Is that what's going on here?
That's how references work.
Wait a minute.
There's the risk reward on a reference is obscurity to acknowledgement, right? Like you want to make the most obscure reference you can and have the person you're saying it to recognize it. So you can miss on a reference by saying like O.J. Simpson in Naked Gun and have the room not have heard it. Right. But if you get, if you nail it, then it's better.
And then it's confirmed because it's like, I know that reference because my life is like yours because I've consumed the same media that you have. Therefore, you've chosen a good life path because it's shared by more people.
There's like a better payoff if you reference something specific of like, you and I both read this book in college or whatever versus like, I'm going to make a Star Wars joke, right? Like that's not as rewarding.
Okay. I do feel like the O.J. Simpson in Naked Gun reference is bad on two levels.
Oh. Yeah.
So that one is just simply a bad reference, just on top of me not recognizing it.
And you're saying it's in poor taste because of the murders?
Yes.
I see. Chris writes in and says, I'm puzzled as to why so much of this game is spent in encounters with pest enemies, like nightmares and poison frogs, slugs and lizards who attack from off screen. What's the deal? I'm a god of war.
What is it? What version are you playing? Where are the slugs and lizards?
Well, the enemies that spit acid are my least favorite enemies because they're like the most annoying because you don't want to take them as seriously as you need to.
Oh, they do a lot of damage too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I get it. There's a lot of little things. And it's like, I think part of it's like, you need something fun and little to shoot. Maybe as Atreus with the arrows. That's something for you. But I guess even the nightmares and stuff when you're just Kratos, maybe they stand out a little bit more. It is fun to think of nightmares as just like a physical thing in this world that are just everywhere. And I guess they're the reason that nightmares exist because they fly inside your brain.
No, wait, that's the lore. Is that the lore of those things?
I think so. I think nightmares are like a real thing. They're a real thing in Scandinavian mythology. Yeah.
And they come out of a nest. They're like nightmare nests.
You have to destroy it quickly. That's the key to ending nightmares.
Yeah. Real quick though, I do appreciate in the lore entries that like they as you kill more of them, they do give you advice on how to beat them. Like that's cool. the frost tip I learned from the journal of like if enemies can fly, then freezing them will ground them.
Yeah.
So I do like getting those tips from the lore entries.
Kyle, do you ever have frost tips?
Not yet.
Okay. Felix Diaz says, have you noticed that when you are in low health and the sound is deafened, you can actually hear voices? I assume it's voices calling you to Valhalla or Kratos' wife or something.
I got to try that.
Yeah, I guess I've never really noticed that. But I like that idea. That would be messed up if every time you had low health, you just hear Faye like, die, Kratos, come join me.
Just die, come be with her.
Come on, it's great. Have you seen that light? It's freaking sweet. Mm-hmm. Richard Smuts writes in and says, it doesn't cease to amaze me the amount of fine detail that's been put into the facial animations for the main cast. I'd possibly go as far as to say that Ragnarok may have been the best facial animation right now out of any game ever. It's a good question. Is it number one facial animation?
I'd give it to Resident Evil still, but we're close.
Do FMV games count?
Yeah. They absolutely do. Immortality, greatest looking game I've ever seen in my life.
Best and Last of Us Part 2, man.
Yeah, I think I need to see them side by side. Because I don't know.
But I think what's cool about it is they're ridiculously looking mythological characters that are so human-like.
And they're fun.
I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you think, in my mind, when I think of greatest looking game of all time, like locking it in, for a while it was The Order. Like, when I played The Order, I was like, say what you will about this game, I think it's the best looking game ever made. I wonder at what point that was surpassed. Maybe I should go back. Maybe The Order still has it. I don't know.
I think it'd be still number one.
Gosh, I mean, Red Dead's up there. Red Dead 2.
Interesting. Yeah.
Like the lighting engine on that is just next level. But this is definitely, when I think about good looking games, this and well, for a while it was 2018 that came to mind as like this. That's probably like the benchmark.
Yeah.
And I think this looks kind of better, or just like I think the art direction is a little stronger. But
yeah,
it's either that or Red Dead for me.
Well,
it's funny because they both came out the same year.
Well, hey, look at this.
My hot take though is that Atreus definitely has video game face. To me, it doesn't resemble a human's face that well.
What about it, do you think?
Eyelids.
Eyelids. What?
Yeah,
really?
I shouldn't have said that because you're going to be looking at those eyelids now. But no, I don't think that's a human face.
Yeah, just like that person who mentioned the like neck wrinkles.
Yeah,
so I was definitely looking at those neck wrinkles.
Yep.
I like that Atreus' eyes are so vibrant so that they really pop when he's in animal form. It's like that's one of those things that like. I mean, I guess I knew that, all right, if we're making Loki, he's probably going to turn into an animal. Therefore, even in that first game, we should make his eyes very clearly over the top blue. So they'll stand out. Do you think that's not true, Kyle?
You sound like a different human than the beginning of this podcast.
Yeah, very much.
You've gone on a journey.
I'm a little worried for you.
Yeah, my voice isn't coming back.
It's called character growth.
Yeah, we're halfway through the comments, so we're getting there. Brett Norton writes in, he says, I just love the use of vibrant colors in this game, like Suriel was saying. It's so refreshing to move between the realms and not having them all be dark and drab. Alfheim is great at being dark yet colorful at the same time. And Angrboda's color run looking attacks look so fantastic. Give me more color in my AAA games.
Yeah,
I feel
very much so.
Yeah.
I was worried about like the winter thing being a problem, and it's like, it's all going to be white snow. But yeah, the fact that you in this game you go to so many different places that allow for that kind of variation, and even within that they get like creative. So like when you go to the land of the dwarves the first time, like you end up in a marsh, and that's not what you were expecting to see.
Right.
So yeah, they've been really creative with this. Yeah,
and the idea that Fimbulwinter doesn't affect the Ironwood area, that's interesting. It's like it's the one area that's not affected for some reason. Also, it doesn't make sense. I was going to say, where is that? But there's no explanation that you can give that would make sense.
Just imagine it's like a pocket dimension.
Okay, thank you. That's pocket dimension. Great answer. Darkfish Days says, and is anyone else hesitant to free raven spirits? Every time I return to the Raven Tree to open a new chest, their whispering voices freak me out. Especially after the fourth chest, they talk of the Raven Keeper, and their voices suddenly get deeper and more menacing, as if someone is speaking through the ravens. Something's up.
Yeah. They're like antagonistic even. They're creepy.
I haven't got back to them.
I mean, they are Odin's eyes, so like they're not your allies. You're killing them, so they're not into you.
I've been not hunting for ravens. I'll take one out if I see it most time, but am I blowing it by not trying to 100% this raven?
I've only done 13, so I'm like I'm probably in that same field where I just haven't found as many as I would like.
Sure.
The first 3 sets are treasure chests that are armor.
Okay.
And I actually I kept a lot of the armor on for a while, but I've replaced it with tier stuff. But the next 3 chests, the first one is an R2 for the axe.
Okay.
A heavy attack. Yeah. That's like maximum damage. It's like 5-star damage.
Ooh,
I'm thinking it's going to be like 3 more heavy runes.
Oh, that's tempting. Okay. Yeah. JT says, to comment on Kratos' breathing brought up in the last episode, I definitely hear it, and I took notice. To me, it is a constant reminder that Kratos is older than we last saw him, and the last one was the last look at him in his prime. So, yeah, it is noticeable. He's a heavy breather. After Aaron Espinoza, after revisiting the conversation about Bear McCreary, the game's composer, real quick, his name in the game, the dwarf, it was Rabe, which is bear spelled backwards.
Oh no, that's the worst.
In a fun way? Or?
I like that.
We like
it.
More backwards names. Drew Marcus says, can we all agree how satisfying the ping sound is when Kratos uses the chisel? That was good.
I do like it, yeah.
I do like it. Also, I like the doors that only Freya can open. I like just those huge slabs that dissolve to the huge stone slabs that she pushes. That's a cool animation. Nate Miller asked, did Suriel ever go back and find that whale?
No, I haven't.
Gotta find the whale, dude.
I was so busy barreling through the actual main stuff, and then when I got to do side stuff, people were like, "Hey, you should do the Vanaheim stuff." So I did that. So I still have not seen that whale. I will hopefully see that whale before the end of the game.
It's your Moby Dick.
I wonder what it's going to be a whole different thing if you're with Freya. It'll be weird.
That's true. Freya and whale. I'm gonna get those exclusive dialogues.
Yeah.
Because I went back and did that too.
did you?
First part of this, and it was sad.
It was sad.
Just like everybody said.
Ricky Winterborn says, this game has the best little buddies hidden in the levels. The mushroom men, lizards, fairies, goblins. Anywhere you look, there's probably a little buddy chilling. That's right.
My favorite.
I took screenshots of
little guys.
Yes. My absolute favorite are I hate those bugs. The turtles with the trees on them are my absolute favorite.
Those turtles are the one creature I don't think you can kill. And have them dissolve into I tried to explode them. Yeah. I threw everything I had. I used all my runic attacks. Those are some powerful turtles.
They're so cute.
David Dubs says, Nornir chests suck. They're my least favorite puzzles. They come down to, did you see the thing? Especially the ones with the runic arrows.
What are the Nornir chests?
Is that the runes? The three?
The ones that have apples on the inside.
Runes.
Oh. Yeah, those are the most valuable ones because they give you the apples.
That's right. Aaron T says, there's a cool minor animation that only happens when Atreus is wearing armor that has fur on it. If you charge the bow while using the sonic arrows, the fur on the armor lifts up and blows around from the energy of the arrow. His hair lifts up when charging sonic arrows as well. It definitely gave me some Dragon Ball vibes. Cool. Yeah.
Very cool.
That's cool.
Nothing better than somebody charging up so much that their hair starts to float. That's as good as life gets. Duty the Brown says, on the topic of Greek stories, oh, that's the one about the single shot. We already got that. Thank you, Duty the Brown. But Kyle's got you covered about the one shot thing. Mr. Hipshot says...
Oh, that's what the comment was?
That's what it was.
Referencing that directly? Cool.
Yeah, you beat him too, but Mr. Duty's very smart. Mr. Hipshot says, if you walk up to Brock and Sindri while the Leviathan axe is not with Kratos, if you hover over the upgrades for the axe, Kratos holds his hand out, the controller rumbles, and then the axe flies into his hand all while you're in the menu.
Yeah, I did that one. That was cool.
If you're quick, you can go down to the blades in the menu, and Kratos won't call for the axe because he's holding the blades. And then Christopher Reardon replied to that comment and said, on a similar note, if you visit the shop at Sindri's house, while either Atreus or Freya aren't actively in your party, they'll be represented by a wooden statue of their likeness in the upgrade menu.
Mm-hmm. It took me a while to figure out what that was about because it kept zooming into this wooden block thing. I'm like, why does... Oh,
you got to do it. You got to do it. Yeah, I love my one move that I feel smart for doing in combat, and I'm sure it's basic gaming 101, is the move where you can you hit R1 to put points basically where the axe will fly and hit, so you can spread it around or put it all in one person, you know what I mean? And so it's to launch that out. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kyle?
Mm-mm.
It's
what, isn't it a runic attack?
I think it's a rune thing, yeah. So you send the axe out and it's hitting all these marks, but then the second the axe is out of your hands, then you switch to the blades, so you can use the blades to chop people up as the axe is still flying around. It feels like you're really cheating the game.
You can do that with the basic holding down R1 button where it's it deploys and then it kind of just does that on one enemy. You can do that throwing the axe out, and then you can use a runic attack on the blades and then recall the axe, and then you'll automatically switch to the Leviathan. Okay. So then you can use if you're trying to spam all your runic attacks, you can basically use it that way to basically get off a bunch of runic attacks in a row.
I love it.
I know we're close to the end,
but
I do need one more poo-poo pee-pee break.
Is it
a
urgent?
Midnight one?
What if I told you we have one comment left?
Then I could hold it.
All right.
Is it one is it one comment because I said that, or is it going to be one comment before?
It was going to be one comment before.
I think I see a health bar pop up over Kyle, and it's slowly draining. We have
we can do it. All right. Brandon Scott. You know what? I don't like... Take the poo-poo people break, because I feel like listeners now are going to be stressed knowing that you're in pain.
I want Brandon Scott's comment to feel like it's got my full attention.
Yep, that's right.
Why don't you read the comment, then we take the break so we've had time to think about it.
Just go.
No. Yeah, just go right now, ma'am. All right, he's freaking gone. Hey, joke's on him. This isn't a poo-poo pee-pee break. He didn't announce it, so now we get to talk trash behind his back.
He's not going to be able to pee-pee poo-poo when he gets there.
He's going to be so embarrassed when he hears that. I'll compliment him while he's gone. I'm really thankful that Kyle's doing this. I think it's very sweet. There's always so many people that are like, oh, more Easy Allies crossovers, more Kyle Bosman crossovers and stuff like that. So when I reached out to him, and he's like, yeah, I'd love to do this. I was very heartened that he was down for that. And also,
he's taking time out of his streams too. So
I know. It really is. I think it's huge.
He's just really smart.
He is smart.
Really, very nice.
But he's also
observations on things.
I think the thing is with him, there's a certain je ne sais quoi of like, is he messing with me? Is he like, you know what I mean? It's like, is he so much smarter than everybody else that he just goes and talks crap behind people's backs? That's oh, shut the hell up. Brandon Scott writes in and says, hey, animals and creatures being controlled and manipulated. By the way, how much better do you feel, Kyle?
Extremely.
Good. I'm so happy to hear that. Brandon Scott says, animals and creatures being controlled and manipulated seems like a big motif in this game. Nidhogg, Odin's ravens, the giant whale, the giant jellyfish, the giant snake. I wonder if any of these animals will end up biting back. It is a big animal-themed game. Do we think it's going to be like the portals at the end of Avengers of just like all the animals come in to attack?
An elephant comes by.
Well, I mean, you like I said, there is a good chance that like all the giants are going to come back as animals. So they're just going to be there's going to be like a snake riding a bear coming in to fight, and
a bear riding a snake.
That's pretty good. I mean, this game has been so good so far about zigging and we think it's going to zag outside of the hook stuff. Do we all think there's going to be a big battle? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's like y'all think there's going to be obviously the big battlefield sequence when the stuff's going down, but no, not so much.
I feel like in every game I kind of hope that, like, you know, because Odin is not like your typical like I'm a big video game boss guy,
right?
And whenever that guy is the main antagonist, I'm always like, I want this to be like a conversation that's really hard, versus like, here's a health bar, he's gonna have his attack patterns, like, and I want that to happen. I want that to happen in every game, and very few games have ever actually delivered that. But I would love it because I feel like this is more like, I feel like Thor should be the final boss, and Odin should be like some kind of like thing that they pull, right? Like some kind of like subverting of expectations.
What would that be? I mean, you can't have a dialogue tree.
You could have the Disney ending of like all the animals come, and that's how it's like, oh, how are we gonna beat Odin? It's like the animals come in from the animal kingdom and they kind of overwhelm, and he's like, oh no, I can't stand animals for some reason, and he just gets overwhelmed. I don't know.
And then you put Odin and he replaces your wolves in the dog sled, and then the end of the game is you just mushing around and Odin has to pull you.
And he's like, right. Kratos, you did it. Oh, I'll get you.
Exactly it. That's exactly
like the
it.
ending has to do something with the glowing thing that we're investigating right now. Like maybe Odin disappears into that and you have to follow him.
There's a whole chance that like the last fight takes place in some other mythology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh.
Inside the crack.
What if like the last fight is like you fight Odin and there's like the what's the Lapacto, like the Aztec god, and then you have to fight him as well or something. Some other mythology going in there.
No, you're totally right. This game is going to, Odin will die by being like, and getting sucked into the crack, and it's implied that he's destroyed. It's going to be that, absolutely. He'll
I think Atreus pushes him into the crack or something. Yeah.
Right. And it's
into that crack is what we're saying.
Right. Kyle, you said that you wanted to have not predictions, but things that you want to happen in the final third of this game. How is that different from wishes? What wishes would you like to have granted?
Okay, so like, what do I want to see? How do I want to see this like story end? Is that like, I guess the tone that it's going for this way, and that like, God, honestly, I said this is what I don't have an answer. It's like what I want the most is to continue to be surprised. Over the last, what we were calling the middle act, right? The second week of recording this podcast, I was shocked consistently. And what I was expecting coming into God of War is like bigger fights, bigger bosses, bigger set pieces. But that's not really the stuff that's been winning me over so far. It's been the interactions of these characters. I've been really impressed with the cast that they put together here. But I don't know, like the reality is like I'm not expecting a happy ending at all. So I guess my wish is that like there's some positivity at the end.
It's weird because you were Mr. Man in the last episode being like, look, I'm seeing it from the marketing standpoint. Like they won't kill Kratos. And so it's interesting now, like if you're fully on board with that marketing mindset, they're not going to end this game on just a bloodbath where you don't feel good about anything.
I'm thinking a lot about the entire time I play it. Here's what I'm thinking a lot about Atreus dying and how sad that would be.
God, they could not. They absolutely could not.
Look at Jill's face right now.
You think Atreus is dying, Jill?
She knows the fate of Loki.
I think it would be really interesting, but I don't think that Loki's going to die. I think if anything happens to Loki, he's going to turn into a kind of evil that we can't, celebrate or be behind. I kind of want it to be a situation where evil Loki has to kill his dad.
Right.
And you want that.
I think that makes, I don't want that in the sense of like that would be terrible, but in the sense of storytelling, sure. I think Kratos having to have that decision that he took away from Freya of like, if this is what happens, then my kid kills me.
Right.
And Loki continue to go down his godly path.
I'm with you. That feels right. I just don't know what the scenario is where the only way out is to kill Kratos outside of some mythological mumbo jumbo, right? And this idea of like, oh, this realm's doomed unless we put somebody's soul into this other entity. So Kratos, you need to die so we can put your soul into the orb and then shove it into something else. Like you shove it into Yggdrasil or something like that. Feels like a possible contender.
I love this moment. I love being here and not even having like a clue. None of us, like they've explicitly said Kratos dies, there's a giant war. And yet none of us here are convinced that both of those things are going to happen.
Right. It is such a cool idea if it is just exactly as all the prophecies have predicted. Like if it was like, we told you the ending and you just didn't believe us, and then we showed you the ending, the end. It seems about right. Based on the game so far,
and then
the
Norns just kind of mock us throughout the credits. We told you.
Right. There's no universe where it doesn't end with Atreus going back to Ironwood and seeing Angrboda, and they walk off with the yak or something. Like they do not have that line of him being like, after Ragnarok, I want to come back here and hang out with you, and then not pay that off. So he's fine, Kyle. He's got to be fine.
No, the payoff to me is how sad it is that he's never coming back.
You're out of your mind. So we get to see Angrboda just break down and cry because Atreus says, no way, no universe.
All right.
Just because you think,
I hope not.
Because the idea is Kratos is more marketable than Atreus, so we got to kill somebody, so let's do that.
Yeah.
Are you saying they're not
artists
I
don't want to see him grieve. I don't want to see that man grieve anymore is the thing.
No.
It's the last thing you could take away from him. You take that away, I don't want to see that character anymore.
Yeah, he can't go to a sadder place. For the next trilogy or whatever it is. I guess my big wish is I want more of the gods interacting. I want everybody in a room together talking realistically. If I could choose what I wanted for the last third of this game, it would just be everybody gets together in the Great Hall and they all just talk for 10 hours. Yeah. That would be my ideal ending to God of War Ragnarok, I think.
Or they're playing a game of poker. I'd love to see them lie to each other as they're talking to each other.
Right, exactly. Suriel, you have any wishes?
My poker face is the same as my regular face. What are you talking about?
You're a writer for Sony Santa Monica? That's it, baby.
I feel like this is either going to go in like a Mortal Kombat direction where it's like, the he must win kind of thing of like Kratos has to kind of reinterpret some part of the prophecy or something and then, have him die. Or like that. I think that crack is like going to threaten the entire prophecy and Kratos realizes that's the crack leads to like everyone dies, like that all the realms are gone, this completely destroys existence, and Kratos says like, look, if I need to take the hit so that only Asgard falls in this prophecy, then that's how I go.
Right. And so he'll try and seal the crack.
Atreus being like, okay, this is if fulfilling the prophecy is it's what saves us from all of the realms being wiped off, then I guess I have to kill you, and that is a scene that makes everybody cry.
Jill, are you going to cry at the end of this game?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It's very likely. I think it kind of keeps with the themes of some of the older games, too. I think that we're going to win, but the cost of winning is so heavy that it's not a win.
Right. Yeah, I think that sounds right. But hey, You tell us. Well, actually, don't tell us, please. Until
we'll
next
you
week.
Next time.
Yeah, we'll tell you next time. But if you want to submit a comment about the ending of this game for us to read on this very deepest dive next week, everybody, you can do it. And you can do it by going to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. Again, if you think this discussion is worth $2, you can help us hit our goal on Patreon by jumping in at that $2 tier, competing in Trivia Tower, winning prizes, impressing Isla Hink, destroying the Easy Allies community. I'm sorry, Kyle. Once and for all in-game trivia. You can jump in and make that happen, all by jumping into patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. There's links everywhere. I put in the description of everything known to man. Just click through. $2 is for 1 month. Try it. We think you'll like it. We'd appreciate it. Kyle, speaking of appreciation, thank you so much for being here for the long haul, dude. You're awesome.
Everybody was here for the long haul.
Yeah, I know, but I'm thanking you first.
Okay.
You're really doing it. Suriel Vazquez, thank you for being here for the long haul.
Thanks for having me. It's been fun.
Absolutely. Jill, thank you. Indian Former yourself.
That's what will happen in the 3rd round.
That's right. We'll see how it all shakes. Maybe a whole new cast. Who can say for the third and final discussion for God of War Ragnarok. Thank you so much, everybody, for sending those comments in, and thanks for supporting this format. We know it's not a thing to do, but hopefully you're enjoying it. So each and every comment is a real delight to go through over there on Patreon, and we deeply appreciate it. We will be collecting your comments next Monday the 28th. We'll be collecting your comments over on Patreon, and then the whole episode will be up later that week, I guess, on Wednesday on YouTube, and also in the bonus podcast feed if you're a Patreon supporter. So look forward to the grand finale then. And is there going to be more stuff beyond that final episode?
Wait, so are we doing it Monday or Tuesday?
Tuesday, but we're collecting the comments on Monday, so I can sort of throw
right. Okay.
Yeah. It's always a confusing, staggered thing. And full disclosure, we had brief talks about maybe interviewing a developer at some point, and I would really love to do it. So here's hoping that that'll land and work out. But, it's holiday season, and these developers are tired and all that stuff. But I would love to have that in mind. So maybe start prepping some questions if you have it for some folks on the development team. All right, that's it for the deepest dive, everybody. The best, most thorough discussion about God of War Ragnarok on the internet. Any help sharing it is appreciated. All right, Kyle, do you want to give that classic Jotunheim send-off?
That one?
Hang on, were you making a sound there and Discord cut it out?
Yes.
Okay, I'm guessing it was something that sounded like this, and this will be perfect with my voice.
Yeah. Videos like this are possible because MinnMax is a completely independent outlet for games supported solely by the community. The only reason we don't have to create condescending clickbait is because folks like you click on the subscribe button or check out the benefits over on patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. We think that we're the most efficient gaming outlet out there, so please take a look at what we've done and imagine what more we can do with your support.